Yo, come join me as we break down every character's overall playstyle in Dragon Ball FighterZ. Part 2 to my first modernized team building video that went over point, pivot, supports, giving you guys some guidelines on how to make your own teams and strategies. But with 45 different characters to choose from, it's hard to pick just 3 without knowing how they operate. So I decided to make a mini guide covering everyone's essentials, from playstyles to essential tips on pressure, mix, neutral, synergy, and even combos, with advanced concepts sprinkled in here and there. Don't get too locked into my guidelines though, as characters themselves have endless self-expression and the game promotes multiple different paths to success, especially as you grow stronger. Before we get started though, let's go over the basics that you need to know for everyone. First of all, learn your input notations. Here's a quick chart to learn the universal language for Dragon Ball FighterZ, just so we can easily and quickly communicate regardless of the language we speak. Pause if you need to take notes. Neutral is whenever both parties are moving around trying to get a hit, where you get put into pressure on block, hitting them to try to get an opening for your combos, or going into mix-ups. And this is when you introduce different options that can hit differently, like a jab into Dragon Rush or jab into forward medium 6M overhead. 50-50s is a form of mix-ups where 2 different options hit at the same time. These tend to be unreactable, needing you to guess between the high-low, left-right, strike throw, etc. And all that is to get a combo, dealing damage on hit to, kill the opponent. The universal BNB bread and butter is this, with notations here down below for you guys to see. So learn this combo first on every character, and then you can also add some specials at the end or key blasts in between heavies depending on your characters. Everyone has variations, and this is what I'll build upon with combo tips for everyone's sections. Combos are divided into 2 types of starters. Unskilled starters are starting from a medium or a heavy that don't scale the combo down as much for more damage, and scale starters tend to be lights or overheads to hit confirm from neutral or mix-up, scaling the output down and having less follow-up hits in the combo. Combos in general follow a time duration that changes based on the starter. From there, you'll get into character specific optimals. Everyone will have at least one optimal highlighted. Sparking gives you some buffs like extra meter gain in combos, assist recovering mid combo, and also the ability to cancel specials with each other. This video won't really cover that though. TODs are touch of death combos that kill in one combo, dealing 100% or more of your HP, usually starting from an unskilled hit, or by sparking to give you access to special cancels with each other. You can turn your optimals into TODs with your assists. You reach limit break when only one character is left alive with a damage buff, and you also generate ki passively as well. But you can also do your level 1 super into level 3 with every character in limit break, greatly increasing outputs for comebacks and such. A main goal of combos are to reach the corner for positional advantage with sliding knockdown, where you get this zoom and smash effect where they slide on the floor for you to get some sort of Oki. And Oki is just pursuing them after your turn to continue combos, needing to worry about up tech, in place tech, and down delay tech. It's better than soft knockdown that has quicker and more tech options, so that's why we prioritize it. But level 3s have hard knockdowns with constant fixed timings to allow for your mixed setups. Another form that combines combos, Oki, and synergy together are these snap setups to kinda lock them down when they come in. Some characters have specific setups, but I have another video covering that, so it won't really be in this video. There's a lot of other beginner basics, but this video isn't all about that. I just wanted to highlight the most relevant info you need to know to actually learn the characters in each of these individual guides. So let's get to it. Super Saiyan Goku, the Day 1 Pro Tag, a solid all-rounder that has been updated to be more of an aggressive offensive type with big damage. Super fast on block, quarter circle forward, a Dragon Fist specials, and more. Widely considered as one of the easier characters to pick up and learn at a base level since he can do all the basics easily, but great to grow with because he has a lot of depth to him. His supers are cool. He has a level 1 that can become a level 2 with his instant transmission, Kamehameha with the alternate inputs, and he also has 2 level 3s, one to go Super Saiyan 3 that deals more damage, and the alternate input to stay Super Saiyan 2 but stay same side with it. His combo damage is extremely high with insane amount of sauce, meaning style, to each hit. He has solid buttons to pressure with, solid frame data, but his Dragon Fists are overheads that are plus on block to extend your turn, except the light version that's now 0 on block, where the EX one can trike and held to side switch. The M and EX one gives you full combos on hit, with 2M by the way, with EX having invul on frame 4, although it did get nerfed to be all 2 Hable on the ground. But he also has unique pressure strings like his Air 214L that's plus on block if low enough, and it also combos on hits. Holding forward after auto combo changes size on blocks where that frame 4 invul can come in to counter and extend for interesting mix-ups, and he has really cool left rights besides that Dragon Fist with same side beam and all. While his pressure patterns is crazy with great frame data, he's a bit slacking in the mix-up department since his 12 doesn't hit low, 2M being a slower low. This just means he can do mix-ups, but they're not unreactable 50-50s, although his left rights and Dragon Fists do really help him out a lot. Like you can do 214M plus long blocks and assists for different timings on your options, I suppose, but again, not actual 50-50. He makes up for that with ton of angles in neutral. He has great angles with his ki blast, down ki blast, and beams that can be aimed up by holding up or down, specials with great mobility, which is great to pair with assist. That EX one can be cursed, seriously, especially if held. Even his Tatsu kicks that are anti-airs can be held down as well. The light version is especially nice because at some low angles it can be plus on block or combo into 5L meterlessly, so it's an interesting poke. But not just his specials, his mediums and heavies have great range to them, 2M being a threat as a low that converts into combos or pressure on block, 5M and 5H too. So great to snipe landings and such. And if you ever need a whiff punish tool from anywhere, that instant transmission Kamehameha is great to punish any committal option, on top of his EX Dragon Fist. He doesn't really have strong Oki on mix for that level 3 besides holding the Dragon Fist for left rights, but those are reactables. He prefers being on support though because his assists are really strong with that basic beam that can help everyone, a horizontal beam that can lock the floor. It can actually be held up for that diagonal angle too. B has huge blocks into it and it makes it easy to extend, same with C being more tracking to it with huge blocks in it as well. But what's really nice is his DHC value. It's insane because he can level 1, then do his instant transmission for level 2, which he can super dash after by the way, but not worth it since it's skilled. And also his level 3s. Assists to help him out can include really fast assists to support his really fast mobility, and specials or tracking moves to cover his angles. But he can work with anything to extend combos and pressure. He doesn't really need 50-50s to prioritize anyways. So that's why DP assists can be very interesting for this reason, or to just serve as an enabler with his huge combos and damage. So some characters actually benefit a lot more from his B or C assists for interesting mix-ups. However, he can enable other characters with his level 1 super that lingers after DHCing for setup, especially if pointing it down before landing. So think of leveling up Gohan, getting some charge on his special beam cannon, and more. He can allow for tag DRs for a ton of characters, which can be nice for easy damage, knockdown, and team rotation. But if other characters have a low to the ground special without using their down smash yet, he can come in into a Dragon Fist and then DR. Being able to do his level 1 from a DHC instant transmission is also nice too, angling his level 1 up when you can to get more damage. Alright, for combos, a basic tip is that you can do his low to the ground Dragon Fist into 2M 5H ending with supers, and that's how you maximize his damage, because you can always combo that medium Dragon Fist. You can even do quarter circle mediums after 2Hs, mid-screen is a bit harder but in the corner is free, being more optimal by holding that 5H a bit to charge it with the timings, and then you can do the up beam into super jump, and then you can continue the link from there for really good output. And at the end of these combos, you don't need to go into super, you can just do his 214L into a held assist and then JDR. In the corner, you can also hold his horizontal smash to use that 214M to get sliding knockdown solo, which helps with Oki and stuff. And here's another one of his rejumps, his classic rejumps, but he has a lot more links. Just highlighting that 214M into 236M into the rest. For this rejump, you need to delay the heavy a little bit and then input the 214L so you're low to the ground, and that way you can connect the 5L into the rest. A step beyond Super Saiyan, Blueku is one of the more ideal points in the game with a precise rush down type of playstyle who excels at aggression and is the best Goku at mix-ups, but also takes very high skill to maximize. He has a super that's arrow kit with good tracking, and his level 3 can be turned to a level 5 if held for huge damage. Also side switching if held too. Now the reason why he's such a good point is because in neutral he has a ton of angles to attack from. Both of his mediums and heavies move forward with great range. He has super quick dive kicks for fast approaches, ki blast, even teleporting ones with 1S, 3S, or held to 14S, 236S to instant transmission around, which is great to pair with assist or with a shoulder tackle. Lariats are also very strong because they phase through projectiles, where the medium one is great at catching retreats, and the EX one to make for really strong counter pokes and whiff punishing on top of surprising them by crossing up instantly. The scary part is what he gets from neutral. He has insane pressures with staggers, from basic overhead auto combo to even having a 5M and 4M inputs. Great for rhythms and spacing, especially since his unreactable 214L special is a grab. So take throws from light, but slight delays needed at other points to actually get that unreactable grab to link, or on other plus frames like his 236S or 214S, which is plus on block. This makes it so that they get scared to get grabbed, and you know, they don't want to risk it, so they try to mash out, and that's where your frame traps come in for huge damage. The M and EX version of the grab can be comboed easily, although it makes it more reactable. His other gapless mix-ups include a down heavy into 214H for a 4-way mix-up, floating or air dashing or fast falling into a low. You don't need a lot of blocks on just half a bar for this, and his mix-ups are especially nice since 2L hits low, so it can be very interesting with endless layers. He also has the ability to hold his instant transmission that also works as a mix-up, left right into a normal and other stuff like that as well, especially if you pair with an assist too. His level 3 is interesting. You can hold the S input after the animation is done into an instant air dash and hold up for a float high, or hold down into a fast fall low. Then you can layer in your unreactable command grab, and these are all 50-50s. You can also do 236H for an instant cross up too. Just make sure you don't hold the S so you don't trigger the level 5 if you don't want it. And like Super Saiyan Goku, he has an invul move, but in the form of 1S and 3S, funny enough. Not too strong, but can be a nice escape situation if you're very precise with it. Then you can link with your shoulder tackle and stuff. Just don't overuse it because super dash is there, right? His assists are interesting. It is a good defensive one as you retreat to be helpful to lock them down and stuffing long range approaches, but it can be 2H. While B is a lariat that phases through projectiles, being used mostly in the mid-range area, and C is just your typical tracking assist. He is best on point that can thrive on multiple assist types. Anything with good neutral control to help his angles. He isn't too picky at thriving with all sorts of blocks, and he confirms. The more flexible the assist, the better, you know? He doesn't mind those Ki Blast property moves since he has his lows and command grab, so he can deal with pressure in that regards. In terms of synergy, it can be interesting to have characters who can fully convert and combo after his grab from a Z tag at this unique placement. And he's flexible for combo enders with JH plus assist and a 214S, but multi-hitting assist can let him squeeze extra normals in like so. So you can do double assist into the Dragon Rush at the end, really add on. Since he can save a lot of his smashes for optimal combos in the corner, he can Z-tag into other characters who can use the smash for later on in the combo for whatever reason. Like tagging into Jiren so he can extend further with his Igler smash and stuff. Or tagging in other characters who benefit off his low combos because of his loops. Since he can keep his level 1 high up in the air like SSj Goku, he can also set up DHC things like with setups or charge setups as well. And because his A assist is unique in that it gives sliding knockdowns with a lot of frame advantage, it can be beneficial for setup characters like Gotenks who can kind of struggle to get sliding knockdowns at times. But that just depends on your skill, you know? So that can be interesting to play around with. For combos, it's nice that he always has 214L for sliding knockdown whenever. Here's an example of using his shoulder to extend, but he's centered all around his corner loops. That's where he gets his damage from, but they're a bit difficult. Here's a simple one where he can also combo his 1S for the loops. You can air dash and stuff after, but he has a ton of variations to learn from, all revolving around timing his Ki Blast into a delayed shoulder tackle from high up and continuing. Here's an example of a more optimal route, but I do have more combos on him on my channel. From a down heavy in the corner, you can get these staircase sort of loops, kind of like base Vegeta. That means he's more of a spacing dependent character, but even if your back is away from the corner, you can side switch with 214S into some staircases. But once you get really good with Bluku, you can actually learn the universal reach up and try to extend his loops even from mid-screen. So from anywhere, you can actually structure your combos to maximize it into his loops. Our first Goku DLC, Base Goku, supposed to be a grappler Shoto, but all of his tools keep getting better, bro. Having one of, if not the best command grabs in the game, and great anti-zoning tool and huge damage outputs. His key gimmick is that his Kaioken level 1 super is a Rekka that starts with 3 different hits when all his allies are alive into a finisher, then it goes into 5 hits with 1 extra follow-up with a level 2 Kaioken times 3 after an ally dies for extra damage, and when 2 dies, he's alone and can do times 20 Kaioken for an extra bar with 7 Kaioken follow-up. He's able to combine them for level 3, and in Limit Break he can combo that into one of his most damaging level 3s in the game. So just an insane damage character, especially if alone. It's actually crazy. Because of being a grappler with insane damage, you'd think his neutral will be worse, right? While he does have a beam and Ki Blast, his 3S is actually insanely strong. Just super fast at 15 frames from the ground straight up like how he did Frieza. Being controlled at different spacings with 1S and 2S, it has 3 follows for full combo on hit, so it's an amazing counter poking tool, really fast to whiff punish anything. On top of other mind games and ranges, the only thing is that his beam is only single hitting, which is a bit unique and weird, and Kaioken finisher can whiff punish anything for huge damage, even supers. His unique mechanic is starting Spirit Bomb with 214S, which can be held up to 3 levels, or 2-2S to only get the charge, where if you 214S again, you fire it. This is great for combos, but in neutral, it just phases through everything, like beams, literally everything, for great combo starter with that 3S or super dash or whatever. It also acts as an OTG, so after smash heavy, it picks them back up if you do it on the ground, which it can be helpful to combo into his level 3 or other extensions afterwards as well. His lariat isn't like most lariats. It's actually a reversal tool, both the medium and EX version being frame 4 invul and plus on block to extend pressure. EX just gives better combos on hit and is faster, but this tool is broken when used offensively. It's actually really strong. He doesn't really have reversals otherwise though. Speaking of pressure, besides just plus frames or delaying it like after 2H to trap them, his L grab is like Bluku's unreactable command grab. His added bonus is that his other grabs have insane range and speed to them. His range pressure patterns are actually really strong. He even has a plus on block 5LL 6L, and while 2L doesn't hit low, it's 0 on block. He's not the biggest high-low character, but he is a strike throw oriented and left-right with his IDJM or same side shoulder, which catches a lot of people off guard, especially since that same side shoulder, if blocked, is plus, so you can keep going from there. But seriously, that EX command grab can reach from full screen away, so even pressuring with Ki Blast full screen away, can be dangerous, because he can do Ki Blast into beam or Ki Blast into grab. Super Spirit Bomb was made to be easier to combo into. If you're low to the ground, it combos after his J2M solo, where he can whiff a J2 to head into his left-right 50-50 mid-screen. Really cool stuff, because again, if they block it, you get pressure, right? For his assist, he has his A assist that's single hitting with huge block zone, which allows for great mix-ups, but also in neutral as it wall bounces, which is great for rush downs. B charges up a bar, not really worth unless you have very specific game plans like Adult Gohan, level 7, needing 7 bars to burn. C is just a beam, but his is a bit different because it's a single hitting beam, so just keep that in mind. In terms of synergy, some assists can actually be called to convert his unreactable command grab, mostly quick assists with range. Synergy used to matter more to set up his Super Spirit Bomb since it was more strict, which I really like to promote creativity, but now most supers DHC into it easily. Some interesting synergy can lie with characters who can side switch to be mid-screen for Spirit Bomb left-right, so keep that in mind when you're watching my other characters with their synergy notes that they can side switch. And others like Gogeta Blue, UI, Baby after his grab are very ambiguous because they look like you stay in the corner, but there's actually a small gap that's left in the corner for Basic to steal it, being able to mix from there. Of course, I can't highlight everyone, but I hope this helps you experiment around if you're interested in Basic. So he's mostly on support for that huge DAC damage, great assist, Kaioken boost, and 3S for mashup purposes and more. He has a bunch of combos. Thankfully, I have a Basic combo guide. A simple mid-screen BNB extensions is adding his Ki Blast and how you can extend with the advantage of the Lay Lariats, where J2M gives sliding knockdown all the time and combos with Spirit Bomb when low to the ground. But learn his rejumps with JL, JS, 5M, delaying the beam and Ki Blast here, and he has more optimal rejumps with the medium into Ki Blast and landing auto combo. Even when converting from 3SS stuff, you can do the beam into the rest or super dash right away into rejumps and stuff. Here's a really easy damage drop by using that 3S. Scaled, you can do 5LL, 2M, 5H, not 5M from a 5LL start. Here's a Spirit Bomb extension to add on to this if you ever have that. And in the corner, you can land these delayed 5L into beam loops, even allowing you to side switch with 5-8, so that can be nice to set up solo Spirit Bomb mix by himself. But he has a lot of fun spark routes as well, and because his meter dump abilities, he's just known for being a TOD machine in Limit Break when he's in solo. Here's just a cool example of different routes. GT Goku is the tiniest in the game. He's a great support character with unique mobility, cool combos, and a super high damaging Spirit Bomb that can continue into combos afterwards for high damage. A cool gimmick about him is that his super gets powered up if a teammates die. His level 1 being Super Saiyan, going from below average damage to buffed up Super Saiyan 3 beam. And his level 3 staying as his Kiss Self, but he becomes Super Saiyan 4 if your allies die for extra damage too. In neutral, he has okay normals. His reverse Kame 214S input is his most iconic move though, being controllable with 3 follow-ups or neutral for a beam, and this can combo on hit but is too aceable and has landing recovery, so be careful when using this. Pogo can be used to traverse zones at different angles, especially 3S, 1S and stuff, and his EX attacks all carry great range too. So pairing his mobility with assist, his specials with assist, especially the 236S1, 214H reaching full screen as like an instantaneous poke, that can be really strong. His neutral Pogo is also really special because it goes through all Ki Blast for some anti-zoning, reaching full screen, and it can be strung 3 times together. And that triple power pole pressure can actually frame trap and stuff. So he has no Ki Blast, but his power pole for mobility and as a poke, especially since his projectile invul, on top of his angle beams can be nice. His stagger pressure is quite nice with interesting left rights, but he has a ton of interesting pressure patterns. He has 5L, 6LL that can grab. His beam can be held to move around for honestly really tricky left rights if used right after a frame trap. So do the beam, hold it to cross up, do the beam, hold it, then hold back to come back to the same side. An example of some true 50-50s come from 1S J2S holding forward plus assist into a high-low, or 1S J1S in the corner. Just making sure your timings are good. Or you can do 2S holding forward plus assist into a left-right 2S mid-screen, or just air dash high or land low in the corner. So he has a lot of ways to use that Pogo to get up in the air where he can mix from there. Doesn't really have 50-50s on Oki besides the Super Saiyan 4 one, where you're slightly closer than staying as a kid, where you can whiff an EX lariat to cross up or slightly delay to stay same side on top of other layers. His biggest utility is as a support. His A assist is iconic for covering the super comfortable up back area the game has and triggers some footsies below the beam where better players try try to snipe approaches, which you can counter their counter for some mind games. Just very useful for those who need neutral help. B assist is also really iconic, as not only does it give huge blocks on, but keeps them in place, so keeps them close to preventing pushback, which actually gives more true string mix-up to some characters mid-screen. Like Blue Vegeta's meterless Rekka 50-50 mid-screen, or even things like Lab Coat Super Dash plus assist high-low mid-screen. It can be really nice if your mix-ups require you to stay close. C is a generic tracking assist, can be used kind of defensively at times, but with 3 bars, he currently has some of the best meter dump ability in the game. If you can get his Super Spirit Bomb to go either solo or as a DHC if your other assist is dead by doing the dead assist input, you can get the Super Spirit Bomb as your DHC level 3 super by picking it, because from there you can pursue with a Dragon Rush, Quarter Circle, Medium, continuing with the supers without scaling to add on even more damage at the end of combos. Now, assists that can help him, or any assist that can help with his missing Ki Blast option, can be interesting, but also quick ones to help out his mobility, both leading to different ways of playing neutral, since he can play that rush down playstyle. But assists that can help him convert from straight hits like beams or reverse kames are nice. Those with 35 plus frames of blocks on help him get all of his Pogo 50-50 mix-ups, or shorter blocks for left rights. A niche one he gets with very low blocks on is 5L plus assist into delayed L for a grab or low 2M, a tricky timing but not really worth it now. Bonus points if the assist lets you continue your combos to end with quarter circle forward medium at the end of long combos, due to its nice hit stun, because that special actually keeps him locked in place. And some multi-hitting assists can also let you land and then hold that cross-up beam to go into his Super Spirit Bomb as well, without any hard setups. SSj Vegeta can be a common partner because of that lets him to extend and also get his Spirit Bomb. Or you can also call the multi-hitting assist and then just go into Spirit Bomb right away without needing the beam. SSj Vegeta is nice too, because not only does he build insane meter for GT, but also being grounded, so you can tag in a GT into the low to the ground setup so you can go into his Spirit Bomb solo. I guess not solo, just coming from a Z tag. A lot of people can Z tag after his downward special that can give a ton of people rejumps and saucy combos and stuff like that. A cool reverse comic synergy is actually doing the half circle back into basically Super Spirit Bomb that gives him the corner still for his 50-50 left right. That's really sick. Now for combos, an easy mid-screen one to get you started is JMJS, J214S holding bag S, neutral S to continue after with super dash where you can knock down, but it's a bit tricky to land your level 1 super unless you use the EX for the knockdown. It's very tight timing. In the corner you can get this delayed reverse combo into beam where you can get great outputs, re-jumping afterwards to reuse it. Thankfully I have a guide on him. But the biggest thing to learn is how to do his reverse into Spirit Bomb solo, like after vanish or re-jump auto combo, or using assist into auto combos or beam. Do 214S, 7S, 1S, and then you import your 214 H plus S, because setting that up is huge for your combos and combo ender to maximize the damage after you meter dump. There's a lot of different ways to set it up from that concept, but here's a solo skilled example after one re-jump into auto combo solo. Even if skilled with limit break, this can kill because you can still do level 1 into Spirit Bomb and it still links. So if you like sick combos, mix-ups, high mobility with great support value and damage output, he's for you. Ultra Instinct Goku is supposed to be more of a defensive character, thriving on opponents' mistakes and relying on effective pressures over 50-50s, but he's gotten a recent explosion in damage output and neutral effectiveness for being aggressive, becoming more ultra ignorant as the community sees him. He has a tracking level 1 super, a counter super, and a level 3 that side switches as well. Now in neutral, where to get started? Well, he can walk through Ki Blast, not a big deal compared to his 6H, a huge counter tool to opponents' committal moves. It can be negative if you counter less committal things, also be careful. Flips also negate assist and neutral. It can be interesting if used precisely, but is a big committal move. Sometimes letting the flip rock instead of canceling to something is more helpful to keep you safe. Besides that, his pokes are great. 5S and 5H are both full screen moves that work well together, and JS having recovery. The M1 goes full screen, EX going like half screen but is faster, both giving you full combo on hit but is minus on block. He can cover that up angle with 2S, which can be combo with a 6H that triggers the tracking part on any hit, acting like a vanish where it stunts your meter gain for a bit. His autonomous fist can also be great with range and air OK, great after taking Dragon Rushes too. J22S is his Oki reversal option but used in neutral, if held it side switches. All of these do make him a bit ignorant, but they're all counterable if thrown out too much. Defensively, he has a lot. 214H is a frame 4 reversal that can be comboed on hits or tightly resets. It can be held to go into his beam or plus on block move or even grab, so from defense you instantly switch into offense, which is insane. 22S is a frame 1 anti-air with a great scaling, effective at dealing with left-rights mix-ups since down-down input can be crossed up. You can hold R1 for that unrestrained will on wake up, holding S to cross up, but it can be 2H if abused, kinda. And yeah, a frame 1 counter super can be great to counter Oki setups and even further away things, but things like assist do allow them to crouch to avoid the super. So yeah man, he has a lot of defense. Because of that, his pressure is interesting. All of his minus frames can actually turn into plus frames if you get the timings right. His -2 on block lariat can go into 214H afterwards to counter mashes, or more importantly 214H plus L to get plus frames with that punch, getting more plus on block if they jump up, or mixing up your options. Then they get afraid of that 214H, so UI players use that fear to continue to pressure, turning minus frames into plus frames basically. His flips have that plus on block move but 2Hable, a grab that beats 2Hs, or a beam cross up, and more. And an interesting flip tech is how you can side switch holding the first L flip to get some cross-ups in there too. It's kind of similar to how doing 5L, 6LL is a solo command grab that side switches too, but he has interesting staggers and spacings and rhythms. 5L is slow at 7 frames, but 6S is his fastest button. Besides that, his mix-ups revolve around universal things like doing super dash plus assist into a high low, where you can land 2L low, or air dash high JL. Thankfully he has a 2L that hits low because that allows for any mix-up with universal stuff like super jumping up with high block stun or floating and stuff like that. However, his biggest mix comes from his level 3. It's hard to time, but you have to do a delayed 6H where you're still in the air, where you float a little bit, and this can lead to a true 50-50 by floating up in the air, delay air dash high JL, or land a low 2L, on top of landing into his medium lariat for spark base and reversal base with tons of more options. In the corner you can also get some gimmicky side switch with timings with 4-way mix-ups, and you can pick whichever sides you want to because the 6H after knockdown switches sides, so then you can go into your supers to pick your sides as well, since his supers do cross up. For assist, his A assist is his anti-air, which can be effective for some game plans and serves as a quick defensive assist, but it does have very limited block stun, meaning you can't really use it for mix, and be super careful of them challenging since you don't have much time to extend afterwards. B assist is more common as it follows that conventional beam to cover the horizontal angle, but it is just a bit slower, so you need to fix your timings. While C may seem easy because of the vertical tracking it provides anywhere, it is 2Hable if they're on the ground, thus being counteractable, so be careful, although it does help if they're floating up in the sky. He has a JDR with his autonomous fist and Z tag by holding the assist button, but it can be much more optimized by doing 236M Z tag to land to continue into combos, like SBR for his auto combo to gain a bar for free even from UI's 2H. His tick throw with low blocks and assist by timing into a grab or hit low can be nice. Some assists 5M plus super dash plus assist works make screen for that super dash high low, so like 17A, Beerus A, GTB etc. to let him land and still be in reach for that 2L low to reach, which makes this mid screen mix valid. Level 1 takes you out of the corner, where level 2 can bring you back in, but you can keep the corner if you do 6H again in case your team doesn't benefit off that side switch. Like how it can put you mid screen for Trunks' level 3 for a 4-way mix up, but you might as well just do UI's level 3 mix nowadays anyways. Because his level 3 mix is so strong, keeping him as a support after building huge amounts of meters to get into UI's mix is a very effective game plan you see a lot at high level. For combos, after his BNBs, his 214L is his knockdown tool after non-JH knockdown combos, but that makes it very assist extendable friendly. So with any assist you can just extend with that 214L, it makes it really easy to extend his combos. Even if you're super high, reminding you that 6H is like a cheaper advantage to confirm anything. You can do J22S for a smash and still get into J214L. SSj is a cool feature to track and get combos, but because of the meter penalty, it's not optimal because it doesn't build you bar. It just deals good damage, and you kind of want both. Only for like 2S it can be optimal. But his more optimal stuff revolves around 5H into 226M, and you can get into a lot of your own routes from there. So here showcasing an example of his optimal shifter corner combo by Night Shifter with this tight dash 5M after his lariat. It goes crazy and looks really nice. Bardock, DLC father of Goku, so we had to put him at the end of the Goku section. He is a pure rushdown style with hella speed and having loops now. He also has two supers that can combo into each other, where the right javelin can be aimed up when on the ground or down when in the air, and a conventional level 3 that also works in the air as well. He has a single ki blast for precise pokes and some good range on mediums and great air normals, but his lariat is his key. EX traveling full screen, but L having good range and medium going up. These are pretty good round start options too, but have their counters, all being safe on block. 236L jails into vanish, and being frame 4 anti-air 2, and they can combo with follow-ups. The EX lariat is a 6 frame startup, meaning you can actually see it done on like a class situation or whenever you need a fast button, having high priority to it facing through lights. It's so fast that 5S plus EX lariat doesn't even let them jump out, and it can frame trap guard cancel key blast as well, so it can be like some sort of full screen pressure. They don't really go through projectiles though, so they decided to buff his spin, where the medium and EX1 go through projectiles. They have more limited range, but gives him extra options for his rush down plans and counter strategies, where he can combo afterwards as well. Pair this tool with movement to maximize his rush down ability, especially since his specials can help him traverse the screen at will, getting a lot of different angles, covering them with assists, and moving however you want in neutral. On block, he has amazing staggers with a great rhythm. His normals are amazing pressure tools, especially that he has a low 2L and everything kind of fits well together. His 236S is interesting, being plus on block where you can charge it to vary timings, even punishing reflex, and on hit this has amazing scaling for great output. His low hitting tool allows for tons of mix-ups like super dash plus assist 50-50 where you land low or air dash high. Even mid screen with some assists this can work because it has pretty good reach to it. His other mix-ups can revolve around his M layer plus assist and then land low or high JL after the air dash. The EX also takes the corner, so with an assist you can get pretty tricky sneaky setups where you seal the corner and they're not used to having to cross or block inputs. It's also really interesting how his spins hit overhead, so if you do it early it can catch him off guard where you get full combo on hit as well. His level 3 used to be hella good, not getting much mid screen now, but you can get an IED media safe jump in the corner or hold S for a super jump IED, but that's a bit tricky to make it land mid T. His A assist is his super fast lariat, that's a horizontal covering one, that's pretty much a typical lariat type assist. B has a lot of blocks into it with some tracking, a bit slow so you need to get the timings, but it's great to enable mix up. And C is nothing special besides tracking everywhere. Synergy wise, he pretty much works with everyone. Fast assist to help his lariats, his mobility, especially defensive ones, and even if they hit them up high, he can continue the combo with 236M which ground bounces and can let him continue the combo for good output afterwards as well. His spin can also be comboed afterwards too, so that really helps him convert any assists. He is good at getting to the corner with huge hornet carry on his combos going coast to coast, so that helps you set up into your supports, especially since comboing with his 236S builds so much meter. His mix-ups work with low blocks from like 30 frames with universal stuff, or those high blocks ones enabling super jump mix-ups with 4-way possibilities. Keep in mind how your other characters can make use of his assists, like B to enable their mix-ups and stuff like that. He has that ability to get tagged in after those long EX moves where his M lariat can be used to mix, because that removes landing recovery, so he's able to just get a mix-up from there. And in terms of DHCs, you can angle it down when he's high in the air for less damage, so that it can actually fall into your teammate's super if it's grounded and non-tracking, so that I can make sure that your DHC works with everyone. But yeah, he can synergize well with a lot of people and help encourage that rush down style, especially as a dominant point. For combos, mid-screen he has these M lariat juggles delaying the key blast, where you can connect an auto combo for a simple conversion. Just remember about his double hitting JM, where interrupting it lets 2-on-4M connect for sliding knockdown if you're high enough, or just do the L version. It's more optimal doing his 2M delay 5M 2-on-4M earlier than extending after, where you can continue with extensions and JDR after the first medium hits, or into supers or assists and stuff. Reminder of lowering the super if you're too high to connect to other DHCs that are grounded. Now for his EX lariat, you can press L again to get a follow-up, but EX has so much hit stun you can just dash and continue, or JM in the air too, so here's this example showing that if you want the JM, just hold back so you don't get the follow-up. He has loops in the corner as well. Here's an example of a more optimized one where you need to delay that 2M after the smash, and the first lariat after 5H needs a delay. Even after a down heavy, he can combo from his spin because they gave him extra ground bounce to it, so delaying the first lariat a lot so the second one is auto time. He has a lot of good output now, as you can see, and a lot of combo variability, so this guy is great for damage. Goku Black, the evil version of Goku with Super Saiyan Rose. He typically plays around his rushdown and mix-up ability, whether it's with assist or from his level 3 anywhere, getting high grounded damage. That level 3 works anywhere, but he has 2 level 1 supers with Holy Leg Grenade as the alternate input that brings them back down, and a horizontal one that typically deals more damage. For neutral, he has good mobility with dive kicks, lariats, teleports, and pokes like 2M5H, great when paired with assists. 5S fires a slow high priority ki blast for snipes, bait super dashes, and can be sped up with 6S. Can also be combined with teleports, assists, and other things to maximize that tool as well. His 236M and H are great to pursue retreats as they anti-air and can be guided up or down to be safer on block, especially since it can hit that jumping back angle on retreats. You can pair it with 5S to bait and handle super dashes, which can be interesting. It's just not an anti-air when he's airborne. Dive kicks tend to be the better option for aerial mobility, but both are punishable with recovery. And he has a generic beam as well, with the opposite input being a grab beam. He's also one of the few with a frame 1 invul level 1 super. Most are frame 4, but his holy leg grenade is a tracking reversal punish thing, with level 3 being better of course, although it does have some death space underneath him, with level 3 being better of course. So defensively, having that and his anti-airs 236H being frame 1 or 236M being frame 4 can be useful to counter overheads, especially since you can hold down to be safer. So if they do a safe jump, the EX one can be nice sometimes. His staggers are a bit okay, but he has interesting 5S pressure, getting plus frames if you space it out a bit on block, where it centers around 5S into delayed frame trap or using the plus frames, where you can extend manually or abuse their respect. You can alternate rhythms with spaced out 5S as well. From there, you can actually pair the light teleport where the medium actually hits media so they can't 2H tag. It can make for interesting pressure extensions where you can add the EX ones or assist as well. He has a really solid Dragon Rush Crush, alternating his jabs with a grab or EX teleport due to the same flash. His command grabs can be nice to mix in since it's pretty fast now. His mix-ups with 30 frames of blocks, and you can do EX plus assist for a float cross-up or float back same side, including a fast follow 2M as a 50-50. But make sure you hold it down to fast fall after he appears, or you'll just appear on the ground, which can be nice to add on sometimes, because EX holding down to appear down into 2M or grabs can be fun for like fast mix, but not a really 50-50. You can also add a JL JH whiff, which can lead to fake outs to land and more with more stun as well. You can true meterless mix with 40 frames of block stun with 214L plus assist, then you can float late air dash high, or you can land into the low 2M, which is a 50-50 if you get your timings right. You can also just do super dash plus assist, and since his 2M option is a 9 frame that can reach from mid screen as well, it's still fast enough to mix, so it can still be effective for your 50-50, but his 2L doesn't really hit low. For his iconic level 3 mix up, you want to do 214H JH for a safe jump meaty that works anywhere on screen, and this can be mixed up with 214H air dash JM cross up, which can be confirmed with 2M ideally, or 214H holding down 2M, and they can all hit on like the same frame, so that can be interesting, all as a meaty, so they can't really 2H or interact. 214M can be nice as spark bait where you can do 2M, or you can do his dive kick afterwards as well, and you can do the meterless 214L to kind of overload them. His assists revolve around a generic beam assist to cover the horizontal field, but B is also interesting as a really fast anti-air like his auto combo, but with decent blocks into it. Be careful of C because even if it tracks, it can be countered. For some synergy notes, he allows for tag into JDR by delaying the held input after a J236M, where you can hold up to be more synergistic, because if you hold down they might drop out, and that quarter circle forward medium can actually lead to more synergistic things like getting to Zamasu's Plays of Judgment or Daima and stuff like that. If you tag after 214M, you get your double jump back, so you can add on extra hits to it, because his M and H dive kicks give him his double jump and super dash back as well. Assist can really help to extend 214M if it's on the floor to extend with assist as well, so that makes for really easy extensions after his down heavy and stuff. His iconic grounded loose can come from other tags to maximize some hits as well if low to the ground, or if they get a hit down and more. He does well with neutral assists that can also serve for his mix-ups, so like beams, Kefla A, because he doesn't really need a lot to mix with that EX. So the more things the assist can cover, the better it is for him. But also fast assists to pair with his rush down game plans like landmines for his dive kicks and mobility. So he can lead the way as a point or come in to his strong level 3 mix. You kind of decide how you want to treat him. Combo wise, his easy BMB can look like so, where you want to use his instant transmission to deal more damage after 2H, where you can flow forward a little bit to make it easier, and you can always get sliding knockdown with 236M. His optimal stuff revolves around his beam into lariat by holding down and then 2M to continue the loops. Only Trunks and Gotenks need delayed super dashes mid-screen, but everyone else feels pretty easy if you do it right away. He has a lot of different combos. In the corner you can 5H into 2S to extend as well, so here's one without the beam loop, but his most optimal stuff comes from the beam loops, where you have to delay the super dash a lot in the corner to keep it going. Here's an alternate ender with the auto combo as well, where you can hold S and then super jump up to keep the combo going. Now we got the more immortal Potara fusion, the immortal Zamasu. He's known for having strong mix-ups and pressure with insane damage to boot, 2-touching off anything. His unique mechanic is his flight, changing his movesets and where he can be a very strong defensive escaping character. Although his flight does have a time limit, he has a regular level 1 and level 3 supers, but also another Blaze of Judgment one that's used for combo extensions, Oki, and more. So Zamasu's neutral is kinda interesting because he does have some key blasts, 3 of them that combos with his slash on the ground, and in the air they cover a good angle, but aren't the best. His normals also have good reach and speed to them, like 5M being a decent round start for TODs, since that scales like crazy and his combos are insane. 236S can be charged for a projectile and his slashes that can almost all reach full screen. But his flight is what carries most of his tools, mostly built to defend. That's because in flight you can go as high as you want away from everyone with an invul dash or double warp dash on reaction to the super dashes or level 3 to punish. So if you see that chase marker popping up on the corner of your screen, that's when you can let that super fly. You can also activate it from a wall of light to get a detonating projectile by pressing S to it. Wall of light has 3 different versions. There's the light one, the medium one, and the EX one, all having different timings to them. The warp also helps with his flight 6S. With assist this gets very mixy. Even without assist, this is actually kind of crazy because it applies pressure where he can appear on either side, especially when you add your wall of light orbs. But he can also get cool things like flight heavy slash, giving a good ground bounce. His 2H is also super strong, going through assist and projectiles, unlike anyone else with this 2H, so he can limit left-right mix-ups and he just has a big hitbox. It's probably the best 2H in the game for that reason, to be honest. He's known for his pressure, having great solo buttons with slice sound effects that sound amazing by the way, even with other tools like 5L, 6L to grab. Or solo wall of light pressure and confirms by extending as if it was an assist by himself, ES being fast to abuse and double hitting solo. So you can set up solo 6M setups, you can set up grab setups, hit them in between the detonations, right after, right before, super dash 50-50, it's crazy. Something cool about his wall of light special is that every wall of light has 3 different timings, the regular staggered fire, or after inputting the 2-on-4 you can hold down so they both fire together at the same time, or hold up so they fire more spread apart with much bigger delay in between. This can have a lot of different pressure and combo implications. But a lot of mix-ups with his flight, especially doing 236H, then you press S to get that flight to activate plus your assist, where you can slash again and warp for high lows, or 4S to get out of flight into land low or air dash high JL. Easiest with the heavy version, but is possible with the light version. Assist can also help with his super dash 50-50 universal mix, which he can get from solo wall of lights as well. And his blaze of judgment, the strongest health zone setup in the game that can be used for Oki, because even on reflect he is advantageous unlike the others. There are different ways to get wall of light and Oki setups, where you can do his F6S, flight 6S, where you warp and continue, or other jump setups. He just has a lot. His A assist is really good, kind of having 2 parts to it, where it can be like a beam long range, but it also got buffed to have a lot of blocks on at 46 frames, so it can enhance even super dash plus assist mix if timed correctly, where you land right in that gap so that it true strings. B is like a lariat assist, half screen away with less blocks onto it at 29 frames. C is really strong because this is already strong 2H that's a super fast anti-air and can even reach jumps, so jumping on reactions to it doesn't work like most assists. For synergy, as long as Zamasu gets enough blocks on for his mix-ups, he can do most things off his strong mix. Lower blocks lets him get into flight F6S, left rights and stuff, where spacings can come in too with the assist. EX being the best one for these, since EX into flight leaves him lower to the ground for faster mix-ups. That way you can use lower blocks on, using double dash warp 50-50s as well between double dash high-low or single dash low. The longer stun lets him get into flight 4S out of the flight high-low mix-up, which can be mirrors as well and more effective. So check which assist can keep him in range to be able to do this mid-screen as well, and whatever other setups you can get. But for combos, you can pretty much combo with every assist. They all just have different ways to be maximized. Thankfully, I have a full video for some guidance and examples on that, like dealing with a beam assist, or dealing with like pop-up assist, or lockdown in place assist. There's a lot. But the primary use of assist is that they can help combo into BoJ with EX Slice or Flight Medium. If you can get that Flight and then get a F Medium, that's huge because that saves some meter as well. And you can only combo into his BoJ after EX Slice or the Flight Medium or the Flight Heavy. It's huge to add on to the end of combos for damage, essentially dealing like level 3 amounts of damage for 1 bar if you get the optimal hits during the BoJ. And this varies depending on assist, but as long as it gives him enough time to get the Flight, you can get really optimal enders to go. Coming in from the back, which you commonly see Zamasu coming in from a support position where you tag him into his BoJ. This actually lets you convert any hits into TODs if structured right with enough meter. Says you can meter dump even after BoJ. Alright, for combo, this is probably Zamasu's easiest combo to learn first. but he has this pretty easy re-jump by delaying the super dash and just mashing the JH. The 2M is harder, just doing like 5M after the re-jump is very easy. Here's a BoJ extension being his easiest one with dash 5M jump up Dragon Rush, but you can add a lot more hits in between. Here's a cool flight vanish extension. After you vanish, you just input that flight. You can also input 214L, press S, and then just mash that gel. You can also do the 214M version to extend afterwards, which can be interesting with assist. He has a lot more. My old Zamasu combo guide can give you ideas, but some of his newer combos in the corner include his M auto combo. And then you wait a bit, then you dash out. So you press forward forward into 5L to connect. Showing how an assist lets him get wall of light into flight stuff to extend with Blaze of Judgment solo. Getting JDR knockdowns, by the way, where you can go into Universal Oki, BoJ Oki, or just cash out. You can also do double BoJs. There's just a lot you can do with Zamasu. Now it's time for the Prince, Super Saiyan Vegeta. Like Goku, he's great at everything, but is essentially more focused on being a zone or screen control type build in the game with great meter build and combo outputs while countering, with a more defensive nature with great meter build and combo output. His level 1 can be tilted at different angles and perform it airborne, with a conventional beam level 3 super being a final flash that can be used in the air too. He has a bunch of key blasts at every angle, a few or with quarter circle forward S. This baits super dashes where you can enter with 2H from a few key blasts, or his LDP if they interact through your barrage because it's an anti-air that can be linked from that special. His medium and EXDP work against grounded moves too, giving him really good defense and really good zone control because you don't want to approach, you don't want to super dash because his main thing is to punish super dashes and jump ins, right? Key blast can also pair with EX rocket kick, easy to confirm with just super dash afterwards, but isn't safe on block and doesn't gel into vanish, so be careful of that. That move is also great as a mobility tool as well. So pair with mobility, key blast assist, he can be very oppressive in neutral, although he has harder matchups. And don't forget about his conventional pokes with his mediums and his normal dive kicks as well. So for pressure and mix-ups, he actually has the unique ability to hold 6L on his attacks, and 5H can be held to impact rhythms and plus on block stuff. You can overextend with things like 2H, 236S, super dash plus assist, or dive kick, so you can really steal some turns with that move, especially with his DP, right? His left right with J2L dive kick is interesting as well, but his main mix-up is doing 236L holding forward to kind of float, plus the assist with like 40 frames of block stun, where you want to float up holding 9 to get closer to them and then land low 2L or late air dash high JL, but you just need a lot of blocks into this. This can also work mid-screen alongside his left rights and stuff, so having that low 2L really helps with universal mix-ups like super dash plus assist. His level 3 final flash gives him that super jump IAD mix-up, where you hold S and go for an IAD, then hold up forward to float JL safe jump, or down to fast fall low 2L. That final flash can also work well in neutral to punish anything you want, you know? His A assist is probably one of his most iconic features for being that multi-hitting tool. Helps to easily extend combos on the ground, but in pressure it can be great, although you need to watch out for reflect. So chaining lows or grabbing after the assist can be good baits. And this is an amazing defensive assist, calling it as you move forward. This can be moved forward or backwards by holding that direction too. B is a rocket kick with 31 frames of stun, but that keeps them close. C is also very strong because it's his DP, and that tracks the jumps too, so it has good vertical hitbox, so you can't really hit it, and is good defensively. He also has a lot of synergistic values. He has the easiest tag JDR or tag into other special properties in the game with Vegeta's technique, and that's because it's such a long multi-hitting, so it holds them for a long time, so you can do pretty much anything you want with that tagged in character. He can be a bit more optimal by doing the tag JDR after Key Blast into 214M plus assist JDR, but that's a bit tighter. Low to the ground, if you tag, he still stays active for a while, which gives teammates more time to get into his specials, like to charge things such as Piccolo's grab for restand mix-ups, or to add extra hits and more. And that's regardless of time because it keeps them locked in that hit stun, so it gives a ton of synergistic aspect, especially at the end of combos. Or high in the air, you can make things whiff or hit more meaty, like for supers, for example, using Krillin's level 3 to get triple his frame advantage for better mix, because the first part whiffs and the falling down part is what gives him the huge frame advantage. His A assist with that fixed hit stun can help for really long combo extensions as well too, if things get strict to optimize hits or to allow things to link in like other supers. And this really helps to optimize like your TODs and combos, especially trying to be like meter positive and save onto meter instead of meter dumping. But his real synergy value comes from that consistent meter build and corner carry to help set up other pivots and supports to be in their best resourceful state. Seriously, every combo he gets so many key blasts, so much corner carry is really helpful. Now for combos, he revolves mostly around doing these J214S loops where you want to hold up forward after the L rocket kick once you land to stay close and then press lights or medium. He also has this cool medium auto combo into backdash setup, but the loops are definitely his go-to. Learn those ones as you can extend into his J214S from any hit, off super dashes, off vanishes, off 2Hs, so that's really nice. But in terms of enders, he has two main ones with J214MM or J2M for knockdown. And don't forget the Z-tag JDR stuff we spoke about, like doing it after his multi-hitting Ki Blast or after J214MM, and then you get the tag in between there. An example of a more optimal route in the corner is by doing the lay rocket kick loops, where you can get even more loops and Ki Blast. He also has LDP links in the corner too. If these are too hard to stick to the basic loops I showcased earlier, but being able to get a ton of bar and damage consistently is huge for the Prince of all Saiyans. Vegeta Blue. In his Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan form, he becomes a bit more aggressive with more rush down tools. His lariats turn to Rekkas, and grabs are quite threatening with very high damage outputs, cool looking combos and mix-ups with ton of supers. However, his level 1s only work on the ground, with his Niagara Pommel being able to be held to extend combos, and his level 3 can also be held to go into a level 5 as well. So while he still does have Ki Blast, it's less and more precise at different angles. And he has a more committal Big Bang attack that drills into super dash and stuff, but if avoided is super punishable. Way more punishable than Beams because of his huge startup. But that's what gives him more damage and more hit stun, you know. Besides footsies with his great pokes, he has interesting specials. All of his lariats have great range and speed and turn into Rekkas on block with follow-ups. His 214H is probably his most unique tool because it's a grab that's armored. Frame 1 through Ki Blast and frame 4 guard point, giving full combo on hits. But it whiffs on crouchers and is 2Hable, so be careful of just throwing it out. However, it can be really great at like countering assists, countering specific tools in neutral as well. His level 1 can also be held to get full combo afterwards, which can be nice to punish things, but also to convert his Ki Blast and Big Bangs and stuff. Although it is more optimal to convert the Ki Blast into his Big Bang Super Dash combos afterwards if you're more optimal with it, but doing the level 1 super is a lot easier. He has nice normals, and like Super Saiyan Vegeta, he can charge his auto combo by doing 5L, 6LL to get some plus frames, which is cool, and his 5S and 2S can be used at different points for different frame traps or bait patterns. But he is a mix-up monster. His main mix is from 214M plus assist, depending on their pushback and block stun, so you can air dash left, right, or just high-low in the corner. But what's really good about this is that even though it has a gap, it grabs, reflects, and standing attempts. Since you'd be stand blocking to reflect, so then you get grabbed, giving you full combo. So they kind of have to respect it. They can't really reflect it away. His other mix is after 226M Rekka, which can have a gap like Super Dash plus assist, which he can do. To be gapless, you need a lot more blocks on your assist though. It doesn't work mid-screen without the EX Rekka follow-up to make for pushbacks to be within reach for that 2L to hit low. And it's also nice because it side switches as like a mix-up. Some assists mid-screen do keep them close, so it allows you to do it meterlessly, so that's really nice. His Big Bang attack is also plus on block and drills into Super Dash for Super Dash plus assist mix as well, but it has a very small gap that can be interacted with. So be careful with that, especially if they do reversals in that gap, although his ability to special cancel the Big Bang into like his grab makes it really hard to contest sometimes, even if they do reflect. And he has a level 3 final flash Oki holding S to super jump IAD into holding up 4 to flow high JL or down to land low 2L. Just hold S after the animation so you don't trigger his level 5. His A assist is very unique in that it has a lot of startup. It's a huge Big Bang that can help in neutral, I guess, if mastered with the timings, but if mastered with timings, it gives you plus 45 frames of block stun with huge hit stun on hits. B is more conventional as just a short range mid-range type lariat assist, but it has a low block stun. But a lot of people prefer C due to its ease of use and flexibility, being great on block for 50-50s due to a huge 55 frames of block stun. For synergy, like I said, check if your assist can allow him the mid-screen mix-up due to spacings like GTB, Trunk C, and more. Also check how his 214M plus assist mix works mid-screen as well, because some assists make it really deceptive. He also has a tagged JDR, which is helpful when he's running things on point. But what's really interesting about him is that he can get tagged in after characters use their sliding knockdown special. Because of his Big Bang 214L grab ender, that works at high hit stun and always, you know, grabs them down at least once in a combo. So that guarantees sliding knockdown after using it before from someone else. In combos, if you end with M Lariat Smash before using your air action, you can air dash to side switch, and that can help some characters who prefer being mid-screen, or if you want to vanish back, or if you want to Z-tag into another type of side switch thing. That's good to know. And that can really help like his son Trunks to get into his mix. And his combo output level 2 manually can be nice to meter the mid-screen if you need extra damage. So doing that Niagara, holding it, and then delay into the Galley gun, that looks really sick, but isn't too practical because it only works mid-screen. Now for combos, mid-screen with his 5H rejump is cool since you can do a Big Bang Super Dash to add on to damage. You can advance it further with a JM J2S rejump, but that gets a bit harder. here. Here's a more optimal route with a Rekka into Big Bang, juggling them in the air full screen away, delaying that J2S after the smash a bit to get the Big Bang to actually land, and then from there it should work. This combo is very flashy, I just love it. His big boy damage is from his double Big Bangs if you do his M auto combo, so pressing 5M, and then from there you can do another Big Bang, right? Because it's two different specials basically, and you can add easy damage with his EX Rekkas as well if you want to meter dump. In the corner though, you want to structure around his leg loops by delaying that second Rekka input, but he just has a ton of combo versatility, building him huge damage and meter with consistent knockdowns because of that grab. The DLC Vegeta Base Vegeta, while he has very strong zoning potential and rocket kicks, he doesn't have that DP like Super Saiyan Vegeta or that armor grab like Blue Vegeta, but what he's most known for besides his Ki Blast juggle loops is having the best level 3 situation from all the Vegetas and having great mix-ups. His level 1 is a Galley gun that goes as high as you want it to, and he actually has this really cool level 4 without being in limit break by holding the level 3 as he goes up into that Galley gun. So in neutral, he has a ton of Ki Blasts. He has the most manual Ki Blasts in the game, being able to bounce them off the ground at different angles too. And this pairs well with his specials. If a full set of Ki Blasts land, you can do knee drop the medium one and hold forward to combo into it meterlessly. His ID Bag JS combos with his medium rocket kick, and on block there's basically frame traps too if they hold that Ki Blast. His EX rocket kick also crosses up being comboable with the knee drop, and they can't 2-ish it if you do it on the ground, but they can if you do it in the air. He can be very oppressive and quickly turn from defense to rush down offense, which leads to his pressure. His pressure is great with normals, great staggers, great range and feel to different rhythms, but his mix is great. It's having a lot of tools to mix with. A lot of base Vegetas like to use his rocket kick, which can't be 2-ish on the ground, or knee drops that hits overhead, but that one is 2-ishable. If blocked though, if you add an assist and then you hold forward on that knee drop, you can stay close into a high-low mix-up, or you can hold back to drift backwards for like left-right stuff, so that can be really interesting, but they have to block the overhead and not 2-ish it, so it's just a riskier mix. But his main two mix-ups with assist are a true string 236L plus assist, doing J2H or holding up forward to float to come closer so you can land a 2L or air dash JL. But this one needs a lot of blocks into true string at like 40 frames, and this only works with some assist mid-screen because of the pushback. In the corner, just do the flow one. His diss mix though is a lot more flexible. It's like Super Dash mix, having a gap before then you call your assist, but for this one you hold down after the disc to stay low to the ground, and then you do your air dash high or land low. You can also hold high on the disc to angle it up, so that when you air dash you actually cross up, so that can be interesting too. And this works anywhere, mid-screen, at any tool. Just make sure you vary it with your frame trap so they can't just reflect or mash through it, you know. His most iconic and strongest mix though is doing 214S into level 3, which you can do after his J214M or H enders and combos, holding forward then grab, or after JDR or JH knockdowns within reach where you dash into that 214S. Basically that 214S is a grab that gives you extra frame advantage on your level 3, which actually gives you the mix to hit meaty with the right timing. So if you don't do it, then you don't have enough frame advantage, they can just jump out or mash out. So from here you can get a 4-way mix mid-screen. You can do the super jump IED trick by holding S into your IEDs, holding different directions for the high lows, holding up for like the cross up high, holding down for the fast fall low. But he also has other setups with like J2H or rocket kick as well, which can spark bait. In the corner, this just turns into a high low, so it's stronger if you can get a mid-screen, so keep that in mind. In terms of assist, his A assist curves up a bit full screen away, which can kind of cover a good angle. But at higher level, what this creates is that opponents crouch under it to be able to trigger a different type of interaction. B is okay, 10 less frames of stun, but keeps them close. It doesn't reach full screen though. And C is an anti-air using that auto combo with 29 frames of block stun, but poor tracking. So for synergy, he's really big on mix-ups. If you can get your pressure better, then you don't really need to rely on that true string rocket kick one, so you don't need that extra block stun. And most base Vegeta players prefer the disc mix because, you know, that works with more assists for more versatility, meaning that those assists can also help him in neutral and combos on top of mix, so just more flexibility. So check how your assists interact with his mix-ups, and also check if they can provide gapless mix as well if they have more blocks on, like for example these ones that I'm showing in the video. Like Roshi B, he hits a little bit at the beginning, then you throw the disc to time it to cover his middle gap into the rest. But his level 3 is one of his biggest assets that you need to focus on in terms of synergy, because some characters can play point for him and then tag him into his 214S grab. Some allow for side switches into that grab for mix, like lab coach grab after combo enders by doing smashes combos, or other creative ways with specials and tags like as OTG grab into buffed up level 3 to get access to the mix. Getting in mid-screen is preferable over the corner, so make sure you know character side switches, like the previous Blue Vegeta one that we spoke about where he side switched. I can also get base Vegeta in here, and this allows him to get get into his stronger foray mid-screen. Now in terms of combos, first of all, on any of his combos, make sure you end with J2H, JS, J214M, where you can hold forward into 214S, adding the 2M before it for the mix or whatever. Or you can continue into 2M into kind of another B&B combo, which is good if you're close to getting the kill, and then you want to maximize that combo ending with your supers. Knee drop makes confirming Ki Blast really nice, holding forward after it so you can confirm anything on that knee drop, even like EX rocket kick and stuff, where you can grab after JDR enders too. So yeah, make sure you remember that you can use knee drop whenever. In the corner, master his Ki Blast struggle with delays on the second JL, so you do JL weight, JL Ki Blast, light weight, light Ki Blast, light weight, light Ki Blast, repeat. Thankfully I have a video on him covering everything, but here's an example of one of my more favorite corner staircase routes with him, needing delays after the first auto combo on every hit going down, where you can add Ki Blast at the end of his knee drop into his grab on shorter routes for more meta. He builds a lot of bar too. Sheesh. Super Baby 2, a true zoner with endless projectiles, angles, summons, especially since his Ki Blast can come back, but just being fully centered around projectiles, and pressure and combos for loops for huge meter build, and being one of the best enablers in the game. His level 1 goes up as high as you want it to, but his level 3s are unique. He has a giant revenge death ball that can be held down to make it go directly down, or just left for it to travel full screen away. Good for punishing tools for different angles. And his other one has some extra guard point to it to nullify things like safe jump, but being a close range level 3. This actually gets powered up with a new animation if an ally goes down. In neutral, he has 3 Ki Blasts that fires at a time when you press S or JS. If they miss, they all come back. Great to bait into 2Hs or his 214S anti, or even his 214H anti-grab. 214S having good suction to it, but his Ki Blasts are a bit committal because it's always 3. So if close by or if whiffed, it's hard to cancel into it where they can punish, but dives can come in to kind of lock them down into the hit. The dive layers also help for some mobility with assist too. Same with his dive kicks J2L and J2M, but that has a steeper angle. He also has these grounded down Ki Blasters that fires them up and rains them down at different angles with 1S, 2S, 3S, which can be cool to bring them back down to the ground. 6S is projectile invul and always comes back even on hit or block. Great to pair with reflex if they're stringing you with a lot of things because you go reflect into the projectile invul. All of his Ki Blasts only come back if you don't get a hit out of it though, so if they approach you and you reflect them away, Ki Blasts still come back. But if they reflect your Ki Blast, they also don't come back. And he has a multi-hitting 6H special. You can cancel the first hit with other tools, but this allows for all of his synergy that we'll see later by tagging and stuff. On hit, you go corner to corner. If you can get them to block the follows after the first hit, you can tag into a 50-50 with super jump into a high or low. That works anywhere on screen. But there is a gap after the first hit that makes it counterable, so be careful. He has a beam with 236S to use whenever. Super dash on hit deals into vanish, the regular beam stuff. His Ki Blast and tools work well with 5H to come into range as like a mini lariat with that 5H. His other normals are alright though. Although in the air, J2H has huge hitbox to it, which is nice to pair with JL and stuff. If you staircase, JH hits them up, so try not to rely on that. After killing a character, you can also summon their assist with added invul during the summon animation. 22L for A, 22M for B assist, 22H half a bar for C assist, and this can be used for combos and such, especially if you're familiar with that assist. Or just throwing the C assist one out there with the EX version, which can help for easy conversions and Oki and all. These can also be held to negative edge them so they come out later for specific cases, like doing 22L holding the L, and this can come out with assist to set up stuff, but damn, this is getting a lot. So with all these and his level 3, he's really good at managing the neutral and whiff punishing. Pressure wise, his normals are okay. His tool is a bit slow but still hits low, that helps for mix, having good range on it, and he has a very safe but slow 5M. 5H is interesting when he spaces himself out because it can go back into reach for space traps and stuff, which is also his main frame trap after 6S and his other Ki Blast. He also has a solo command grab with 5L, 6LL, although slow but good output on his grab, especially in the corner for loops. He can use his returning Ki Blast to kind of overextend, stealing the corner and stuff, which can be really strong if used properly or to bait opponents to interact. But the thing about Ki Blast pressure is that they're all guard cancel reflectable, so quote unquote fake because they can reflect or super dash through, so be careful of that and not overextend it because you might get reflected away. So throw in base and be ready to punish super dashes. But if you get really good at these Ki Blast mind games, you can create interesting sequences and patterns. In terms of mix-ups, assist can help with left rights to maximize his Ki Blast pressure to make it tight, but his go-to mix is with super dash plus assist to get that high low, but some assists can actually allow it to work mid-screen because of how his 2L can reach from so far. bar, which is nice for consistent 50-50s from anywhere. Assist wise, his A assists are his Ki Blast, 1 always comes back, and 3 of them all come back if they all whiff, so they can almost be like a double hitting assist for unique things if timed right, or used off camera, because they track back to the opponent. Just be ready to 2H super dashes and manage reflex and all. B assist is slower at 38 frames of block stun, appearing then firing. It tracks and grounds them, but is 2Hable and avoidable. C is just a slower beam with 32 frames of block stun. Now in terms of synergy, he's the biggest enabler in the game, and the reason why is because he generates huge amounts of meter from his combos with Ki Blast loops, which is effective for anyone to have the bar. He has huge corner carry with these loops, especially if you're optimal with them, that deal great damage too, so then you'll have a lot of bar and damage for the team to rotate in and maximize 2 touches. But also that 6H tool, giving corner carry on hits, but also multiple hits, so you can do universal extensions or just JDR at the end of combos. But more importantly, he can do specific character extensions. So he's known for giving Nappa Man his Saibamen Restands combos, where he can combo into mix right away instead of having to go into Oki. And he has multiple setups of that, working mid-screen and in the corner. In the corner, you can set up a 4-way as well. You can go into Zamasu and his Blade of Judgment extensions easily, which is like adding in a level 2 amount of damage in your combos to end it off. You can add level ups, charges, Majin Buu and Piccolo restands, for example, and much more. But he also thrives coming in after setting an advantage. Sure, he'll have a summon when he gets the advantage, but he's also really great at managing a life lead with his neutral control. Assists will allow him to get his super dash 50-50 mid-screen are nice. These include things like Gotenks A, Roshi B, GT Goku B, and other close range assists. He has a lot of more niche synergistic values, like how his B assist can help a lot of people extend from really high up off the ground into their more damaging grounded conversions. Or how some people can take advantage of his A assist, characters who work well with Ki Blast and how they return, but also in neutral to control those angles, especially if you can anti-air and all as well. He can also side switch a lot with his grab special or other loops and stuff, so keep that in mind for DHC purposes too if you want to be in the corner or want to be mid-screen. Combo wise, a simple BNB can look like this, where you can get sliding knockdown with that J2M. But get used to his mid-screen loops. This is his basic loop to get started with by dashing before 6S and dashing into 5LL, then continue into the rest. You can air dash after the grab for more meter before supers, and you can get into these loops from any hit, having slightly different sequences depending on height and all. He has more optimal routes though that get a bit character specific with it and his harder 2S stuff. Here's an example of that, but thankfully I have a whole guide on these more optimal baby routes. In the corner, you can just do this simple 6S loops. Auto-timed, works on everyone, makes it really easy to work, so that can be your old reliable. So here's an example of it from a down heavy with good output off of it. He has lots of different combo enders in the corner like Dragon Rush or Medium Grab, but J2L, 5L, 3S Grab is nice to add on to maximize his hits. But more importantly, with character specifics, you can get some of the highest output in the game. Here's an example with a triple beam, needing to delay the first one so you're closer after 5H to continue, then hold down after the last one. But he has a lot if you want to get optimal with it. Now on to our first fusion, Vegito. He has insane screen control, most known for his neutral and support value, and it was iconic for popularizing left-right pressure. He has great supers in the ground that reaches very high up, another in the air, which is actually a part of his level 4 if you hold his level 3, which is his final flash, Kamehameha, which works in the air as well. So he has some of the best neutral in the game with some key tools. His 5M has insane range and can be converted with 5S or 2S if they're in the air, and is insanely fast. His 6S reaches full screen, great to snipe landings or whiff punish anything, and this combos into 3S on hits. Just be careful of relying on it, cause on block if you whiff you leave yourself vulnerable, and precise super dashes can beat you spamming 6S. Quarter circle 4 special covers the entire screen, which can be done at different angles, some angles even allowing him to super dash without getting 2H, and acts as super dash base as well. Speaking of anti-airs, his EX grab is an insane tool to grab them out the air, especially after block super dashes depending on the angle, which can be comboed with that 6S. And his kick specials can make for full screen pokes, but also great mobility tools traveling more than full screen away on that EX one. So he's one of the best whiff punishers in the game with a plethora of different angles, mobility, and tools to punish with. On block, he has a lot of space control to push you away but still be within range of his moves. He can reverse beat into his 2L after mediums, and then you can do 5L from that. Dragon Rush is a common tool for him, that's why using 5L into EX grab to DR crush can be really interesting with assist helping out. And he also has 5L, 6L as a command grab normal as well. But he's more known for conditioning them to block, then doing an ID cross up or jump up same side JS, making you guess between the two. And even if you block the same side, he can continue with a JH for pressure, bro. It's just a lot. Just remember to frame trap them as well, so that way you can get hits with their frame traps, and then when they block, you go into the left rights. The left rights is his common mix after his level 3, spending a vanish to appear next to them and then going into the left rights. What's also good about the cross up is that it also spark baits, being right outside of it, and then you can layer in lows and stuff. Just be careful of not spamming that vanish input or you might trigger his level 4. This becomes even crazier in Spark since you can jump cancel his multi hits ASAP and all for instantaneous left rights. In the corner, if you want access to it, you'd have to do 2L into vanish, since 2L is the only tool of his that jails into vanish. Then you can frame trap or add in your mix up. You don't want to end with his leg special anymore in the corner since they made those minus on block, so you'd have to get creative with how you end your pressure. 214S can also be held to grab as well, but this takes long. 214S is mostly used as a counter tool because you know his shields are up, but it's not too good besides that. His A assist is most known for neutral and defensive purposes since he appears behind the point character. It has okay hit stun but limited block stun because it's a guard cancelable since it's Ki Blast, but this makes it a huge super dash base, so get ready to 2H and manage reflex. B assist gives a great block stun for mix-ups at 46 frames but with pushback, so be careful of how you use it, but it is really helpful to get 50-50s. C is kind of trash but does track anywhere on screen. So Vegito is usually as a support character with that A assist, especially to help rush downs. When he's on point, fast defensive assist can really help his mobility, but because he got a meter nerf to the amount that he builds in combos, it's a bit better to have a balanced team that can generate meter for him as well. He provides easy tag setups with his multi kicks, it to tag a JDR and even other normals as well, because it has that lingering property to it while kicking while getting tagged out, and that can set up other things besides just JDR. But when he's the one tagging in, remember he's stronger when he's mid screen instead of in the corner, where he can do a dash jump super jump Oki setup going into his left rights from there when you pressure. The tick throw setup is worth noting with low block stun, which makes it an actual 50-50 between the grab or strike, unlike his solo 5L 6L. Some supers linger longer than his level 1, where he can do the grab afterwards to pick up more damage at the end of his DACs, which is kind of interesting I suppose. Now for combos, his main combo structure will revolve around his 2S now, where he can get sliding knockdown with his M or EX grab. Here's another harder variation with a cool split finger shot extension off a skill starter into light grab vanish so it doesn't drop on longer combos, but also so you can stay same side so you can pick where you want to be. Even from a down heavy, you can maximize it with an EX grab or medium grab if your back is to the corner for good damage. And here's me showing that in the corner, his max damage stuff comes from these early grab routes, but if you want sliding knockdown, you can go for rejumps and stuff like that. And he has two rejumps, he has the JH one or the JM rejump one, and then you can add his quarter circle forward special into super dashes and stuff. But I do like these two S combos, although they do tend to side switch a lot. Gogeta Blue, another flashy fusion with amazing animations, but is great at rushing down, and plenty of tools to get him in from different angles and having access to more high-low mix-ups with assists. And he has so many supers, 3 level 1s, 1 grounded that can be held for a level 2, 1 aerial only one, and 1 anywhere that he can do, which is probably his best level 1 super, and a level 3 that can be held to be a level 5 for even more damage to it. Holy, they bless this character. The only thing is, like Vegito in Gogeta 4, he has a meter nerf as well to the amount that he builds in combos. In neutral, he has insane range with his normals, but they all have recovery, so be careful of spamming these, although they're great for whiff punishes. His single beam button is interesting, where the quarter circle one brings clones in at different angles, which you can control based on the direction you hold. But on impact, you can get a plus on block a dive kick. His command grab also reaches full screen on top of his quick lariat rekkas, and while he doesn't have Ki Blast, he has DPs, light being an anti-air and medium and EX being frame 1 DPs. EX having the additional ability to give sliding knockdown even on long combos. His pressure is a bit on the weaker side. All of his normals are really minus on block, which limits his rhythm and tempo. His auto combo that hits overhead is also really easy to counter, so don't over abuse that one. You don't want to use JH for overheads, you want to use his multi-hitting JM or JL. His command throw can come out whenever to grab, which is especially hard after his double hitting 5L jab. He does have left right with the J2S to be same side, but he's most known for his L lariat M follow plus assist high low. That's his main mix up. There's a gap here, but some assists can cover that gap for your high low. Like 17's barrier that also deals with guard cancels. But because it has a gap, simply doing the first hit and waiting and baiting out a lot can give you great damage, because you can do an M starter, because a lot of people like to reflect it. You can also do his super dash plus assist one, especially after beam, since that jails in the super dash. If they hold the beam, they can reflect the super dash stuff and thus have to guess a 50-50. On his level 3, he doesn't get anything too crazy, but he still has his multi overhead JM high, going into a grab from far, or even spark baiting with his far ranges. Like that 5H is pretty crazy. For assist, A is a conventional assist reaching full screen with 29 frames of stun, but has a wall bounce on hit. B is interesting because it's a fast end tier with less block stun in exchange. C is a tracking comboable one, but nothing much afterwards. Synergy wise, check which assist gives him access to his mix-ups, especially if you can find ways to true string it. Fast assist can help enhance his fast pokes and help to make him safer, so increasing his rush down capabilities. So having one for mix and one to help him maximize his pokes in neutral is a common game plan. Of course, if both assists are versatile, then that's the best, because they can help him in a plethora of different situations. Especially if assists are more defensive, to let him whiff on purpose and then you cover his poor recovery that he has. He's really good at extending with combos with 214M at the end plus a tag into JDR. His level 1 Big Bang Kamehameha also has a great lingering ability to it, allowing for quicker supers to hit and still having follow-ups afterwards, like Gohan here. But even his alternate super, this one, like we showed with Goku, it can actually give him corner steal abilities with that spacing, which is really cool. Now for combos, he has a ton, like this one concept that revolves around 5H and the 214S, where you can side switch again too after that 214S, but add both of his beams here for good damage, getting knocked down with his Rekkas. If you ever land a straight hit, you can do his EX Ender on his lariat to get a wall bounce extension. And he has a ton of rejumps as well, which is great to do 214M into JDR knockdown, since you hold the smash for later, so that way when you get the smash and use it on that medium DP in the air, you can get solo knockdown. So here's an example of his endless combo sauce and variety in the corner though, from a skill starter where you can get this cool side switch by delaying the 5M a bit and continuing as you want. I want to show off a little vanish extension here as well, because that's just sick to me. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta is very unique, having the ability to get a Dragon Ball to get closer for a wish with his down special. He has an extra air dash for mobility and mix-ups, and even a level up mechanic where you can get an insta-kill at level 7 with 214H plus S. Each level ups also increase the damage of his regular supers too, which can be done in the air. The insta-kill can be comboed after vanishes, but also after a heavy, his grab, or his EX flip knockdown for just half a bar. Thus he has different playstyles, all kind of geared towards rush down and his double air dash mix-ups. In neutral, his double dash obviously helps with mobility, but it pairs nicely with his eye glare. This pairs well with his 214H that's plus on block, his 214S counter that works even in the air, and lariats at time as well, so his tools can kind of all work together, especially since they try to super dash through his eye glare. It can cancel into that 214S, which is really cool. His lariats are really good at going through ki blast as well, so it's a great way to just move forward and counter and impress opponents. Auto combo is also cursed as a big tracking anti-air sometimes, which is crazy. Speaking of his counter, by the way, his 22S Dragon Ball input is a fully invisible frame 1 counter, covering both sides and getting a Dragon Ball even on whip. It can also give knockdowns in combos. As for pressure, he's the only character with infinite lights. Although 2L isn't a lot, as long as he's within reach, he can continue that 4L, etc. input. His 6H follow-up is cool, as it hits overhead, where the slower 6H can hit low for plus frames on block. And it can be chained twice, so this can be nice if you do 6H stuff and then 5H and then 6H again. A lot of people like to reflect or reversal here, so 6H into nothing can be effective as well. His flips hit overhead where the M and EX ones are plus, and he also has a command grab. He can fit in his double air dashes for left-right mix-ups. They're much better with an assist where he has 3 main ones. He can do double dash high after the assist, or single dash land low 2M. 2M is enough because of the timings of his extra dash overheads. The next is Fuzzy. Call the assist, jump up with a JM so you get another low to the ground JM. If that connects on block, you're able to actually input an IED, so with 9-6 into quadruple highs. Or after that first JM, you can land a low 2M. That's the mix, high-low mix. He can also go into this by doing super dash plus assist into a falling JM, and then you do your IED for the Fuzzy, or you do land a 2M. All of those concepts work on his level 3 knockdown, so double dash being the easiest and most consistent, with the high also safe jumps. For his assist, his A1 is his level up that levels him up to 5 levels max, and generous meter starting with half a bar and increasing as his level increase. This is what you could see if you are running a level up game plan. His B assist is his conventional lariat assist with 33 frame stun and keeps them in place and also goes through projectiles. C has the added benefit of generating a Dragon Ball on every use, even on whiff. Good for Dragon Ball game plans, but super low block stun at only 16 frames. He doesn't have any full screen presence, so he heavily relies on you being good to move in. If your neutral is weaker, you may prefer full screen assist to help him out. If it is better, then mid-range assist can come in more handy, especially paired with his lariats and iglers and other tools. He has the meter nerf, so having help with that is nice. Having high blocks and assists helps with his 50-50s, especially some that convert from neutral, like Trunks C or Janemba C being a tracking example, getting really strong 50-50s from full screen away. These require like 40 frames stun to get consistent 50-50s. But another synergy aspect is getting multiple levels per combo, even on block. These can be done from assists that are multi-hitting like Super Saiyan Vegeta A or C assist. With Spark, you can actually get 3 bars and 7 levels to kill right away with these type of assists. So you get insta kills from just 1 or 2 interactions. You can also use staggered assists like Piccolo A or 16B, where you cover the gaps in between manually and then getting a few levels here and there when they're hitting. So there's multiple ways to set up your insta kills, which can be very effective in late or even early game depending on how the game plan flows. In terms of combos, you can do his medium auto combo as a simple universal BMB extension because you can jump afterwards. But more optimally, go for the re-jump after his medium lariats, delaying that JM after the air dash and then extending with your eye glare super dash, doing JLMH manually at the end so the eye glare ender can connect. His EX lariat is nice to get back down to the floor, but if you're close to the ground, it's more optimal extending with 6H 3H. In the corner, here's how this optimal route can look like. Try to set up these combos where you can eye glare into down heavy to get more damage, or if you stay grounded with assist to get levels, where you can do 2-2S to knockdown. He has a lot of combos. Super Saiyan 2 Teen Gohan or Tohan is supposed to be more of a rushdown character that's known for his huge damage and combos with bomb loops. His supers also do above average damage, or he can go into a level 5 if held on that level 3 as well. A lot of people just pick him up because his bombos and that damage is just too sick. Although being a rushdown, his neutral is a bit lackluster. He does have Ki Blast and an anti-airframe 1 DP, the others being fully invincible, but his lariat lacks in range. Thus you have to try to keep yourself within range to effectively poke with lariats, bombs, or his normals. You want to try and stay grounded. 2S can pop you up, but once in the air you don't have any specials or mobility, only his stationary kicks. 1S and 3S can make for interesting pokes too, 1S to peel you back and 3S to advance you forward with momentum. So carrying that momentum can be really nice. If high enough, his Ki Blasts up in the air do hit full screen away though, which can help with whiff punish and stuff. And of course, his tracking auto combo can be nice in the close to mid ranges, especially if they're above you. He also has the ability to super dash after his level 1 super, useful if you ever need to punish something or combo afterwards. He has interesting staggers. It's funny how 5L and 5M kind of look familiar for rhythm changes and stuff. You can 4LL, which helps to prevent you going into the auto combo, since that puts you airborne where you can only go into his kicks. His kicks can frame trap with a medium, or the EX is plus on block, but it's limited, so 2Hs can counter if you overextend. With assist though, even after the medium one, you can go into a high-low. Since there can be a gap, doing nothing after the auto combo can be nice sometimes as well to bait that out. His other assisted mix is with 236H plus assist, where you can float up left right, or you can hold down for a fast fall low. Mid screen with the floats you can cross up, and in the corner this just turns into a high low with a delayed air dash. This one is better than the kicks because it's less telegraphed and can lead to a 4-way mid screen, and it works with low blocks in as well, so it's less committal. But you can also just do basic super dash plus assist mix with Teen Gohan as well. Solo, he also has great mix up options between the IED cross up JL if you get the spacing right, which is an unreactable cross up, or 1S, which looks like he's jumping over but hits same side with the bomb. That counters 2Hs as well. His A assist is real good at being a fast invincible assist with 29 frames of stun, great for rushdowns to use when approaching. B is also very interesting, a staggered multi-hitting assist to keep them locked down for a long time, but is guard cancelable since it is Ki Blast. This long duration does enable synergistic things though, like Piccolo, Restands, or charges and more. C is a tracking one at 35 frames blocks them, but is switchable, so nothing too valuable here, unless you're facing just mindless jumpers. So Tohan can be on points, building huge meter for pivots and supports, with assists to help his neutral and angles he can't cover, but can also be kept at the back because of his useful assist and huge DAC value with his damage. When using them though, you want to try to keep him with assists that keep them grounded, because all of his damage comes from bombs that are easier to confirm the lower you are. They can still be converted high up in the sky though, especially if you're good at his combos. It's just a bit harder. A tip to confirm is doing his bomb then super dash to get lower to the ground and then into the rest. And of course you want to check who can enable that 226 H mix, being the stronger one, or his meterless medium legs mix up like barriers to help counter guard cancels and stuff. He can do tag JDR setups as well, but he has a lot of ways to extend with assist anyways, especially close to the ground. His level 1 also has some hits on after it's fading too, which lets things like Piccolo to charge his special beam cannon and fire for more damage possible, and more synergistic things like that. So mid-screen, be careful of just mashing auto combo, but you can side switch with it. Doing 4LL helps to stay grounded for hit confirms and pressure confirms as pokes. I highly recommend you get started with medium into 2 bombs dash 5M repeats, where if you reach the corner you do his medium lariats, light 3 mediums where you can do dash JDR for a solo ender. Even after 5H it works, and if you do a super jump you can go into a quad bomb loop, but you lose your ability to get that kick lariat smash ender if you use 5H, so here's noting how his EX kick gives sliding knockdown without having to vanish. For the quad bombs you want to input 2 bombs, wait a little bit, then input 2 bombs right after. In the corner the same concepts apply, but here's a more optimal route with quintuple bombos. It's easier after 5H as long as one of the bombs is a back bomb for spacing. Here I show off the vanish extension, especially if your smash is used up earlier, but you can get into loose from anything, even 2H's and vanishes. Now time for his grown-up form, Adult Gohan. He's a very precise counter puncher requiring high skill where things get a bit complicated with level ups from his super. He starts at level 0 with no lightning. At level 1 he gets a new auto combo and his back fist special tracks. At level 3 he gets double air dashes. At 5 he gets reverse beat where he can chain his normals in any order, able to go from heavy to lights to mediums. And at level 7 he can cancel specials together, giving him extra ground bounce on that super as well. He can hold this super with the alternate inputs to get multiple levels at once, and each level increases his damage also. This is why he's commonly seen kept at the back until it's time for him to come in to level up and get stronger before actually throwing hands. He also has a unique level 3 animation with Gotenks on the team where he's alone, or with Super Saiyan Goku where he joins in. In neutral he needs to be very precise since he doesn't have any long range tools besides his beam. His 5S has limited range, but JS and 2S are very strong as a poke. Great to whiff punish because of its angle, hence counter puncher, but also to peel back to be defensive. He can also hold towards the opponent to stay closer with a J6S or 3S on the ground. It can be really safe and bait super dashes to get ready to anti-air, his LDB being a frame 1 anti-air as well. His legs can be interesting for mobility reasons with different momentums to them. Just be careful with recovery stuff, especially that 226M where you can hold it at different durations to change landing sites and more. And his fast fall to quickly adjust himself, being able to cancel into down heavy or DPs or supers if you land on the ground and bait them towards you. That's where that LDP comes in to be an unskilled starter, and the other DPs are fully invul, having interesting horizontal range to them. EX being comboable at level 1 and onwards with 3L, which is unlocked at level 1. Besides that, his mediums and heavies have good range, with 5Edge being a bit tricky to use but is a single hitting projectile. Oh boy, his pressure, there's so much to it. His normals on block can get very complicated, but he essentially has endless patterns, with great frame data and rhythm, changing at every level, like his auto combo changing at level 1. And I have a bunch of videos on this, but a quick TLDR, his back fist can be interesting as an overhead, just be careful of 2H's, so make sure to be aware of that and counter around it. You can fast fall after his down heavy to safely end pressure, where you can 2S the counter or risk an overextension, or go into his EX legs. Plus on block but 2Hable solo, although this brings us into his first mix-up where he calls the assist for a true string high-low, working with low stun at around 30 frames, but there's guard cancel to worry about. Some assists can cover this though, like Nappa's armored assist. His other main mix-up is being grounded plus assist, like after his 0 on block 2-0, where you can air dash afterwards with super jump IDs as well for left, rights, high lows, using his 5L for the low option since the first part of it hits low, or mixing his fast fall with assist for cool mix-ups. And of course at level 3 you can get fuzzy setups like we spoke about with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Reverse beat gives him even more new patterns where he can also get solo mix-ups. And level 7 lets you do special pressure where you can extend with DPs if you're minus and they challenge because you can cancel into safe on block kicks if they block that DP and more. There's just a lot, bro. He gets pretty good mix after level 3 at every level, with fast falls and stuff sure, but by holding S you can do the super jump IED high-low, holding up for a float high, or down for a fast fall 5L. Make sure you let go up down so you can actually do 5L. And when you reach level 3 with double dashes, you can do a double IED high JL safe jump meaty, or a single air dash land 5L for another 50-50. His A assist is a fast, almost fully invul assist. It's only an anti-air but has 29 frames of block zone, which is really nice defensively. B gives a lot of block zone at 45 frames and holds him steady, helpful for characters who need a lot of block zone for mix-ups and stuff. And C assist is just your generic beam. Synergy wise, as long as you have above 35 frames of block zone, you can do a lot of interesting mix-ups and pressure extensions, but he mostly needs help in neutral. The biggest piece of synergy for Gohan is DHC potential, so that he can get his level up and still get sliding knockdown or pressure afterwards. It can be after the super, like after his dad's angled down beam where he has knockdown afterwards, or after Gogeta Blue's big bang Kamehameha where he can jump up into Dragon Rush and then get the universal Oki. This works with like Beerus and others. Some supers can hit on the way down from high up, so Gohan can finish his level up before they finish, and he can also level up mid specials if they're multi-hitting and high enough so he can continue the combo and extend from there. Mid-screen, learn his beam rejump with air dash JM into 3H super jump etc, which is a lot easier than the universal rejump. You can do JM JL 3H, just mashing that out so the 3H can come out when you land on the ground. Once leveled up, you want to save your smash for later so you can end with that smash J2H into the tracking back fist. Here's an example of a double beam double rejump combo. In the corner, you want to stick to his leg loops, holding L the entire time until you're about to land and then go into 2L and continue from there. Level 5, he has a lot of insane reverse B Joko combos. Here's an example of one, but he also has some cool reverse B corner loops as well with his air dashes, IADs, and all that. At level 7, he has DP loops, both in the corner and mid-screen, where you want to wait a bit before you cancel into a whiffed light leg so you can land and keep going, on top of extending from a bunch of other special cancels. Gohan's wifey Videl is a big mix-up demon with interesting output with great Saibamen by her side, but is a huge defensive character. So let's quickly break down her unique defensive mechanic. She has a spot dodge instead of a reflect by doing back special. That dodge can be cancelled into DP'd with an S input afterwards, actually making it better than reflect because this means you can get a combo punish on any dodgeable thing, unlike reflects that just pushes them away. And you can also cancel into DP on a wave dodge, insane, so it's very hard to bait and punish. But if they do outspace or dodge, and then if they do outspace or dodge DP, it's a free punish for them. A perfect spot dodge does give you more meter as well. It'll say good to let you know. DP by itself is 214S by the way, and she has two counter supers. One is a stance that takes 1 bar away from them and buffs up Great Saiyaman, buffing that level 1 super for later in her combos where it hits like a level 2, and buffing other Saiyaman stuff. You can also get this buff in combos as it keeps a buff on KOs, but not if you DHC too early. Gotta let him dance a little. It does do less than her other super, but sets her up for later. And the other is on knockdowns, where Gohan comes in by holding that super dash trigger. It's now punishable unless you get the Great Saiyaman boss where it becomes safe on block. She has other tools that are kind of defensively too, like down flips, being frame 4 invul and more. In neutral, she is very interesting. Great Saiyaman has a projectile and lariats at different angles. 5S goes through projectiles and jails to vanish. 6S is especially nice as it appears higher up to hit jumpers. Things like J2S can catch him off guard from up top, but more importantly, JS can intercept super dashes even on reaction when you're in the air, and J8S for a better angle after super jumps that hit full screen. And these all gel into vanishes to get in. 2S is a bit situational, firing a slow ki blast for you. 6H also goes through ki blast as a committal record, so lots of ways to dodge and slip through projectiles. L, M, and EX all having different follow-ups and stuff, giving you more combo possibilities and pressure follow-ups. Even to combo with her super where you can super dash afterwards, or end with J2S JDR since we're talking about extending with supers. Even 214 special in the air that dives to grab them. It is crushable and two-ishable, but can be effective with pretty good angle to it. Her specials also help a ton for mobility purposes too, pairing with assist and whatnot. In pressure, she has a lot. Gray and frame data overall. Her normals are interesting, like 5M 4M, or having a command 5L 6LL to grab them for pressure. Her 236 record is interesting because the second hit is an overhead, or it can be stopped to bait interactions. You can add her cross-up flips whenever with that down input, some being plus so you can connect with a JM, beating some 2Hs too. Her 6H can be cancelled with heavies or specials to change tempo as well, and even 2S for some plus frames at time with slower tempos. Mixing in IAD heavy with IAD grab is interesting, since they stand block to handle overheads, but then get grabbed instead. There's a lot, and with assist you can get even more curse. Like after flips plus assist, you get a 50-50 with late air dash high or land low, especially the EX one, or left rights. Flip is stronger by doing 226L, JL2M, which gives you a flip where you can get the continuing JL. You can also whiff a JH to land back same side for insane mix if your assists are there to help. And of course, her universal mechanics with super dash plus assist, 6Ms and stuff can add on to her layers. For her level 3, alternating between a safe jump JH by just holding up then timing the heavy, this hits super meaty and catches a lot of people because the second option is jumping up and doing a grab instead that catches high block, where you can combo the medium one, but that one needs extra delay and thus not really mixy. But she can also hold S and then IAD, where you can hold up for a float high JL meaty safe jump or hold down for a fast fall with that super jump IAD mix for another 50-50. A is a standard lariat that's fast to call out but low blocks at 29 frames. B is your blocks and assist, locking them down for a huge 46 frames of blocks and makes for easy combo extensions. C utilizes her fully invincible DP, great vertical hitbox to hit jumps too, but doesn't track in the air, great as a quick defensive counter tool. Synergy wise, she usually comes off as a support, so firstly find characters that benefit off her assist when she's at the back. When she's in though, of course normal neutral help is nice, but especially if they can help her confirm straight hits. Since she loves to move in with rushdowns, quicker defensive assist to help her rushdown game plan is nice. And she can mix with most assists. Just be aware of pushbacks and quickness of the assist, as you might be able to get really cursed stuff mid-screen depending on the degree that the assist push opponents back and how fast they come out, which influence timings too. Her super is interesting because of how she launches up, which can set up some interesting whiff synergy things like with Trunks level 2 by whiffing the first hit because the second hit deals way more damage when that second part only hits. Here's an easy combo to start, noting how you can extend after J236M with 5L, being able to get sliding knockdown if you end it early like so. But you can also extend with a non-smash J2H into Super Dash, which is unique to only her, where an assist can help you end that combo. Here's a more optimized version with more hits. Her combos revolve around her rejumps though. Here's an easy rejump, all auto timed by doing J4LL after the super dash into heavy, doing that light medium heavy into down heavy but needing half a bar to finish. She can get more optimal than this, but here's how you can extend after her super by just mashing down special after it into Dragon Rush. In the corner, here's an easy loop she can do a great Saibaman, delaying the first 5S so 2M can link, then 6S, and then the next one is 5S, where you can do 2 reps of that to push it by using a nice EX ender here. And here's an example of her more optimal corner rejumps as well. An easy version as there are no delays needed, so definitely give this a shot. Her combos are quite unique and very cool. Now time for little bro's fused form, Gotenks. He can be a bit complex, being a high pressure character, multi-hits, and constantly likes to lock you down, with his iconic approach to Oki with Ghost Oki, having 4 of his ghosts to help. This further pins you down when done right, giving mix and pressure while locking down one of the hardest defensive interactions in the game, Oki. And if you have Piccolo on the squad, you can get a unique level 3 animation. In neutral, he has really high mobility, his normals are cool with the J6S carried forward momentum, grounded ki blast, and double-sided 2H to anti-air, but mobility mostly comes from his specials. His fist and Beyblade specials, especially the EX one, can be oriented around, and even anti-air if they try to super dash and punish you early. All of his tools can actually counter super dash pretty effectively. His beam also works at various heights, and can even be faked out if held, which is cool. And his 214S can be angled around. Not good, just interesting. His unique ability is that he can special cancel specials together, which can lead to crazy combos but also confirm. So in terms of pressure and mix-ups, he can be a bit overwhelming. He has great timings and rhythm, being able to hold a 5H for example, 6L reaching further, but is known for a lot of reflect base after Q blast. He used to have more plus frames with EX punch, but now you can get plus frames with its held medium punch, although there's a small gap there, and 214S if you risk the gap or after assist. And being able to special cancel can drain the opponent's mental strength and incite more patterns. But things like the first hit of J214S has a 1 frame gap into super dash, making it very hard to deal with, so you can special cancel into that and do super dash plus assist mix. You need to confirm the 2L with 6L on hit so you move closer, 2L 5L whiffs at this distance. Then you can introduce a fake beam shout cancel to bait out reflex, since that's the only frame 1 option here, then you can get huge damage. His other iconic mix-ups are his Beyblades, where you can orient it up and cross up after a slight gap or same side. It's really hard to maneuver, but if done right, it kind of feels like a solo 50-50 between the left-right, where it can't be 2H if tight enough. What he's most known for though is Ghost Oki. Essentially the real one is done after a double jumping backwards JH knockdown, so you can get a float backwards for the right spacing, then input 226H plus S. What you need to know is that each ghost can be fired by pressing the input, or if you hold the input during the ghost animation and let go of that input, the corresponding ghost fires. There's a few different ways to go about it, where J214M into the double jump JH is a common ender, but from there you want to hold L and S during the supers. trajectories. Then when they get up, you let go of S to meet you with the closest ghost. Then you hold forward and press and hold the super dash input to get a dash, which fires the next heavy ghost with that dash macro enabled, since super dash input is H and S. From there you want to hold up to super jump up. Because you're holding the super dash macro, the S lets jumps turn into super jumps. Then you hold down to fast fall and you release your L input for the third ghost. Then you hold down to fast fall and that's when you release your L input for the third ghost. That's to help you mix. Either land low 2L or air dash high. If ghosts hit though, you lose your smash on the combo, so be careful of that. But what's crazy is that if they block it, you can go into an auto combo or super dash and fire the last ghost for another slower high low with the medium inputs. So 2 universal mix-ups, getting your assists back and more. On hit though, you want to go into auto combo 2 and then you do 214S so that you can whiff the ghost by pressing medium during that 214S animation. That helps with combo output and stuff. So on block, on hit, on both the high lows, always go into that auto combo. Assist wise, he has his A assist that helps with mix-ups because of his huge block stun at 56 frames but slow startup and has some tracking. B is conventional now as punches with 40 frames of block stun but easier to use. And C is a beam at 31 frames that you can angle up by holding up plus the assist. So of course for synergy, assist that can help him in neutral but also mix up is nice. Then he can build off of them. But specifically liking A or B assist more because he's able to regen them back after his Ghost Oki pressure strings if all is blocked, so that you can continue pressure with an assist available. With the multi-hitting 214S, you can set up a lot of interesting Z-tag setups, or with the super stuff, like how I showed with Adult Gohan, but even for others to get their setups in. If he's the one coming in, it can be from a tag that's low to the ground for a spin where he still has access to his double jump so that he can do the JH float away ender into the Ghost Oki, especially if the character can go corner to corner smashless. Also works after like 2 Asians attack, but only if the hit stun decay isn't too long. Good supers to help with his cash out and 2-touch ability do help, but also tracking supers in case his hit stun decay gets too high up with no smash available to bring them back down. But he also has these unique setups with his EX Beyblade plus tag, with characters who can nullify landing recovery with a move that can go for a high-low while he lingers, such as Roshi, Zamasu, Bardock, and more. Alright, so he has a bunch of combos. Here's a simple extension from his BNB by using the 214M smash into a beam and continuing from there. So instead of doing your heavy or down heavy, you do 214M. Here's a scaled example to start with an alternate version to showcase how his special cancels can look like because he's very unique in that regard. But his more advanced stuff is from his rejumps. Thankfully, he now has an auto-timed rejump with 214L into 214S where he can add extra hits in. And the 214S is inputted right before the last hit of 214L. More optimally, you want to shout cancel by waiting right before the very last hit of his 214L spin before doing quarter circle forward special but holding it to get a shout but cancelling it by holding it, and that gives you a ground bounce with the delayed timing. In the corner, you can get ghost from a jumping backwards after a simple spin combo like so, and after ghost go into auto combo, remembering to use 6L after 2L, then 214S holding up, where you can use this time to let the ghost whiff, still giving you sliding knockdown from the JH, but you can do more with assists and stuff. More optimally in the corner, you want to use your super jumps, and after the first super dash, delay the JH then spin, waiting until before the last big kick to cancel it into beam, which lets you connect a grounded 6L5M super jump. This is one of his easier optimals, so if you like Ghost Oki and combo sauce, he is your guy. Now for his older form, Trunks. He has a really solid neutral presence with some anti-zoning tools, insane mobility, oppressive pressure, and mix-ups, with stylish combos, but can be on the harder skillful side to use fully. Something unique he has is a level 2, one of the lower damaging ones, but if you want to link it to his level 3 in Limit Break, you'd have to use 214H plus S, since that alternate version reaches further on his level 3. In neutral, his normals are interesting because his auto combo reaches full screen being invul, and 3M reaching full screen although a bit slower as a low. His 5S is super fast though, 8 frames close, 15 frames full screen away with higher priority than regular Ki Blast. It can be converted into beam for full combo, an amazing whiff punish tool, but it still is super dashable Ki Blast with a cover on whiff, so be mindful of that. This is why 5S is so strong round start, beating almost every option in the game. Just be careful of super dashes. Besides his beam, he has changed the future that is a frame 1 Ki Blast invulnerable move with a unique angle to it. But his strongest aspect are his flips, light going forward and medium going back, where you can influence trajectory, and EX having full 360-degree coverage. This means you can traverse however you want in neutral, grounded, or in the air to punish as footsies with assist, or to bait things by falling back down to the floor faster where they super dash, then you punish. A nice tip is that you can add air dashes or whiff a JL right after you start up the flips, so you're able to block while carrying the momentum, making Trunks more safe to do things, and keeping you safe in case they do try to challenge your flips. Defensively though, because his level 3 is a grab, he can phase through meaty safe jumps, or the 214H plus S version reaching further on back dashes and pressure and stuff. Where he shines though is on block. His frame data is okay, only having 1 low, but it's cool how his 2L and 5M do look similar. You can also hold his 214S to change the future for a unique dash reset. That can throw them off guard with fake outs, which can be interesting, or where you can also go into a little mix with his level 3 right away. It's so fast it's really hard to jump out. But his specials really help for his mix. First of all, his EX Shining Slash is a 20 frame startup overhead with full combo on it with 6H. It's so fast that it can't really be 2H, which makes it a great way to vary in Dragon Crushes, and it's safe on block, where the medium one is +2 but way slower, mostly used for like Oki. But his iconic 50-50 mix is with assists. You can call the assist whenever, then EX flip. After your 214H, wait a bit and then tap back to cross up JM, or hold back a bit earlier to cross back over. This depends on assist pushback sometimes. Sometimes you just need to hold down to get your desired hit. In the corner, if you use your auto combo, you can steal it plus your assist into the left-right flip mix. It's a lot easier in the corner because you can just hold back the same side them. It's not as strict because the corner stops your momentum, whereas a cross up needs to be manually timed. It's not just a left-right though, you can sneak in low 2Ms, grabs, and more because you can manipulate the flips how you want, even doing double flips, air dashes, and stuff like that. With long blocks on assist, you can be extra visually devious with that. You can kind of get away with meterless mix with a lot of blocks in 214L plus assist for an easy high-low, although this one isn't really a 50-50. Or again, after the auto combo with 214M, JL to recover, then you air dash JM for a high or land low, or even try to cross back over depending on your timings and assist and all. This is really interesting honestly and saves you half a bar. Even solo doing IDJM and mixing that with IDJ214M to flip to stay same side can be really hard to deal with, or jumping up J214M to land right away into a low. In Spark, solo mix 50-50s are available to him by doing auto combo into his change of future or beam, because you can jump cancel it early, which lets you get the same size special if you tiger knee it. So 2147S or 2369S. Have fun with this. On his level 3, you want to step the mix too. It's kinda annoying since you have to have the right combos and then spend 3.5 bars, half for the EX spin, 4.5 if you didn't side switch the B mid screen to vanish at the level 3. Then you want to EX flip right away, hold down forward, then you can pick which side you want by holding down back JL. Late down back JL to cross up, early down back JL to hit same side. Think of it as pressing J1L. This counter his 2 H's when done right. But boy is it hard without practice. You can practice at the reset round start area though. His A assist can be really solid as a fast mid-range assist, especially against projectiles, but it has very low blocks and at just 14 frames, so be mindful and careful of that. He has a conventional full screen beam assist on his B slot at 30 frames of block stun. Most people use that one. His C assist is actually very strong, enabling huge block stun for mix-ups on blocks since it gives you 55 frames of block stun. Synergy wise, usually he's kept on support until he can get tagged in for his level 3 mix-ups, so characters who can change size are great for him, like UIs or Coolers level 1 or lab coats. Or even specials after Kefla's 214S to pick your side, and then super or Z-Tag setups on shorter combos, which can be really cool. But because his mix is hard, some people opt for other characters mix-ups. But speaking of supers, if you can get a high off the ground setups where his level 1 whiffs, but the level 2 connects by holding that light plus medium, that does way more damage than if the full level 2 connected. So there's tons of ways to set that up from supers or specials, which is really cool. He can thrive with a lot of assists from mix-ups. He doesn't need a lot of blocks for his left-rights. Perfect timing on his mix lets you get away with only 18 frames. You can use JH on the mix-ups if you struggle to get the timings right though. Although more blocks on does mean you can do cheekier things and meterless stuff. If your assists reach from far, you can pair 5S with it into flip to mix from neutral, or 3M and things like that, combining your tools. Or if they're closer, you can be aggressive, then assist plus flip mix right away. Especially if they're like a defensive counter assist to bait them to punish your movement, or try to punish, I guess. And if your assist can accomplish all of these, amazing. His combos are self-sufficient, but things like Kefla can add on to hit confirms like 5S to 14S into the upward Kefla beam to confirm more consistently, although he's able to do those rejumps too now. For his basic BNB combos, learn that he has a J3H that you can add on after his JS Key Blast and his L Flip, where you can always get sliding knockdown with a Shining Slash. A bit more optimally are rejumps. He has a few, but here's a unique one of his, holding on to the smash for later. It is a bit difficult because you need to delay the super dash and slightly delay your air dash as well into light medium, then just regular jump up. Here's how the momentum lets you side switch so you can level 3. If you connected his EX overhead, you can confirm with a forward heavy input into the rest. Delay 5S into beam is a lot easier to confirm. Here's a simple extension, but it's nice to know how Trunks can get solo JDR enders as well. If you connect the Vanish, you can still link in 5S stuff, but he also has a bunch of cool 214S combos now. And in the corner, he has many loops. Here's one of his more optimal examples with a fun quadruple Ki Blast Beam Ender, needing slight delays on that JS after those 214Ls, or you can do it instantly with just less loops. But he also has a lot more to his toolkit. For example, how he can set up side switches by himself to get into his level 3 for his iconic mix-up. High execution, but a character with limitless potential. Now it's time for Piccolo. He provides great pressure whether on the field, on block, or as an assist with his homing Ki Blast to incite interactions. Thus, he can have more of a defensive nature. He also has huge output on hits with his loose, but also meter dump ability. With his alternate Hellzone super that we see a lot in combos, and even with his special beam cannon that can be charged to deal even more damage depending on synergy, which can be moved around as well, and a conventional grounded level 3. Neutral is commonly what Piccolo players avoid. His tools can be quite limiting. His normals are interesting with huge buttons like JL to his super dash or double hitting mediums, even grounded with like a charge 5H, but his orbs are too slow to set up by himself, giving them a quick window to cancel out the orb. While it can be paired with his track and slicer to hit, if they bait it out, it's very committal. It does have some armor to it and works as a counter, but if abused, it can be 2H'd. All of his slicers can be held to side switch as well. The orb can be held to have a bigger, slower 1-2, both tracking. 214S moves them slower than 236S, which can be helpful to control neutral at some slower tempos. The orb itself though, especially strong as an ASS because it's instant and has 2 of them, is great at encouraging super dashes, so be ready to punish or any other engagements as you slowly pin them down to the corner and they try to interact and get rid of the orb, since the orbs do linger if you block and all. Besides that, his other projectiles with 6S and 3S are limiting in range but can be interesting. His forward moving elbows can be held down for movement, which can be effective with some assists. It's also interesting how his stretchy arms 5S has armor to it, being a gimmicky counter since you can't really see it depending on what he's absorbing through. But instead of prioritizing getting an orb out while he's safe from an assist, you need to be very sharp with your movement and decisions in neutral. On block, he's insane. He has a lot of tools on top of great normals, low hitting tool, mediums with range, and 5H charge timings. Even his 6S 3S projectiles to help alternate rhythm and extend block strings. Just be mindful of JH being a bit unique with a knockback. He has a cross-up elbow which can pair well with EX same side elbow, good to mix in with DRs, or even holding the elbow plus assist to get some side switch setups. While this command grab looks obvious, it can be sneaky at times. The unheld version can only combo into heavies, the fully held one lets you combo a light afterwards. Don't forget that his low 2L lets him get universal mix-ups like super dash plus assist, but he has a few other unique mix-ups. He can set up Hellzone on Oki or block, then you can go for a high-low setups by holding S to get super jump IEDs, float and lows, or anything you want. I don't recommend it too much since it does cost a bar but can be cool. It can be an effective way to lock them up in neutral as well if they don't have a bar to vanish out of it. Another mix is if you can be grounded with an assist, you can fully hold your 5S grab to restand them, skipping the Oki setup where you can go for a delayed meaty 2M to reset it, or a cross-up IAD. Even 214M can be used to cross-up or held 214M for same side overheads. Just be careful of them guessing right, or some options that can deal with both like double-sided reversals. You don't always need a restand because his Oki is really strong. You can use his large orb to hit for him. You just need to manage super dashes and reflex, but it can be really hard to interact with, where doing the orb ID is really strong and you can even corner steal as well depending on the timings and if they delay tech. His best mix is after level 3 though. You can summon an orb with 214S or held 214S and do his L slasher for same side or M to cross up, where you can combo afterwards, and on block the incoming orb for pressure can be nice, especially if you decide to do the held one. This can even work mid-screen because of the tracking nature, just do it fast and the orb doesn't really travel enough to help extra support, but it is interesting layers. And don't forget, on top of that, he has other mix-ups too with that held EX elbow, left right as well, or baits. We spoke about his iconic A assist, which can help as a double hitting one in pressure and in combos, but it is Ki Blast, so on top of baiting super dashes, they can guard cancel reflect afterwards, so manage that. But his B assist is also a quick defensive one appearing behind you at 30 frames block stun, which can be really useful in the mid-range area honestly. C is okay having less block stun, but it does have that tracking ability anywhere on screen. Pretty good tracking at good speeds. So Piccolo is usually in his support slots. Characters who can maximize their anti-airs or use some of that projectile homing assist will do great. Some people love overwhelming the field with lingering things. Some characters can use it effectively in pressure for specific things like Gogeta's level ups, or high-low situations, even to combo extend if they can use both orbs in a combo. For DHCs, check if you can get your fully charged special beam cannon like after lingering supers that last after tagging out, such as Base Vegeta, Super Saiyan Goku, Baby, Frieza, Roshi for a full chargers, or even others like Beerus for semi-chargers and more. Charging it is nice as it deals a lot of damage, basically like a level 2 with 500 more minimum damage. Some like Z Broly even being able to combo afterwards too. Shouldn't be like a main game plan, just a nice feature to know if it ever happens. Speaking of supers, check if you can get Chop into assist at the Hellzone extensions, but that works with like almost every assist now I think, and even has solo setups. And some assists to help with restands if that's something you want to look into. Most assists do this after his chop or other really long assists, since he can always go back down to the ground, right? So that helps. Some people prefer this over regular Oki, but alternating between this and Orb Oki to preserve assists for later is good to mix in your Oki together. And for the restands, you can also have a different point to do a lingering special move into the Z tag with Piccolo and then your restand mix as well. This is probably the best use of the restand mix when he's coming in as a Z tag. This works with like Gotenks or Super Saiyan Vegeta and more. So Piccolo coming in from the back into his mix. Piccolo has a lot of combos, but let's start with an easy one by doing 236S held to 14L. You can side switch like I show here by dashing under, but sometimes this is very hard on other characters. You can super dash after his heavy as well mid screen, and you can Hellzone mid screen with his EX chop, where you can add some hits into a double jump JDR knockdown. His best combos are after his chop loops. Here's an example from an aerial down heavy needing a big delay on the first 14L. The timing is basically when you see the opponent finishing their 360 from the heavy into it. Then the rest is auto timed, ending with a held to 14M to stay same side, where you can go into Orb for Oki or meter dump into Hellzone here, adding some heavies before Dragon Rush. Here's an alternate skilled example, looping that first route but not side switching with dash 2M. This one you need to do it as fast as possible, but it gets way more optimal than this, and he has a lot more variations with his loops. And here's an example of his corner optimal, inputting everything as fast as you can. No tips or delays here, just follow the notations. The only thing is that I found this super hard on cell because you don't get the dash 5H after the double orbs after. And what's good is that it builds 3 bars while getting the meterless smash from held to 14M to stay same side, where you can Hellzone and heavy, down heavy Dragon Rush into a TOD basically. Kuririn has a unique approach to the game, having many different tools and creative expression, whether it's different neutral patterns, pressure extensions, or saucy combo juggles. He's known for his support value but can have very interesting screen control with menacing mix-ups. His most unique mechanic is Sensu Bean that can be eaten for a bar per ally that eats it and restores blue life. The opponent can't eat it though, so watch out. He can also meter dump his Destructo Disc, half a bar a piece for each follow-up, and can be angled up. His key blasts are unique in that you can press S to angle them up where they fall back down, but different directional follow-ups leads to different results. You can even press forward plus key blast to speed it up, having 9S or 3S, 7S, a lot of different follow-ups every angle. This means he can tackle a lot of different angles, even 2S if they're right below you. It can pair well with his beam since they can fall down with him, where you can do key blast to kind of lock them into beam, getting full super dash combo on hit, and it jails into vanishes and more, but be careful of its commitment since it is a beam. The beam is interesting because you can hold it to charge it or fix his aerial momentum so that you don't fall down in case you need to be precise by tapping down or up. He also has solar flare for that mid-range area, being an anti-air. Safe on block, but sometimes plus like after a meaty or if they're really high. But sometimes plus like after an Oki meaty for you or if they're really high up. After images can be interesting because the EX is framed for invul. You can hold it to appear as different ones. You can hold forward to cross up or hold down to be on the same side. This helps for mobility as well. So defensively he has this to handle a lot of common situations, being safe since even like solar flare is really safe. But his normals like 2H can be quite limiting, although 5M and 5H do make up for that. So for his pressure and mix-ups, he has interesting rhythm, sure, like spacing himself out into solar flare then deep 5M. The 2L hitting low is nice for mix-ups and pressure of course, but his after images are commonly used since they're overheads that are plus on block, and can be held to fake out into the bottom one for low, even sling the corner if you hold forward. Because of all its options, it can create mind games. Just be careful of super jumps to make sure you play around frame trapping. The EX one is good as a DR crush, even 22H for his rocks. He has a lot of cool mix-ups with his 2S right lefts, since he can steer it a bit to be more deceptive. Can be hard to confirm though. And he has ID cross-ups of course. But with assist, he can do super dash plus assist high-low mix-up, although this can be tricky with the spacings at times, or throw a sensu beam plus assist for gapless high-lows if you have more than like 35 frames of block stun. This one is cool because if you do the EX sensu beam, it comes back to you where you can eat it to gain a bar and health back while mixing, but it can work with just light sensu beam with 214L. He can also set up other interesting things with rocks or 2S plus assist where he can drift forward with 3S into some high-low actions as well. But his coolest mix is with level 3 where you can do some manual stuff with after images to stay same side or cross up, which is really strong, but he has stronger mix in the synergy section that we'll see. A assist is unique as it fires 2 rocks in different angles. Unlike projectile assist, these stuff super dashes and stuff as well. It has very low blocks in though at 17 frames so that they can just mash after, but it is like a projectile that can be very hard to deal with, getting a lot of hits in neutral. It can even combo break because it bounces off the wall, although it does have a death spot right in the middle. But in terms of synergy, make sure the characters using rock assist can optimize his hits from high off the ground, because it does keep them up as a pop-up. If you hold back, you get sensu beam to increase blue life and meter gain for each character. Some people struggling to change between the two because if you're blocking and then you want rocks, you'll get sensu beam, right, because you're holding back to block. His B assist is a slower beam but can be held up to cover different angles, giving you 30 frames of block stun, and his C assist is okay at 34 frames but doesn't have good tracking, although it is a strong anti-air with high hitbox for defensive purposes. Synergy wise, Krillin himself is quite flexible, needing basic neutral help and mix-up help to help him out. Just make sure you and your other characters can maximize from his assist first. So speaking of sensu beam, there are some characters that can eat in mid assist call in combos or DACs with others depending on their distances and timings as they appear on the ground, meaning you can call the assist at the end of your combos to gain 2 bars instantly for free that you can add onto your supers and heal yourself, giving you damage output and level 3 accessibility. But an interesting piece of synergy is for his level 3. If it hits normally on the ground, here he's plus 42 frames, giving you visual noise to cover yourself, which is still really strong. A simple setup though is just holding up with delayed heavy for a meaty safe jump. However, if you do it so the first part of the super whiffs and the second part falls down onto the opponent, he can double his frame advantage. The higher they are, the more advantage you get. From there, you can find your own setups, but you can easily time a 50-50 or take the corner with the after image stuff then mix so you have so much time. You can just do a lot, especially since there's a smoke screen to hide Krillin. This includes doing high in the sky supers like Beerus or Kefla, or even after some specials such as Gohan's EX legs or meterless with Vegitos. The higher you are, the more it can impact frame data, so much so that be careful if you're 2+ because you might mix too early, hitting them before they even get up. Now for combos, here's actually his easiest extension after 2H by holding up forward to float. You can stay same side too. It's so easy, like deadass learn this one first. It's so nice. But he's all about his re-jumps. Here's an example with the EX ender. The trick here is to jump backwards after the down heavy, then input J3S on the follow-up of your ki blast. Here's a smashless variation, keeping it for later, using a skilled example that requires less hits to give you guys an idea of how that can look like, delaying the ki blast to help as well. Here's an example of one of his more optimal corner routes, but thankfully I have a whole guide on Krillin's combos and his other straight hits and all, so check that out if you're interested. Yamcha is more of a counter puncher pressure demon, with really dope combos and above average damage on his hits if you are optimal. His level 1 is unique, having controllable follow-ups with different direction inputs, which lets you combo into level 3 without limit break. In neutral, they increase the recovery to his iconic EX Wolf Fang, making it very risky if not accurately used, but these are safe on block. But what I mean by being slippery is that his ki blast angle him back, retreating as he fires something, and he has 2 grounded versions of those, with 5S being normal and 2S being slow. EX Wolfang can actually frame trap if they try to do something after blocking a ki blast, because it's so damn fast with quarter circle light into heavy right away. The slow and fast ki blasts are mostly to bait them to go into his double hitting 2H. Don't cancel it too early though, or his anti-air spins, all frame 4 anti-air except EX being frame 1 to shut down all aerial approaches, even when they're dash upping close, or when you're nearby. But he also has a conventional beam, although slower. Those alone aren't enough of course, but it's interesting how his medium and 5H also have some invul to them. Frame 4 non-low on the 5M and frame 4 full invul on the 5H while going backwards, and you can do 2 of those before lunging forward, even interrupting the flip mid animation. Can be really cool to combine with the ki blast stuff, especially with all of the Wolfang follow-ups. This is actually really tricky to catch if used at appropriate times, like countering specific pokes or even assists depending on their nature. In the air, besides the spin, something nice is his dive kick with a J2H, having an okay angle to it but being able to go into pressure right away on block. But he needs good movement to maximize his neutral, or to be stored as a support until it's time to come mix. His pressure is insane. As you already saw, his medium and 5H can be tricky to deal with only 2M as his low. 2H is a double hitting move that can be cancelled early for pressure as well. But his main mix comes from his Rekkas, where he can do the M version delayed Rekka to cross up, H for an instant ender, so doing 2 through 6M waits H for that cross up, or go into L or medium to continue since he has 3 follows. Where quarter circle forward heavy can be added again. Pressing special during these actually steps you forward, even through them to steal the corner, and it can link into normals, or back special dashes you away, both being interesting to mix up timings or add in resets for setups or to continue into more Rekka mix-ups. This is how you can set up double cross with 2 through 6M, weight S, heavy. But all of these cross-up ones are mashable, so make sure to frame trap. Frame trap with your normals or with Rekkas. You can manually delay these strings like 2 through 6 LMS, LM as a frame trap, so going into light to medium is a good frame trap where you can combo with the EX easily on reaction. Or you can do a beam after the combo from those hits. Doing 4 light plus medium, basically the Dragon Rush button gives you an instant Dragon Rush as well, so just hold back during it. These different timings and tempos at your disposal makes it really hard to tell apart resets and mix-ups and frame traps, just limitless layers. And don't forget about his universal mechanics. So I encourage you to experiment around seeing how to mix and match. Even 2S into air dash high can catch people too. Or cursed card cancels left right. The same side is unblockable mix up for real, that looks crazy. With J2H as the same side option too on top of JM and all. Most people view his level 3 as poor, where only the 2M can meaty in the corner and he can IED cross up the corner seal too. But if you know your opponent's tendencies like fuzzy mashing, you can play around that with layers, and his 5H is just an amazing spark bait, amongst other type of baits. His A assist is his fastest with huge blocks at 45 frames, his most used assist to enable aggressive play like super dash or specials plus assist and stuff, having great range too. B is a beam, but it's quite slow, giving 30 frames of block stun, although it is horizontal covering assist. C gives huge block stun also at 60 frames, so allows for huge mix-ups even from neutral, but has very minimal tracking. The main thing about Yamcha is that people don't really like his neutral or think he can't keep up, so they prefer to maximize him by putting him at the back. Fighting a partner that can use his assist, which is for everyone to be honest, then tagging him in for his insane pressure and damage output is like a common game plan. He can Z-tag JDR his spin, although this is quite inconsistent mid-screen at times, but his slow to the ground combos can also allow for synergistic things. Like Gotenks, he can do that cool 2 through 6 Ace plus Z-tag with characters who can cancel landing recovery to go into mix, like Zamasu, Bardock, Roshi, and Gotenks too actually. Or even some Krillin stuff, especially since he can do his Rekka 6S, Rekka EX Rekka, so you can do it after really locking them down. But what's cool for combos is that he can be tagged in really high up into J2H, inputting quarter circle forward light, still being able to extend it unlike other characters. That we'll see in the combo section. His level 1 with the follow-ups can be really cool because you can angle it to different areas, which can enable some synergistic things, like side switches for example, or reaching from whichever heights and all. Look at my inputs on the left side to see how I'm holding the direction and then inputting light. Yamcha has a lot of bombos. Mid-screen you can extend after J2H and input 2 through 6L, in which you can get a lot of extensions going if you're high enough. In the corner, if you input that quarter circle forward light early to where they're above you, you can link a beam in, ending in either a medium spin ender or the better Wolfang M follow smash ender. If you ever land a stray hit like Wolfang where you can dash up to continue, or 2M 5M jumping up, his heavy into Ki Blast lets you super dash afterwards to extend. Something worth noting is if you land his Wolfang frame trap, you can press S and L again to go into the beam for something more consistent, showing off a more advanced re-jump he has. Here's an example of a more optimal corner route though. He just has a lot, man, but in the corner you can get these beam extension loops if you hit the Wolfang to leave them above you, linking in your normals to add on to damage. Tien is a high damaging monster that has a lot of interesting resources to manage. Shiatsu can be called twice or cancelled, before the third being a forced failed call. He spends his own HP on all of his level 1 and level 2, which can have 2 versions by the way, and level 3 supers, which can continue for follow-ups if you have the bar by pressing the input again. And his most damaging level 3 is from Shiatsu to sacrifice him. Huge damage, but unable to use his 2 and 4S for the rest of the match, since he's dead. And he's able to do that level 3 into his other level 3 in limit break, by the way, level 6 or 7. So huge output with a rush down approach and great mix-ups, although people find him to be a bit simple at times. In neutral, he has 2 Ki Blasts as good pokes, and a Dodon Ray that's super fast, especially since it falls with you. Great to snipe, but also as a retreating poke as they approach you. But what's truly crazy are his volleyball specials. The M1 sliding through anything with guard point on frame 4 that can lead to full combos on hits, even meterless if you do L into nothing. Delay JL to pick it up from neutral. From closer he gets frame 4 guard point on his EX, which doubles as a grab, so it can be an interesting defensive tool. In the air he gets that armor to his volleyball smack, acting as an effective anti-air honestly, with his dive kicks also acting as a mobility tool. He also has Chiaotzu to track and cool normals like his multi-hitting JLs. Tien has strong staggers, being good at universal pressure and that low 2L to help of course. Multi-hitting JL is useful for overheads and all, but even his volleyball special hitting low and safe on block, while his other special hits high as an overhead, on top of being a good DR crush. If the overhead one is blocked by the way and you call an assist, you can get your first high-low 50-50 with him or even a left-right, which is similar to Super Dash plus assist mix after the initial mix, which he has access to as well, on top of his command grab, sheesh. But what's really cool about his aerial normals for mix-ups is that if you land a JH heavy overhead, you can continue afterwards. So Tien now gets a solo 50-50 between corner circle forward light that combos on hits or land low 2L after that JH. The volleyball hit needs to be delayed sometimes depending on height, but very few, if not no one else, can do a special after an overhead heavy for mix and full combo on hit. That's the key part, full combo on hits. And as a bonus, Chiaotzu can commonly be seen for Oki if you choose, which can be interesting but not really required. A assist is a very quick beam, but he has really weird pop-up to it with limited hit stun and block stun at 20 frames, so it takes some skill in getting used to. B is Chiaotzu with no fail calls, which can actually create some really interesting synergy, flow combos, or use defensively and stuff like that, but he scales the combo like crazy. On block, it gives massive block stun for good mix-ups at 40 frames. C is probably his best due to being a tracking lockdown assist, giving you time to 50-50 from it as it provides a huge 50 frames block stun but doesn't track vertically. Tien is commonly kept at the back for his huge DHC potential since he can go into level 2 or meter dump his level 3 with additional inputs, greatly increasing the damage output of any team. That's his main attractor. But I guess you can consider synergistic things like those can combo after his overhead knee drop in pressure like any characters that has OTG afterwards, especially the light one that he can't combo solo at all, or even after his command grab to maximize that instead of needing to vanish. Some assist calls can help to confirm too. Some DAC steal corner setups do exist, like Roshi into Tien level 3 where you can corner steal, but that's not as tight as a conventional safe jump for him. But besides that, as you can see, Tien is a very self-sufficient and his mix-ups are very flexible, so he doesn't ask for much besides conventional help for his neutral and mix-ups and basic needs. For combos, not only does he have endless mix, but huge damage to add on to that. Here's an example of his easiest meter dump combo where you need to time that volleyball follow-up to gain half a bar back, and that timing is when he starts glowing if you press it right away. To end the combo though, you need to meter dump with a super or vanish or assist to get a knockdown. Here's an example with Chiaotzu mid-screen, super jumping up, which looks really nice. There's a lot of different versions of this as well, like you can dash up, delay 2M, 5M and continuing, with a lot of nice Dodon Ray juggles. In the corner, you can do things like this to link into his tools. Here, I just cancel Chiaotzu to get more meters, so 214SS, which gives you half a bar, but Chiaotzu cancels himself, and showing you how you can get easy assist extensions after his dive, where you can even link a volleyball ender into all of his supers, even Chiaotzu, for huge damage. For the Master of the Turtle Hermit School, we got Master Roshi. He's a super unique and technical character, if not the most technical in the entire game, not having an auto-tracking super dash, but with a reversal beam instead that you can aim, with lots of unique anti-zoning movement tools on top of great damage and defense. While strong, he's just so different from everyone else that people tend not to pick him up, since he's just so different. He also has unique supers, an alternate one with a level 2, yes, but also a super that deals pretty good damage while forcing attack out as well, or just sealing you up on KO. So in neutral, he can super jump but does not have the ability to float or fastball. He also cannot super dash, but he can masterfully leap from the ground in 5 different arc directions, with 5H plus S a super dash button, or 4 pressing it, 1, 2, and 3 all being different, but they all do go through key blast like super dash, with the added bonus of using his reverse Kame in the air to not only move him around, but has an active hitbox with as he travels, meaning if it makes contact, he can vanish for full combo or it jails into vanish, giving pretty nice angles, low-key being better than super dash, but needing manual input to it. He also has flips with 2S to move around, especially for mix-ups and combos. His projectiles are interesting, good angles on that JS, but 6S can come back for 2 hits with a follow-up input, hitting at a great angles too. With the beam projectile too, not as good as his H plus S one though. But 214S Thunder Shock Surprise is really sick as it's a grab, an aerial grab at that up back angle. It can even be used after tag out setups, but if the lay tag they can avoid it. And here's the up version, but that's mostly used for corner combos I guess. His lariats are great, so not only for mobility, but the EX one is super fast to get full combo on hits. Basically an unreactable full screen lariat at 11 frame startup that makes it really good for round start situations as well. And he has another normal with a 6H that is a teleporting cross up hit grab attack. Can be surprising, but it's a cross up, not a grab. Defensively, he has 2 main tools besides the anti-zoning stuff. He has his down split series that's both frame 4 low and anti-head invul, EX being frame 1 for both, making it really good at countering a lot of options like mix-ups that aren't tight and more. He's most known for his unique 214 special, bulking up where his frame 4 invul, absorbing 10 hits. Can be held to slightly delay the follow-up parts. If both follow-up hits, he's usually safe, unless if it's the EX one, with the trade-off of the EX being frame 1 invul. He has great armor properties and range, can be really difficult to bait out and punish, unless they do a super or backdash and wait. His pressure is insane, having effective standard attacks like 2L lows, with a strong 5L coming back in range, and even extra normals like 3H. He can stagger with the 6S pressure with a follow-up or not doing it, cancelling with another move. Or unique tools like 22S to grab. Even that 6H cross-up, that's cool for pressure. Or his 4H plus S leap into J4 and 4 cross-up, which can have some cool implications. If he lands a reverse comet, it's kind of plus on block, unlike the 0 on block super dash, so it can lead to some solo follow-up capabilities. For mix-ups, he has a ton, from doing a beam into assist into 2H plus S, then J1S high-low, or lariat to corner steal plus assist into 2S high-low. Another mix if he ever lands like a jump overhead, being able to call an assist afterwards and flip again to mix, which is his version of super dash plus assist mix. So a lot of these mix-ups just revolving around his flips and timings. The flip stuff works on level 3, having great level 3, giving him a high-low 50-50 with a jump up into J3S right away to flip, then air dash, overhead safe jump high, or land low, where you can also backdash 5H to spark baits or layer in 6H and stuff, especially mid-screen to catch him off guard. His A assist is actually really good, 32 frames of block stun, but great hit stop with a wall bounce and just super fast, which actually counters jump on reaction due to the big hitbox. B is a DP kinda, but it starts on frame 26. It has a 6 frame gap in the middle, but 25 frames of block stun on both the sequences. So if you cover that gap, you can get things like a true string super dash 50-50 by making the super dash hit in between, needing good timing. C assist is one of those super high big block stun ones at 60 frames to help with the mix and all, but it has poor tracking and is limited to horizontal planes only. Synergy wise, you can play on different slots, but is usually used for support value or matchup specific things, especially against zoning heavy game plans, as he can block the zoning, the key blast, and then masterfully leap out of it, all of his flips, and his reverse comet, just great against zoning. Or to tag him into his really strong level 3 mix up. So Roshi does have some synergistic things like quicker assist to help his unique mobility, and make sure you can mix from your assist, but as long as you have like 30 frames, you should be fine for most of his mix-ups, as long as you pressure properly to have effective gaps to mix with. Like I said, check to see how your other characters use his B assist. Not only does it help with super dash 50-50s, but it can also help true string other gap mix-ups like base Vegeta's disc for example. He has some DAC stuff like being able to side switch after his level 2. It has lingering properties to it as well, which can help for a lot of things. So you can combo afterwards, like Gohan getting JDR, Piccolo getting his fully charged special beam cannon from it, and more. Time for combos. The universal BNB is the same, where after the smash you can press H again for an auto tracking reverse Kame beam. It's more optimal to add his Thunder Shock Surprise into his combos, needing to delay it a bit and then continuing into the rest of his BNB. In the corner he has these cool flip combos with delays, using that J3S where you have enough height. And this is how his corner optimal can look like. It's honestly not that hard, just a delay on that first JM and the rest is really easy, but he has a lot more combos and situational conversions. So if you like someone that has great answers to more of the annoying things in the game, with cool combos and amazing mix-ups, then Roshi is your guy. The Emperor Frieza is an insane zoner. He has the ability to control every aspect, every angle from any position on the screen, but also has some rushdown and lockdown aspects. With an insanely cool golden Frieza form for 3 bars with 214H plus S, on activation freezing the screen, negating any block zone you be put into, and helps the hit confirm to continue combos. It greatly increases speed output with double air dashes and a reverse beat for a limited 50-second timer. This timer resets every time he kills the character, is tagged out, and is paused during spark. After Golden, whether the timer runs out or manually shut off with the same inputs, he has an S follow-up. Completely safe by the way, and deals huge damage, the kind that keep you protected. This lets him go into his alternate level 3, a high damaging one that requires Frieza to be on the ground and holding the super dash inputs. And you can only go Golden once a match, so that's his unique mechanic. In neutral, he has extremely fast 5S with piercing properties that can hit assist behind the character. This can pair well with his other tools, especially with assist as well. Pairs well with his double hitting disc that come back with 214S. They can hit Frieza as well, but do come back on block and stuff, which catches people off guard if they try to pressure you. Or his quarter circle forward special orb, which can be slowed down if held back after you input it, dashing behind it, which is done even in the air and is very safe and hard to punish because you can just kind of spam these really fast. He has pillars at different angles. The EX one covers the entire screen for half a bar. His 1S, 2S, 3S are angled eye lasers to catch your jumps as well. Can be doubled up so it can confirm with a super dash due to its massive hit stun. Even with down special to track behind them, which can confirm his disc by the way, so all of his moves kind of work together. But more importantly, these incite super dashes, so be ready to anti-air, and the hesitation from your opponents in neutral give you a bit more control over outcomes in a way. But even his normals like 5H being a horizontal projectile, 5M reaching full screen, 2H having huge hitboxes and more. In Golden, just be careful of the extra speed because they can get crazy where you might overshoot your spacings and stuff, and that double air dash does help of course, on top of extra hit confirms like if 5H hits you can confirm with 5S at the 5M meterlessly in Golden. So a lot of his pressure kind of starts full screen away, managing their approaches and mental states. Up close you can push them back, set up space traps due to his massive range, or stay in their frame with low 2Ls, being able to interrupt the double hitting 2M or 4M to get plus range, which can act as a frame trap as well. He also has interesting left rights. 2S can cross up quickly, but it's kind of spacing dependent unless you're in the corner. And he has the unique ability to do J2H after a JH for an extra overhead, although you can't combo this afterwards. You can also use the plus frames and corner seal ability of his disc when they come back as well, if you can set that up like on Oki or with assists. Even his 236S orbs and pressure you can air dash afterwards, fake but can be cool. So just a lot on top of Super Dash 50-50s, IAD 50-50s, the universal mix-up with your assists going for the high-low, since his 2L does hit low, which helps him do all of these universal mix-ups. Once he's in Golden, that reverse beat ability does help with pressure, like doing 5H and then you get back into range and then you save 5L for later, which is a really strong point, like doing 5L plus DR, just more possibilities. With double air dash mix-ups as well, so you can call an assist with double air dash high or single air dash land low L. This is a 50-50, easiest in the corner, but mid-screen is a bit harder because of the spacing, right? You can even do Gogeta 4's fuzzy mix-up by jumping up JL, JM, and then when that lands on block, you can do the IAD for extra overheads. This one's even stronger than Gogeta 4's fuzzy because he actually has a very fast low 2L. On level 3, you can get access to that super jump IAD high-low by holding S and then hold up to float high after the instant air dash. That doubles as a safe jump, or you can just land a low 2L. In Golden, you can just do the double air dash stuff, so double air dash for a safe jump meaty high or single air dash land low 2L. You can even do some courage decisive stuff for tricky Oki as well because of the way that level 3 can hit from behind, so that's interesting. His A assist is a bit weird because it does have some dead zones except in the corner, only at 23 frames, so not commonly used, while B can seem cool and can be slowed down as well by holding back, which can help in neutral by dashing behind it and stuff like that, or even combos, but it does have very limited block stun at 11 frames. C is his most user friendly assist, being that 5H that covers the horizontal aspect like a beam. It has some tracking and the most block stun at 32 frames. Frieza benefits the most from assists that can help him to get his setups in neutral, whether it's generic generic beams, or especially tracking multi-hitting ones to kind of lock them down a bit, which is especially helpful to convert any of his stray hits. That way you can do neutral patterns into his disc, you can do neutral patterns to lock them back down to the ground and then moon jump over, then approach. But it's also helpful for combos. If they have a lot of hits done, it can allow Frieza to load up on his disc and extend that way, but he doesn't really need them as his combos are quite self-sufficient anyways. Although they are nice to add at the end of his combo since that disc does have fixed hit stun. He has two main game plans then in a way, I guess. He can dominate as a point and overwhelm opponents with assist and screen control with constant pressure like how we just showed, or he can come in later after generating 3 bars to go into his buffed up golden form, or even after his solid level 3 Oki, but usually the golden is better because it sets him up for the rest of the match, especially if you manage it properly. As for supers, his can be done from high up top, which can set up other things, having some lingering effects afterwards, so you can do a bunch of whiffed super setups or other lingering setups where you can extend afterwards as well if they're grounded. Time for combos. For a practical one, you can go into down heavy 1S and super dash into the rest. But he has these new loops with 4M, doing 2M, 4M, IAD, JM, 2M, 1 hits repeats. Make sure you hold the 4 input the whole time during the medium, or else you might accidentally let go and then you get a regular 5M instead. So when you press medium, hold that form the entire time from start to finish, and then you do the IAD and stuff. That's probably his most optimals even in the corner, but in any combo you can go into golden and continue the combo afterwards. He has a bunch of golden combos, but here's an easy golden route. It's cool how you can do auto combo into the late level 1 at the end for it to connect as well. But here's a more advanced golden route where you do 3S holding the S to get a super jump IAD when you input the IAD, then slightly wait to press heavy into medium, down medium, continuing on with the loops. But you can do her sword bait deactivation even solo to stack on huge damage at the end where you can extend afterwards. Just be careful of timings and extra hits. In the corner, he's still able to continue after his quarter circle forward or is in the air to kind of add on to his hits. Here is a more simple auto time extension for decent damage, but he also gets a lot cooler. You can also do 5H into disc stuff. So here's just an example of one of his many variations in the corner, but his most optimal grounded loop seems to be that same 4M IAD loop. And in golden is just that advanced golden route. It's just cool showcasing his discs as well. Cooler is mostly known for his anti-zoning properties with 3H lariat that goes through everything, and defensive prowess with good damage. He has a frame 1 counter on anything with that level 3 super, which can be just a grab if inputted with the alternate inputs or in the air. He has 2 level 1 supers. The grounded one deals above average damage, which is really good, being great for DHCs because that's the one that he tags into, and another one that's air okay that can work at multiple heights. In neutral, he has amazing range with his huge normals, especially 2M and 5H to whiff punish and all, but more specifically with 3H, his most iconic move, traveling full screen with great vertical hitbox as an anti-air. The advantage is that it phases through all projectiles from key blast to beams to assist, negating all of that, and he can combo from it. 3H super dash is the easiest combo confirmed. Be careful of other tools that can hit you while traveling, or just not being in range for your 3H. His key blast is single hitting, only having good range in the air, acting as neutral checks, which is great to pair with his frame 1 DP's anti-air. All of them are frame 1 anti-airs. The medium and heavy versions are frame 1 fully invul, giving him great defense. And his quarter circle 4 special gives him a beam that can work anywhere, even up in the air. He also has a low quarter circle 4 back special that covers the entire floor of the screen. This can also OTG to extend hits and confirm if dive kicks land too. Speaking of dive kicks, these give great angles with the quarter circle 4 specials, allowing for fast and good mobility, great to pair with assist, and is plus on block, but is 2Hable if abused. Pressure wise, his buttons and reach are insane, pressuring from afar with interesting patterns, which gives him really good space traps and rhythms, but doesn't really have lows besides 2M or 6H. His main tool is his dive kicks that are plus on block, so you can abuse your plus frames from there after they block the high. If they don't block the high, then you can go into supers or combo. But it has a gap that is 2Hable. These gaps, however, can be covered for the EX version by doing it after auto combo or 5H because of their massive blocks on those hits. So it helps to limit interactions to guarantee some more plus frames, or even to reflect bait after those points. The EX is a good DR crush as well, then you can 214S to OTG and all to confirm. 214S is great as a low, but you can't extend afterwards besides vanish, so he's more focused on pressure with alternating patterns and overloading options, especially from further away. His mix can be a bit limiting, but besides universal assist stuff and universal left-right things, that's his focus, but he has a really sneaky left-right. If timed properly, his instant rising J down heavy can hit same side or hit as a cross-up. It's actually a really crisp mix-up that I go over in my full cooler guide. For some Oki, the left-rights can be super interesting after level 3 mid-screen. If you're really good at moon jumps by holding light, holding up forward, then when he recovers, tap the super dash macro, then holding down to fast fall, where you can air dash at different timings for the same side or the cross-up, or you can also go for lows and things like that, but it's really hard to get it to hit meaty, although it is possible. Assist-wise, his A assist only has 26 frames of block stun, but it's his DP defensive assist that a lot of rushdowns benefit from. It can be a weird angle as a really high pop-up assist though. B assist is his anti-projectile 3H reaching full screen with low block stun. It still holds on to that anti-projectile anti-assist property, so it's great to counter assist on reaction, but is vulnerable a bit at the start, so you have to get your timings down. C is just a conventional horizontal beam at 30 frames of block stun with combo ability. Synergy wise, he's mostly kept as a support, but can be brought in for specific neutral oppression purposes, like specifically to counter zoners such as Baby and Broly and all with that 3H. Tracking lockdown assist for that upward angle can help the angles that he can't really reach or to maximize his pokes. And he's especially good at working with those key blast type assists because of all of his anti-airs. He just has so many, and specifically that 3H as a common poke for him. Just be careful with specific strategies to counter that. Characters who can Z-tag into optimal low to the ground loose can maximize his overhead into 214S OTG to get more damage and output from that, or others with OTGs himself to help confirm his dive kicks in pressure. His level 1 side switches, which can enable a lot of stuff mid-screen if you need that. Even his DP combo ender, you can pick which sides you want with the M or L follow-up, which can be nice as well. His aerial level 1 super can give optimal spacings, like for Janemba to set up his level 3 mix at the proper space. Or if a character can side switch for you, you can use his level 3 to put you in the corner for an easier safe jump high. But he is best with that level 3 mid-screen if you get that timing down. Speaking of supers though, he just deals so much damage with his, so just providing huge DAC damage and value. For combos, he gets his best stuff after 5H because you can dash up to continue the combo, getting sliding knockdown with 214MM. He can extend the combo even more at the end with the EX version of the DP, or just dive kick because you can 214S OTG, where you can call an assist or vanish to extend afterwards or going into your super, so here's an example of that. He has some rejumps as well. Here's how an optimal one looks like unskilled, but it's quite difficult. Holding the super dash input to get a super jump and then jumping straight up. So now your conventional rejump where you dash jump, this one you just hold up. And the reason why you have to hold up is because his beam is kind of weird with how it functions with super dashes, so this just makes it more consistent. In the corner, he has a few different loops, beam loops being the best, even from a down heavy where you can get a ground bounce from the smash after JH. You can also vanish after side switching with the LDP follow-up to tack on damage too. And here's how his optimal corner combo looks like with 4 beam moves by delaying the beam slightly to be more consistent with it, getting sliding knockdown with 236M after J2H smash, but can be further expanded with 214S plus assist JDR at the end as well. Nappa is a very unique character, known mostly for his mix and pressure, especially with Saibamen to give him restands, skipping Oki and going straight into mix-ups. Saibamen basically being a whole other character to help him have one of the best advantage states in the game to continue his offense once he does get a hit. His level 1 has 2 different ranges to it if held, being grounded only, and his close range level 3 can be held to interrupt the animation with huge hit stun as well. So in neutral, he's a bit limited. His normals have great range to them, notably 5H and 2H hitting on both sides. His Ki Blast is a bit weird, but can cover a nice angle in the air, although his 5S does have some frame 4 Ki Blast invulnerability to it to counter some zoning. With a mid-range blast that can be extended if held, like his level 1 super, which can be nice to punish things having frame 4 invul but doesn't reach full screen. It is kinda interesting how he can hold his J2H stall in the air though for aerial mobility, and defensively, he has his 214S a 2 bad move that can be held, getting armor on it through strikes. But if he ever has Saibamen planted, they just phase through all projectiles, having like 4 hits to them with a final grab explosion, where they can even combo break if Nappa's getting hit. This combos into itself, giving you a lot of time to hit confirm. They can only get punched out if precise, and some specials like grab animations make them disappear and stuff, but man, can they be oppressive. The EX1 can be programmed with the normals you press as you plan them to get your desired order of attacks. This is mostly used for his mix-ups. For pressure, his normals are pretty good frame data on them. He has a lot of lows though, not with 2L but with 5L hitting low, 5M, and 2M. 2M also pulling them out of the corner. So this is what makes his overhead 236 series crazy, especially the L1, but EX has crazy range to it too, which can all be charged for different timings as well, giving combo on hits if fully charged and being plus on block. And it's especially strong now since they can be faked out by pressing S during the animation to go right into your lows, so mixing that up is really strong. JM can be nice as a cross-up tool as well. And of course he has a conventional mix like super dash plus assist, but using 5L as your low option. But his key mix are his restands. Instead of dealing with different tech options after sliding knockdown, he can plant Saibamen and mix right away in the same combo depending on your assist and your combos. His main combo ender is doing J2H into 214H to stay close to them. Do not hold the J2H so that way you can bring them back to the ground. There's an infinite amount of setups and mix to these, but an easy one is with most C assists, where you do the EX plant and program them by pressing LMSS. This is done by pressing DR, which is L plus M, so you get both inputs right at once, and then SS to be faster to program them. So again, you do 214H, press DR, then press special. From there, you can do 2M, 5H, 214L, back or forward dash, unheld DR, then super dash, where you can get access to a high-low after that super dash. That extra 214L one can be nice for combo extensions to be more optimal, or if they guess right on your mix-up where you can continue for pressure. There's a ton of setups, including solo Saibamen setups, 4 ways in the corner, even mid-screen, or Saibamen snap mix-ups. There's just a lot. If you're very tight, the health bar can stay red, even though it's a new combo which confuses a lot of players at first. So it's 2 separate combos just tightly strung together. I know I'm showing a lot of C assist mix-ups, but a lot of other multi-hitting or long assist works as well. It's just the easiest to show C assist. From there you can use the Saibamen to optimize your combos or get into another mix, but you just want to kill from there. So you can see how Saibamen grants him some of the best advantage states in the game. For his level 3, he can get the super jump IID setups where you hold S into your IID holding up to flow high or down to fast fall low, although the timing is a bit tricky. Or you can plant a Saibamen for continuous pressure even if you're wrong, as they can combo break them if they're trying to press on with their offense. You can also hold that level 3 input pre-smash like as a reversal to plant and combo afterwards for some mix-ups or whatever. He just has endless setups with endless assists, honestly. So that's up to you to figure that out with your team. A assist provides good noise as a single hitting assist with 35 frame blocks done. B is a double hitting assist with some strike armor invul to it at 29 frames. C is a basic tracking assist at 43 frames of block stun, just like anything else, but doesn't have the best tracking. So a lot of game plans to maximize Nappa is to have him come in afterwards, having a good point to enable him in the corner so he can start mixing right away when he's in the game. Tagging into normal Oki and then Saibamen is okay, but you want to get into his restand mix right away. One of the best examples is Baby, since his 6H gets full corner carry and EX Saibamen combos into restands right away, like this mid-screen example to get into his 50-50s. But also in the corner, it can work for a 4-way corner steal by following this format where you can go into combo afterwards with the Saibamen. Some characters with less time to them can still work depending on their specials, as long as that special is lingering and he's able to plant and land a 5L to continue the combo afterwards. Or even on whiffed DHEs to get an EX plant to improve your following Oki, but that's not as good as the guaranteed restands. Even just tagging in after the kill to preserve a life lead with a passive Saibamen Nappa, playing defensively to play on that advantage with the health lead is pretty big. And of course, once he's in, learn the restands with your assist, but he can play as a point using assist to help him out in his limited neutral as well. The last piece of synergy is how his B assist can maximize some mix-ups, especially ones that are guard cancelable, to armor through them and hit the tagger once they do come with your timing, so that can be actually pretty interesting. The B assist is weird though, it only triggers the second part once it does make like comboable contact. So mid-screen, he doesn't really have a way to get knockdowns without using assists and stuff. Here's a simple one, but you do want to always combo into an assist for restands anyways, right? So that's why you want to prioritize as a combo ender. Unless you want to go into easy down heavy where the JLLL does give a smash for sliding knockdown, or where you can vanish and then you can do his J2H into 226M, which works mid-screen. He does have a rejump though. Here's how an assisted ender can look like. His combos are much better when you reach a corner. You can actually hold a J2H to extend and combo after the unheld Ki Blast J2H, and that's how you get sliding knockdown or other extensions, which makes it a lot easier to connect explosive bombs and stuff, for example. So here's how that looks like for something to help you out with your combo outputs. I showcased a bunch of reset combos throughout the video, but here's a simple assisted one mid-screen. Make sure you program with DRSS. This one actually gives you a 4-way between land, 5L low, air dashes, and if you cross up, you can cross back over to continue as well. But like I've been saying, his more optimal stuff is comboing after his restands. Here's one of many examples he has where you align his explosions with Saibamen hits. I planted another one too where you can combo with another Saibamen ender if you want to get really optimal with him. He just has a lot, man. Definitely one of the harder characters of the game. But once you learn him, you know? Ginyu is a summon character, cycling through each of his members, which can be done with either the S, JS, 236, and 214S inputs, all being usable in the air and having different variations with Ki Blast invul when he's summoning. The cycle goes through Guldo, Raccoon, Birder, Jace, and then repeating once again. You can also hold the S on your summoning inputs and then let go for different timings. This is called negative edge, where they come out later when you let go of that S input. His unique body swap level 3 ability can also be cool, causing 65% extra damage for half a bar if you hold that input. This can be comboed easily if you're in limit break with level 1 into body swap, taking full control of their characters but giving them a Ginyu without summons, just field calls. That level 1 can be charged up, by the way, which used to be his old level 3, but now he has an actual level 3 where you can pick the order to start up your Ginyu first as well by pressing an input. The difference between this one is that it gives them more time for sparking to regen their HP as the animation plays, so pop that other level 1 3 times to be more efficient with time. But as you can see, as overwhelming as he is, he requires a lot of brain power to keep track of your summoning order for combos, neutral, Oki, mix-ups, and more. Alright, in neutral, he doesn't really have many direct projectiles, only his lariats having really good range to it, but his summons are pretty crazy. Even if they have some projectile invulnerability to it, you just can't spam it as it is punishable. So for his summons in neutral, Guldo's 5S fires a projectile, Raccoon's 236S fires a beam, where you can move it while fire since you're not the one firing, right? The 214S version of Raccoon becomes this really hard to use long startup explosion, but it does build a bar while he's charging up. Only the biggest of brains maximize this one. Birder is really cool as he flies around the screen a few times with 236S. 214S keeps him grounded as a horizontal lingering move. And his last call with 236S to lead for Purple Comet, 214S to make it appear behind Ginyu. These last two can combo break as well as just being super oppressive. He can easily overwhelm the screen and make you feel trapped with assist to help him out. In pressure, his normals are interesting. While he doesn't have a low 2L, he has other unique buttons like 5H that's a low, especially since it can be held and jumped around to cross up if they crouch block, even cancelling the charge up 5H animation with DR or 6M or summons, adding a lot of layers. He can also outspace himself with lariat pressure, getting counter hit if they try to challenge. The really good pressure stuff comes from his summons, especially on Oki. After a knockdown, you can call 236 as Guldo and 236 as Raccoon while covering up tech with 6M, and then those two can help pin them down. Especially strong because of how noisy it is, making it hard to see where you can corner seal and all that. If Birder is active, he can actually hit them out of the corner for left-right mix-ups with IDs, and even to confirm 6Ms and stuff, which counter 2Hs that would counter your IDs. He can even combo into snap setup solo depending on your summon order. Here's a quick combo with Raccoon going into Birder where you can kind of go for mix. This requires you to hold the summons to negative edge though, so holding S. On block, the 5S Birder calls can be interesting for mix-up at plus 42 on block. This can be used with your assist or whatever, like holding 5S plus assist on Birder, holding it so it comes out on your extra normals, where then you can hold S into a super jump ID float left right mix. Or you can call the assist, hold 5H, then jump it to S, then air dash for the high or land low, which can be interesting. For this one, you don't hold S though. This can be hard to execute. He has some level 3 stuff. It's interesting because you can hold S during it to get Jace as your next summon. Mid-screen, this turns into a meaty safe jump from far away by just pressing S. Corner, during the level 3 animation, you can press and hold heavy to get Birder. Then you can call 214S where he can linger around, and this can also help with the corner steal setups and all. Or if they're mashing to combo break them. But he has endless more setups. His A assist is his lariat with great blocks and at 38 frames and pretty good range at almost full screen. This is his easiest to use. B is crazy as it summons 2 Ginyu Force members, but being even more confusing as it cycles through 5S for both. The next one will be 236S for both, and then the next one after that is 214S S for both. And then the 4th call is back to the S. The 5th call, which goes back to Guldo, is the 236S version. Yeah, it's crazy. And this cycles through the order for himself when he comes in. So trying to keep track of all this while tagging Ginyu in and out is extremely difficult unless you're a Captain Ginyu master, which comes with experience because as you see the assist starting up, then you instantly know which one it is. The biggest thing is that it can give you the same advantages with screen control, combo breaking, mix-ups, Oki use, and more, especially if you get the right calls at the right times, and there's 2 of them, right? So it's just endless possibilities. C has huge blocks on at 60 frames, that helps with mix, but those types of C assists have poor tracking to them. Synergy wise, Ginyu can both be played at the start with assists to help him get into his Ginyu 4 setups to overwhelm the screen, having good round start options too with his lariats, or being held after as a support to get to the corner, and then you can go into level 3 Oki to start Ginyu pressure right away or just regular sliding knockdown. But once he gets going, he is pretty self-sufficient. Even the Birder mix-ups can work with very low assisted block stun to help him to set up the real block stun with Birder, and his optimal routes don't really care for specific assists and stuff, but those do help out. He can also tag into his summons to extend combos. He can Z-tag after his purple comment to give character specific setups, like Nappa's Oki for example. There's probably a lot of potential here. Speaking of Z tags, he can make a lot out of uncomboable hits with a Z tag, and then he uses his EM shoulder into the Ginyu call assist as well to extend from situations where you normally can't really get a lot afterwards. So here's a few examples of that. Multi-hitting assist can also help him set up his body change easily by just going into Guldo after. You can check which assists are better, but C assists are the easiest to extend with. Speaking of body change, besides the limit break one or spending spark, you can also get it solo with Guldo like so. Here's how it works mid-screen with Guldo, and here's a version in the corner with Guldo. And if you're starting with the Jace instead of Guldo, you can do 236M5S for Jace into 236S right away and then body swap, which works anywhere on screen because that 236S tracks. For combos, we'll skip past regular stuff and start with his easy summon routes. After his M lariats, you can call Guldo and Birder and just super dash afterwards. Just remember his multi-hit JLs. You can also do all of the regular universal BNB with 2H for the one that we showed at the beginning of the video. Here's one starting with Guldo that uses all of his summons close to the corner, but he has a lot of different summoning extensions. It's actually pretty insane, especially changing slightly depending on who you start with your summon cycle. In the corner, he has an auto combo one, but here's an easier optimal example with held Guldo 5L Rakum into delayed lariats, Birder, waiting until Birder hits back to do quarter circle back S into the rest, like so. But the different orders lead to different combos, so that's the hard part to remember and master. Also mixing a negative edge, sometimes you have to hold S, sometimes you don't. Cell, the perfect being. He's most known for his perfect attack anti-air tool and very effective mix-ups and pressure. He can be interesting leading the game or coming in later to his best pressuring position like after his really strong level 3. And his other supers can be used anywhere as a barrier with frame 1 invul 360 coverage, unlike most level 1 supers that are frame 4 invul and don't cover all around it. His neutral is alright, he has some decent buttons and range to his normals. His 2H is a bit short, so that's why they gave him a 3H. But like I said, perfect attack is really good because of his frame 4 anti-air ability, EX being frame 1 anti-air and frame 8 everything else. On hits, you can convert for combos, getting a wall bounce if it's the aerial version, but it's all frame 4 anti-air in the air. On block is safe and gives you mix-ups, the other versions too, but especially that EX. Besides that, he has angled beams on the ground and in the air, angled ki blast, which can be turned into a plus on block lariat, although committal with that down S. Kinda like his JS that covers the entire ground but is committal, although you can press JH to kinda cancel it earlier. So you'd have to pair good movement to maximize his anti-air tools to be within range and all. He also has a J2M that teleports behind them, which is great for whip punishes on reactions like if they fire a beam. J2L stays same side but with the added pro that you can combo it solo with 5L. Rolling Crush can be interesting too, where you can hold forward or backwards for different momentos, but it's very committal, although it can have some nice mobility in the air. The same can be said with his safer J2H or perfect attacks for mobility too. Where he shines though is on block. He has additional normals with 5M, 4M, an extra 6H to hit low whenever on top of his 2Ls. 5LL, 6L is a grab, where 5L, 6LL is a plus on block move. and he even has a command grab with 214S that can be converted in the quarter. Besides universal mix like super dash plus assist, IED setups because he has that low hitting 2L, his main mix-up is his EX perfect attack with an assist that can be turned into a 4-way mix-up because it takes the corner, it appears on the other side. From there you have the ability to float in different directions, so you can float back same side, fast fall low, float, and then air dash, so creating your own 50-50s however you want with different timings and all. He has some other perfect attack mix-ups with the light version hitting same side and the medium one hitting cross-up as well, which can be staggered with assist if you get your timings right. So that tool is really his best friend for real. He's most known for his level 3 mix-up. You can set it up by either whiffing a 5L or you do an IED, and then from there you do an EX rolling crush, holding forward or nothing to hit cross-up or holding backward to hit same side. A left-right overhead 50-50. The only issue is that he needs to spark or use an assist to convert, so it's a fairly exhaustive 50-50 using a lot of resources and being in the corner only, on top of mixing in his low 2M, backdash, spark, baits, and more. His A assist provides a beam that angles down, great blocks on at 41 frames but is slower and doesn't quite reach full screen. B is a bit unique, faster at 35 frames blocks and giving you a wall bounce on it and reaches 3/4 of the screen. C is his perfect attack, of course, being a really effective anti-air, so more of a defensive assist, but is very limited block stun at 25 frames. It does reach almost super jump height though. Synergy wise, the obvious is that, Cell fits well with assist to help him out in neutral, when he's on point whether they're fast or screen controlling ones to help him out, but quicker startup ones can be great for some more aggressive movements and pokes when he's advancing forward. And to help hit confirm his other hits, like converting EX perfect attack into full combo if they're fast, some needing delays on the timings and all, and if they can also give him mix on block, but he's pretty flexible with that. Low block stun ones can help with 214L versus 214M left right, which isn't the best but is still something interesting. And with more than 30 frames, which is pretty low, he doesn't need a lot of block stun, he can do his EX 4-way 50-50, so he's quite flexible as a point. Even his combos are very flexible though, being able to use anything to extend if desired. Multi-hitting assists do help him add on extra stuff, but isn't something really needed. If he's coming from a support position, having a character with great meter and corner carry to help to get into his corner level 3 mix is super nice. So you do want to prioritize getting to the corner for that corner only mix. He's just at his best when he reaches that position, even on block. But also check ways to Z-tag into his medium rolling crush as a combo ender. Even solo you want this to be your ender since it does give you more damage and meter, yeah, but more importantly more frame advantage for better Oki. Some characters can do it really high up where it stacks onto that meter and damage. And his medium perfect attack can be nice to side switch into other characters if needed as well. Time for his combos. Here's how his generic BNB looks like, but if you do a rolling crusher early to be safer, you can end up side switching with that light one. You want to find ways to use his JS into his rolling crush to be more consistent like so and not side switch, but you want to prioritize combos that end with a medium rolling crush. This is more optimal and gives better Oki. His more optimal mid-screen combos revolve around his Psycho Crash grab, where he can combo in many ways like dashing up continuing, but here's a reach up with that beam and the medium ender. In the corner he also has many routes. Here's how his optimal M ender one looks like, needing to charge his 5H by holding it and wait a bit with 2S, so delaying the beam after that 2S to let a couple hits fly, but not the last hit. But if you struggle with any of his combo enders, just use his EX rolling crush to guarantee knockdowns. Majin Buu is next. He's a bit more of a tricky, skillful character to master, having interesting and unique tools and combos, but is most known for his pressure, mix-ups, and restand ability, avoiding Oki by getting into mix instead. This is his biggest attractor that we'll go over later in the pressure section. He only has grounded supers, his level 1 reaching 360 full screen coverage, and his level 3 actually heals his blue life as he eats his opponent. So in neutral, his aerial heavies are really cool, using that stretch ability with insane range. Although his grounded normals aren't really the same, only 5H kinda has really good range to it. He also has this cool added bonus to float longer in the air than others, funnily enough, after super jumps. This helps out with his mobility, of course. Key blasts cover a good angle, which can be paired with his specials, especially his cartwheels that are anti-airs, whether on the ground or in the air on reaction, getting full combos from them as well. These flips in particular are really strong as a defensive tactic when close. And his overhead butt slam with pretty good range to it, being plus on block. These three tools can work well together as long as movement is involved. He also has this sort of mid-range beam, not full screen, but it does have pretty good hitbox to it in the mid-range area, which is air okay as well. And his fat toss that can be interesting, I guess, having different angles to it, but is more so for restands than Oki, not really neutral. In pressure, he has a lot of cool options. He has a low hitting 2L, a low hitting 5LL, and 2M that pulls him out of the corner. But 5M is unique as a normal that hits overhead with extra extra startup to it to make it balanced. He can also do 5L 6LL for his auto combo grab solo as well, and 2S for extra normals with an upward ki blast. His 214S and 236 overheads also provide plus frames on block, where 236M actually hits cross up. While it's interesting to change size and all of these are 2Hable, so be careful of your timings and make sure to monitor that. Besides universal mix-ups like Super Dash plus assist, high lows, IADs because he has a low hitting 2L, he gets a 50-50 with EX cartwheel plus assist, true stringing with 40 frames of block stun for a low 2L or air dash high jail, even floating for a cross up by holding up forward after the EX cartwheel. You can go into this even from a staircase, so that can be interesting for true string mix-ups. EX cartwheel itself can be used as a really quick IAD cross-up solo, which makes for interesting left-rights from Majin Buu with different timings. On sliding knockdowns, you can throw 214S for Oki to lock them down kinda and be plus on block, but his Fat Toss is best when used at the end of combos for restands, commonly seen with 236H as a combo ender, or if you're on the ground with this, you can do 2M 214S and stuff for meterless restands. So restands. This takes away the opponent's tech ability, so no up techs, delay techs, etc. to worry about, where they'll be standing. You can actually extend with a couple more hits, or you can wait to end the combo and then go for cheeky solo resets, but you can actually get a safe 50-50 from this with an assist, which is what you want to go for. Single hitting assists that don't launch them and keep them grounded are the best, as those break the Fat Toss state and then you can go into your mix for another combo. So an easy one is you can do jump up, assist, and then land low. 2M is preferred here due to the timings, and then you can mix in an air dash high or an air dash cross up mid screen. You can even add that tricky EX cartwheel and stuff, but there's various other ways of setting it up, like him hitting first with a jumping up medium plus the assist right away for a tight setups, and then you can go for your high low. Just be careful of like reflex and all, but the left right options are really nice, and some assists can help you counter those other defensive options. He also has some like solo extensions that aren't as good because the gaps aren't covered without the assist, which makes you more vulnerable for reversals. This is just nice because instead of having to deal with various tech options on your Oki, they get put in a more difficult guessing situation instead without having their tech options. Level 3, he can get a super jump IAD high-low setup, which is really nice. That's like a 50-50, which is probably the main thing that you want to aim for. But also a meaty butt slam, that's plus on block too if they guess the right direction on reaction between the left-right corner steal. He also has a side switch setup with some assist for some synergy that we'll see in the synergy section. He has a great defensive assist with A, having 30 frames of block stun, and is more like a mid-range pop-up assist. His B assist has 2 different arcs to it depending on how you hold your directions, but only 18 frames, although it's unique due to giving everyone Boo's restand mix. You can try to go for the same 50-50, but spending both assists for that is costly, so you spend one for the restand and then one for the mix. I don't know about that. There are better synergistic use though. That was in the synergy section. C is tracking with air invul to it, but only has 25 frames of block stun. Synergy wise, I explained how grounded base assists can help with restands. Single hitting ones like Jiren B is the easiest to understand, but even lockdown ones like Janemba A or multi hitting ones like Krillin Rocks as well can help, which can also deal with like reflex, right? So keeping one assist primarily for the Fat Toss mix and then one to help in neutral is a common game plan for Majin Buu leading the points, but he can also come in with resources to go into his EX special, or if the character can combo low to the ground and then tag him in, and then you can get meterless restands with Fat Toss. So that can be interesting synergy to look at if their special kind of lingers as you tag out. Or you can go into a strong level 3 Oki as well from a pivot or support slot. But again, this costs 2 assists, so it can be costly. Be careful of that. His B assist can be interesting, like I said, for some solo mix, like especially for Tien, for example, where he gets that JH into low or JH into another overhead with his light volleyball fist, which is a solo 50-50 mix that we'll see in Tien section. His JH kind of breaks the toss where then he goes into the mix, or even giving you a lot of time to go into like Piccolo's restand mix. There are very few characters with solo mix from Majin Buu's B assist restand though, so it's not too worth it unless you're playing those specific characters. And a really cool thing about his level 3 is that if you have an assist that pushes your opponent forward, if you do 2M or 5H into that assist into 226M level 3, sometimes using delays and all, you get this glitched corner state, which you get a high-low and a left-right mix kinda. Cool, I guess, but works with few assists that push them forward, like Bardock A, SSj Goku B, Roshi A, Janemba A, Kid Buu B, and more. And this can be really cursed and can catch a lot of people off guard because it looks like Majin Buu's in the corner, but he's really not. Time for combos. For his B&B, he can jump after 2S where 214M replaces his J2H into the rest of the normal route, or you can end with his EX ender to go into his restand mix. Because it's an overhead, his 5M doesn't scale like a medium, but you can go into rejump stuff as well. Universal rejumps where you can add in the beam and all into super dash. More optimally though, you can do a buzz slam into dash 5LL, delaying the 2M into the rest, where you can finish with the 2M buzz slam to go into supers as a combo ender, adding on to that Fat Toss special. His corner optimal looks like so, delaying the first set of JLs for extra height, and after the super dash where you can get meterless knockdown at 50 frames of advantage for once. A very cool route. Kid Buu, the embodiment of chaos and brutality, primarily known for his mix-ups and ability to provide it for others, with saucy, stylish as hell combos taking advantage of his stretch ability and mystic balls, but is one of the harder characters in the game. He has 2 level 1 supers, the aerial one being easier to land, and his level 3 that can be done anywhere, that also stops time a bit to prevent health regeneration in Spark. His neutral is okay, JM and 5M have insane range but can leave you vulnerable, so be careful with that. You'd have to use like JL for less committal pokes to help with moon jumps and stuff. He has 3M, 2M, 1M, 3M reaching the furthest, which can be good for landing snipes if you're very accurate, and they can combo into each other. He has interesting angles with Ki Blast, one angled up, which can be repeated with the 6S input to not get the 2S part, which you get from just pressing 5SS. They kind of change trajectory when you're closer, which can be strong with movement, especially dashing momentum 2S plus assist for mix from neutral. Being able to move with Kid Buu is key to maximize his pokes and assist costs to help him out. On the ground, he has Candy Beam that isn't too good as a big committal small beam. In the air though, this turns into the better normal beam attack that's much better, much bigger too, and safer, and can be super dash. While 214S is more for pressure, I have seen good players use it in tandem with assist to lock them down and get some mix zones from full screen away. He also has his mystic ball setups to quickly change aerial positioning. It's actually kinda nice as a whiff punish tool. J2H helps to stall in the air too, and he has a command grab with 214 into his inputs. This is useful for very specific situations, especially if they keep lingering in this aerial area close to you. That EX one can be comboed with 5L afterwards. His mix-ups are insane. First of all, with his normals, it's interesting how he can do double to triple lows with 2M 1M or 3M 2M 1M being the unskilled starter instead of 2M, funnily enough, which also brings them out the corner, which can be great in Spark for instant cross-ups. And his left rights are interesting because his JS can be an instant cross-up or the same side, converted with his ball for combo. Medium ball needing to hold back on it, so 2 through 6M holding 4. So speaking of holding back, it does give you a small gap, but holding back makes it +2 on that medium version. Even on the EX one where you hold back on it, but you can't really extend with a normal since 2H can counter you. Although Ki Blast afterwards can help to beat their down heavies. His Mystic Ball can be interesting to use after his 2S mind games to overextend, or EX balls to counter, especially right after the first hit of 5M to get momentum on your tools. If you throw an assist after his Mystic Ball, that's when you can get a high-low mix, 50-50 with a low hitting 2L. And whenever you go for a high with Kid Buu, whether IIDs or on mix-ups, you can get triple overheads with JLMH because the medium stalls him, which allows for the heavy to land. From higher heights, you can even get quadruple overheads with LMLH, since only one hit of the medium hits overhead, which can also mix in with whiffing the heavy for fake out into lows as well. A bit riskier mix is with 2S plus assist. Doing it after 5M gives you momentum where you can get an easier high-low, which is more ambiguous depending on your assist as well. But Guard Cancel Reflect does phase through this, although I do like it because you can go into 2S nothing to bait those out. So purposefully doing 2S to make them reflect where you do nothing for huge damage on the bait. Going into 5M instead of that manual 1M for unskilled starters. And his iconic mix comes from assist into 214S. Getting the timings right to make it true string where you can hold S to get into any super jump setups, where you can go into a high-low or even cross up forward mid-screen with super jump IED setups by holding that S and then inputting forward dash to get your IED, then you hold up to float or down to fast fall. I've actually seen people throw out 214S solo in pressure with good tempo to abuse respect or to throw off different timings, even on his level 3. His level 3 in general doesn't give much solid mix though. So that A assist, the same as his arm ball, giving 50-50 setups to every character because of that huge 57 frames of blocks and as an A assist. Make sure you get the timing right on these though, you have to call it earlier because of its huge startup. This can also be used for interesting multi-hitting combo extensions as well with the right timing. B is a lot easier to use as a short range lariat assist since it's much faster to come out, but only at 32 frames of block stun. C is just his beam, but you can angle it up to aim higher by holding up plus the assist, having 32 frames of blocks and then easy combos like usual for a regular C assist. Synergy wise, Kid Buu is interesting because you want to find assists that can help him in his neutral patterns and mix-ups at the same time. So flexibility to be used in different situations is best, especially if they can cover angles that he normally can't. But he can usually mix with a lot of assists anyway, so you want to focus on that neutral aspect. If he's not optimal, having assists to help him with combo extensions are great, although he is pretty self-sufficient with combos. Assists can help with just his combo enders, especially if they're grounded though. Check characters who can use his assist though, like his fast B1, or using his A assist if you need that mix for real or for combos and stuff. He's able to combo and convert very well while going corner to corner while preserving smash, so it can help those who can use that smash later on or something like that. His level 1 is interesting, some supers that can keep them in that falling beam animation to add on to damage, or different links for supers, but it also gives some time for other setups as well, like whiffing it or getting into some OP potential, which can even apply to his aerial super if done high enough, like in this example. So that can be fun, you know, but not really necessary. For combos, a simple extension is with 2S, JMLL, J2H into the rest. So instead of jump cancelling, you replace jump cancel with 2S on the ground, and then you can add in Ki Blast where you can side switch if you delay your super dash after J2H2. His more optimal stuff comes from 3 types of loops. He can staircase from high up, which are a lot easier and more universal in the corner. He has this grounded medium into 2S delayed JM delayed 2S patterns that have a lot to go after it. You can keep going corner to corner, but here's a shorter version for practical reasons. These are much easier in the corner. Here's an example, and what's nice is that you can add into his heavy, it's a candy beam, dragon rush, and still get the sliding knockdown with 214M or 214L with easier timing. He also has mystic ball loops in the corner by doing 236M holding back, 236M4, and then continuing with JL, J2S, 236M4, where you can get pretty cool extensions from there. Janemba is up, and he's an interesting zoner with great counter-poking abilities and is amazing at retreating and playing defensively with cool teleports and orb setups. He has 2 level 1 supers, a regular short range slice that's arrow K and one that brings you corner to corner always. His level 3 also covers the entire horizontal aspect, usable in the air. Neutral wise, he has solid pokes, but his teleports are his flashiest tools, making it great to escape and move around defensively since he can go in any direction, even offensively. And you can also use double teleports at will by just holding the S button. Great to escape the corner, to avoid super dashes, pokes, etc, especially with assists to help you poke as well. But don't over abuse it since super dashes on reactions to it can catch Janemba, although he has counters to that, because of that J2H of his that actually works in the air unlike other characters. He has huge pokes with his slash even in the air, especially the EX one reaching full screen, even the EX grab with good range to it. His Ki Blasts also have a tracking nature, comboing with a J2L or J2M overheads, but it is a bit committal, keeping you still. That's why it's best as a whiff punish tool, because he's one of the only one that can whiff punish anything from anywhere since this Ki Blast tracks. You can angle these Ki Blasts with different inputs like 6S to appear behind him, which is really strong because that can help to link into his specials. It hits him from behind to bring them back down to the ground to hit jumps, so this is his most important Ki Blast angle, especially strong with EX Slash as it frame traps everything. When they get frustrated and super dash, well, his J2H is unique in that it has anti-air properties in the air to counter that and aerial approaches, so you want to bait them into super dashes with these, on top of his level 3, being the only character with an arrow K J2H. So on top of void punishing, he's great at defensively managing air approaches. His most important neutral tool is his 2-2S projectile counter. 4-in-1 counter to all projectiles and assist, where he armors up invincible to all as he fires a counter blast to hit. That counter is super plus on block 2, great to counter a lot of things being an anti-zoner, gaining a turn from everything since it's very hard to manage once Janemba enters this counter state. Even supers and grabs can't stop him, but there are ways to like backdash out of it if you're very precise. Probably his main attractor, great to manage neutral and game mechanics. His other specials are cool with orbs that can detonate if you input that same button that activated it, especially the EX one by pressing 214H and then detonating with a heavy. They disappear if you get hit, but he has his teleports and stuff, right, to avoid you. This can lock down the ground, especially using your movement to lead them into the orb to catch landings, give you plus frames on hit, or to convert stray hits if you time that perfectly, but damn, that's some mastery. This can sometimes increase anxiety in opponents to enhancer base, so be ready to punish. Holding up when summoning the orbs keeps them higher up. In pressure, his tools are really good, no lows besides 5LL and 2M, but has good rhythm otherwise. Something tricky is how his auto combo counts as a cross up. JL makes for very fast overhead cross-ups, which combos with his EX if done right, but he also has command grabs with the 2-on-4 specials, having good range to that EX one especially, giving full combo mid-screen. While he can be a strike throw-centered character with a light one being unreactable, assist can enable his teleports to get mixed, getting a lot of different ones like left-right grounded with lower block stun. This is done by calling the assist and 236S holding either down or down forward depending on the pushback of the assist to stay same side, or doing 236S holding forward to cross up, and that's a 50-50 with the 2-wall hitting. Or you can even add in double teleport setups or using 2M to hit low, but that's slower and more reactable. With higher blocks in the sense you can teleport up and then float by holding up forward or up backwards. From there you can get a left right or you can air dash around. This can be interesting for float fast fall mix-ups in the corner too. But this brings us to his iconic level 3 mix in the corner. The best version is where you space it out by jumping backwards at JML before ending the combo, where 236S holding 3-2L hits the same side, 236S holding 6 hits cross up with that 2L, and 236S holding down 2 into 2M can spark bait being right outside the spark radius. Some supers like Cooler let you actually get the DAC spacing properly by just JCing into Janemba. That mix only works in the corner though for the 50-50, but he does have some really unique mid-screen setups like auto combo into his EX orb then J2M, continuing from there. If you can detonate it properly with the right timings, you can lock them down so you can actually go for like a left-right air dash setup. He has other ways to get to the corner. His alternate super that has crazy corner carry, where from there you can try the 6S into his other tools to Oki from there, since that 6S brings him back down on up techs especially. This super is actually funny because it's plus on block 2 when close for some reason. His A assist is insanely strong now because of how fast it is on startup as a tracking key blast assist to lock them down multi-hitting and all. This can be helpful to confirm anything, but it is a huge super dash bait, so get ready to 2H if they block it. B is okay as a slash with 29 frames of block stun, almost full screen but keeps them in place. A is his main assist, but C is a tracking one with fixed huge block stun, which is nice if you have a character who really needs it for mix-ups. In terms of synergy, he's really good at playing keep away, so defensive assist can help with that too, or just coming in after a life lead to maintain it because of his defensive nature, counters, whip punish capabilities and all. Speaking of that counter, that can be really good for matchup specific purposes. If you have a character that uses a lot of projectiles, Janemba can cook them. He can also be Z tagged in where he can set up his EX orb Oki on JDR enders as well. His assist is really valued though, especially to confirm really harsh angles. You can confirm anything on reaction, which allows some characters to maximize their straight hits. But when using the assist, remember to manage super dashes and reflex. So characters with anti-air game plans and tools can do really well with Janemba A. So if used properly, Janemba A can dominate the game. Once he is in though, depending on block stun, he can get different types of mix-ups. Low stun helps with his left rights and big block stun for his 4-way float mix-ups. And with some DHCs, he can get the perfect spacing for his level 3 to maximize the mix by either holding 3 to hit same size, 6 to cross up, or down to be right in that bait region. This works with Android 16 super, coolers, and more. For combos, his JH isn't really a combo starter, so use his JL or JM, where you can also use his teleport to extend BMBs like so after vanishes and all. The main combo to max her with him is his EX orb take, and putting it right after J2H then air dashing right away, adding an instant air dasher to optimize it a bit more while the orb is detonated. He can use his unique key blast to extend combos as well. Here's an EX slash example where you can re-jump too. In the Kona, he gets meterless orb extensions. Here's an example while holding the up medium orb with an IED to optimize. So during that 214M hold up, remember to jump back to get the spacings for his level 3 mix 2 at the end, but he has a lot more. Hit is a very oppressive but mainly a counter character, which fits his assassin nature, being a very unique character with unique mechanics although having a meter nerf. He revolves around his stances and time stops, especially since 1.40 gave him extra time freeze on some of his follow-up attacks. His level 1 is air friendly too, but level 3 is ground only, with a unique shotgun alternate super with 236H+S that can take a lot more than just 3 bars for big damage. So in neutral, he spends his time countering characters. 5M and Heavy have extremely long ranges to them, making for quick advancements or quick whiff punishes. JS or 5S is a counter tool. JS for the air is especially important to counter super dashes or tags on reaction for full combos. It tracks to where other things appear too, like projectiles or even assists. Grounded automatically triggers a hit, which is safe on block too. The tracking helps to also teleport and hit stun too, by the way, good to confirm things like assist or anything straight hits, which is really nice. Although he doesn't have a ki blast to bait opponents, your movement will be key. His iconic stances are interesting. They can provide really fast movement jabs, where the medium stance into light follow-up gives his only 3 follow projectiles that's controllable with the angles, one of them hitting overhead by the way. Light stance to light has good range, medium is a bit slower but hits full screen away. His heavy, however, that's the key, being frame 1 invul from the L or M stance, amazing as a counter boot. And EX stance being frame 4 fully invul that can go into that EX boot. The boot punishes everything and can side switch from M and H stances. The M stance also has some invul to it but not as much. All stances can be cancelled with S as well, so with fake outs to manipulate situations and confuse opponents, whether you'll go into a follow-up or quickly cancel it to go into other options, especially since he can close the distance really fast. He can also move around with 236S and 214S, going into any of his stances and follow-ups from that special. That special also phasing through a lot of things with some invul to it too, so it gives really quick jabs, fake out baits into punishes, or oppressive side switches with quick assist and all, even combining them together. Pressure wise, he has some of the most unique pressure in the game, being the only character where you block high then react low. That's because his tool hits overhead and is unreactable, where his low is reactable at 27 frames, being very slow, so the opposite of what most characters have, where the lows are the unreactable option. You don't want to get hit by hits too well though, because while you don't get a combo, you get easy hits that accumulate, and hit gets setups off of this too, where 226LL can hit meaty with the right timings, where it can be plus on block against up techs, can be 0 on grounded techs, and can even combo on hit afterwards if you get the timings right. But what makes it hard to deal with is that he can go into his other stances to kind of makes you from there too, since it's not really a techable window, it's just a weird interaction where hit has the advantage. You get a similar situation from his extra JH overhead too, where JL is a great cross-up. And the fun reset is interrupting his auto combo like after vanishes, but really easy to counter. So after the 3 inputs of lights, you want to input your specials in the right direction, and then that just instantly drops the combo, which surprises a lot of people. But once you know it's coming, you can easily just delay tech it. His stances are mix-ups in themselves. 5L to 14H to imitate Dragon Rushes for Dragon Rush Crush, which is really strong. Or normally just using it whenever. Crossing up is what you normally see from his stances to mix in your pressure. But then when it really starts to get crazy is when people expect the cross-up and they hit for the same side, doing M into L or EX into the L projectiles. That one can be hard to deal with, especially against better players who know about the cross-ups and can react. And also you can just cancel the stances whenever. Even when you're minus, you can go into the EX stances. It can be annoying to deal with, especially when you never know when it's your turn. The less minus you are, the better it is to abuse the EX stances. Then you can add the 214S to space yourself out, still in range of all your tools, but they aren't. And you have your command grabs on top of that, which can reach full screen and can be charged, which is kind of gimmicky. But things like 214S into the medium grab works, where you can combo in the corner, so that makes it really strong. And after all those layers is where that 2M sneaks its way in. And his level 3 is now busted, working anywhere on screen. You want to jump up, delay the JS into JL for meaty cross up. The higher you are, the easier it is to land that meaty JL. In which you can layer it with like an instant jump JS, so doing the JS earlier and then air dash to go back same side. And that's a little 50-50 where you can fast fall into his jabs, into his stances, and more. A assist is his DP assist at 29 frames of block stun, really good in the mid range and for rush downs for being a defensive assist. B is different, reaching full screen at 32 frames of block stun, and it does give a wall bounce, but it's a bit slower. And C is a tracking comboable assist that uses his projectiles at 32 frames of block stun, tracks all over the screen and can still be like a defensive assist because it appears behind you with some invul. Synergy wise, you usually see hit coming in as a support after building some meters, so he can come in with his EX available, or in the corner for his insane pressure or level 3 mix. So having an effective point helps to promote his mix-ups. If you have someone else who also competes for meter and a similar role with pressure mix-ups, it can make it more annoying to manage and pick between the two. But make sure that the point can also use his assist well, which is honestly everyone, but some characters can use his assist more effectively to confirm key blasts or neutral hits and stuff like that too. And then you have rush downs who do really well with his A assist, that's really fast and defensive. As for himself, with very fast assists, he can set up very quick left-right with 226S plus assist, working best with 20 frame startup assist because then you can time whether you call it a bit earlier to hit same side or delay a bit to hit cross up, and then it's like right away because of that speed. But if assist can help convert his hits, especially grounded, he can go into his more optimal routes as well, so that helps. And he also has his JS or 5S to track to hit confirm assists at different angles. In general though, he works well with defensive assists as they try to punish you, or after his teleports and quick movements with his stances and stuff to keep him safe and bait approaches. His grab doubles as an OTG, so this can be nice to add some extra damage if you have characters who can tag in to continue from there. So Trunks can still get sliding knockdown, for example, with a solo JDR, so that can be nice to OTG into Trunks where he still gets sliding knockdown, adding on damage after like his leg command grab or something. But so can Blue Vegeta, and this works mid-screen too, helpful whenever you get a hit and want to extend, or other characters with like aerial supers and stuff. On top of, whoever can combo from his L grab during pressure normally, like tagging in by holding the tag that can let you get re-jumps or calling an assist to convert without having to use the OTG. Double hitting assists can be interesting, but also assists that bring them back down to the ground as well, like after an extended 2H or something. Supers that can reach high is nice too in case he can't get ground and knocked down, since he can just do his level 1 in the air. And for his super, he can side switch by waiting a bit before you DHC, which can help to promote some side switch synergy as well. You can also just DHC right away to stay same side and still get the damage. So depending on your assist and teammates, you can pick whether you want the side switch or not, which is really nice. Being able to pick is always nice. For combos, he's mostly a corner combo fiend, but you can add JS to anything now. He has a regular BNB, but the thing is, 2M doesn't hit that often, so you don't really get the regular BNB unless 2M does hit. But mid-screen assist can really help to extend. Here's a cool example where you do the EX boot right after they slide against the wall into his OTG into either super or plus assist extensions. But he's a menace in the corner. He has these auto combo loops that you can add onto anything by doing 226 LS to cancel and then repeat into the auto combo. So after every auto combo, stands cancel, do the auto combo and get 5.8k from a 5M starter. But he also has his newer 5S combos because it gives you a smash when you're in hit stun, as if it's in this counter state. Here's an example of a more optimal conversion where you want to juggle them high enough for 226 LL to link into a jab and then continuing from there. You can add extra hits here, adding in that OTG into supers or assists. But his max damage revolves around getting an early sliding knockdown where you pick them back up with an EX, delaying your 5H into 226 LM for that high juggle concept, leading for huge damage. A bit hard, but he has a lot more combos around these meaty links. Beerus, the god of destruction, is a very precise and skillful screen controller, having orbs at his disposal with very effective pressure and huge damage on every hit, not to mention stylish. For supers, he has a level 2 that you need to time after his level 1, wait a little bit, then you input that same input to blow it up, but also one of the most damaging level 3s in the game, with 2 different versions of those, one that teleports, even up in the air. In neutral, he has interesting buns like 2M going full screen low, being frame 4 anti-projectile up until the end, good to counter beams if precise, and single hitting assist too. His 5H is huge, but it also phases through assist, being frame 4 projectile invul. His dive also having greater ranges to them, can kinda pair with his ki blast to single hitting but can combo into another one. His major neutral aspect are his orbs though. You can summon them in many different ways. Your special kicks kick them with 236L or M or H, or it can be held to summon them, so doing 236L holding the L input. EX summoning 2 orbs or holding up and down on that 236H to kick up or down at different arcs. Quarter circle forward special can summon 6 orbs on the ground or in the air, but doesn't really provide more value and takes longer. Orbs has huge hit stun on hits and higher priority than ki blast to stuff them, so ki blast can't negate them. Once summoned, you can hit them with your normals to displace them, being able to cancel into other orbs once you do hit. The L kick goes forward, the medium kick goes at a steeper down angle. When your normals interact with ki blast like 5H, it fires it forward, JH being the easiest air normal for a good angle diagonally up, 5M or JM hits it diagonally higher up, and 5L barely moves it forward and more. All of his tools can interact with the orb. The main use of it is to serve as baits, to bait opponent in interacting with them and locking screen places away. It incites super dashes, so be ready to anti-air, especially since ki blast cannot beat orbs anymore. If they try to use a more committal option like beam to cancel the orbs, you can go through it with 2M or jump up super dash or other movements. If they're being patient, you can 5H an orb with jails or combos into super dash. They cancel 2H's if they block the orb, and even if you have an orb high up in the sky, if they move into it and they get hit, you can vanish to confirm. The key though is to move around with your orbs, maximizing spatial control but also your baits. There's just tons of layers here, man. Moving as you place the orbs, moving as you kick the orbs, calculating where they'll be, where you don't want them to be, where you want to bait them. Just make sure to be aware of character specifics to manage, like an orb to bait Blueku's anti-projectile layer to punish it, and other characters too. Defensively, he's insane too. 214S is a 360 DP that's really hard to punish, and 214H plus S is a tracking level 3 grab that teleports behind them for huge damage, or 214L plus M in pressure to grab them, which negates safe jumps on their offense. But more importantly, these are safe. His level 3 are almost unpunishable except for very specific tech. If his DP is blocked in Limit Break, he can do his DP into level 1, which is also a frame 4 invul move, into level 3 to teleport, and then you get mix out of it, funny enough. In pressure, his normals are cool with 5 LLL being a cross-up overhead, 2L hitting low for mix-ups, and even 5H Kara DR to give that purple aura before grabbing. But he has really interesting patterns and spacing, like getting his JH to hit backwards, which is cursed. But for aura pressure, he can hold them out, using them after assists, which is especially nice with held 236M or IEDs or anything where the aura is falling down for some solo pressure. On Oki, this technique is really nice, and Beerus has 3 main Oki setups. After his common J214M ender, when he's bouncing up, you can hold the held orb into dash JL air dash. If you get the timings right, the orb can meet you, but watch out for reflex and reversals like Janemba, who eats up projectiles for a counter, right? After JH or JDR knockdown, you can set up 6 orbs with 226S, which looks cool but doesn't really provide any additional pressure after the initial aspect. The best form of Oki is when you do a delayed falling held orb and then another one to meaty, so 2 falling orbs, which is best. This one is really good because the first one meaties and the second one is falling down to provide additional pressure aspect, so you can time 6 M's to solo confirm it, or use the blocks from it when it does make contact to go into IIDs for like a high-low or fake outs into low, or if you're worried about them blocking high or reflecting, you can true string your lows with 2Ls and 2Ms and more. It's just nice because the first orb helps to meaty up tags or delay tags, and the second orb helps to provide a long-term pressure later on. Just be careful of using 5LL, the clap, in pressure, since this one can send the orb up away. He can also do 236H2, so holding down for plus frames on EX orbs, or holding up to get some gimmicky 50-50s, or holding the orb to remove the kicks to bait reflex. His main mix-up 50-50 is with medium orbs plus assist, getting into a high-low, late air dash high, or land to a low. This works on his level 3 setup as well too, but it is Ki Blast, so it is guard cancelable. The assists do help to lock them down in place though. And mid-screen with some assist, he can assist plus 214M to get really hard to deal with left-right when he's coming back. You need to float holding up to be closer, where you can land your 2L for a low when you come back, but this one is assist dependent depending on the pushback. Besides that and universal stuff, he has a lot more trickier things to provide with the held orbs. There's just a lot. Beerus A is one of the best assists in the game, easy to extend with, huge pressure on block with the kick parts. Even if the orbs land, you have to worry about guard cancel reflect, you can play around that, or bait super dashes, and it ricochets back to surprise opponents. B is his dive at 40 frames blocks in and decent range to it, nothing too special about that. And C is his tracking DP, very low block stun, all Ki Blast, doesn't really have good vertical tracking but is a C assist. Synergy wise, Beerus can offer a lot to rush downs because of that tricky to deal with A assist, the fact that ricochets and is so fast too. But he himself does fine with almost every type of assist. Tracking Ki Blast ones can help him with his setups, or continue to add on to his 2H plans where he anti-airs. Blocks on the ones help to set up cursed mix-ups, and he's very self-sufficient combo-wise alone as long as he has meter, which he doesn't really even need for his big damage. But some assists can encourage easier saucy combo setups just to be extra, I suppose. Fast defensive assists to help him convert are great too, especially in neutral. But we spoke earlier how his ability to super from really high up can let others whiff their air supers if they need it, like Krillin getting insane level 3 setups or other charged and whiff setups too. Any team to tag him into his JDR or JH smash for really strong falling orb Oki in the corner is nice, so if you have a character with huge corner carry, that can help him to pressure in the corner, or anyone else with corner character that can Z-tag into Beerus in the corner, so Beerus can come in and spark into his insanely damaging sparking loops, basically getting a hit with your point, tagging in Beerus, going to these sparking loops for huge damage. And because of his extremely high DAC and assist value, any team that needs more damage welcomes Beerus. For combos, the easiest thing to learn for Beerus is how you can add any orbs into the beginning parts, the held orbs or 2S, and then continue from there, where you can get a knockdown with 1 Ki Blast into M dive to be consistent, or you can add 3 of his Ki Blast to cancel it. Try to learn his meterless 5H rejump, which is pretty easy, but he's also great at meter dumping with EXs if you want to add extra hits. In the corner, he has these loops that he can get into. Here's an example of his optimal corner loop with a delay on that 2S to make it universal. And at the end, when you do your dash super jump, delay that first JH before his aerial orbs, then delay the last dive. So you do JH, wait a little bit before the last dive so that JH can fully hit the orbs behind him for that combo ender. Even from 2Hs, he can EX dive and air dash continue. Here's an easier ender to the orb loop where you can just do a dragon rush. But trust me, he has a lot more, and I have a bunch of guys on his combos. Android 16 is an insane grappler, lots of dunking with great pressure and mix-ups. He also has some armor and some unique mechanics to him, like his combable self-destruct that is the highest damage ultimate in the game, that can only be used once per match at the cost of leaving him at 1 HP with all blue light. It deals 3.5k damage minimum in combos, but insta-kills outside of it, although almost impossible to land against a good player unless they don't have meter or something. Don't worry, he has a regular level 3 too, with his level 1s being air okay as well and having an alternate version. In neutral, he has really big buns, heavies with armor on them, and some mobility with the aerial one as a bonus. His Ki Blast fires his fist at unique angles, pressing or holding S again for 2 shots with some good tracking on it. If they super dash through it, you got 2H and 214 specials in the air too, or aerial quarter circle forward can anti-air as well, especially the EX being frame 1 anti-air. He kind of revolves all around these grabs, but even from full screen away, his grounded M and EX grab have frame 4 armor, grabbing you from across the screen into full combo. It's really fast, but the medium one needs to be closer. If you want to pair with 5S needs a small gap to go into EX so that it breaks the block stun. And be careful of overly using it since they can be super dash through like any other grab. But that's where the anti-air version can come in to kind of play with their reactions. The armor makes it really good to counter specific things like assist or punishes on reaction. The aerial version of the EX grab gets full combo too, just like the grounded one, and still gives you sliding knockdown. And if they're jumping, that 214 special can grab them back down, just grabbing you all over the place. 214H in particular is kind of interesting. It's kind of like a pseudo DP, being 6 frame startup on the initial hit where you get the armor, being his fast as normal basically to challenge with, especially since it has that armor to it. So it's especially strong as an anti-tier and thus can be nice defensively. Pressure wise, he has a low 2L, a 4M possibility, and just good staggers and rhythms otherwise. 5L, 6LL is another grab, and his overheads just need to be JM or JL, not JH, as that one just moves you forward. His 226S is really interesting as it's -1 on block, and that one can frame trap, but it can be mixed with 214S that's +8 on block, so it can extend but it has a bigger gap. It's actually really hard to tell these two versions apart, so you can keep going and switching up patterns. It's really hard to escape his pressure. So one is mega safe being a frame trap, and the other is longer but is mega plus. But you don't want to block 16 because he can take throw from his lights with unreactable 214L to grab you into supers. It's so fast at 16 frames that it needs a slight delay to take throw, or his other versions for combos as well. So this incentivizes them to panic out. That's where the frame traps come in. So if you can frame trap at 16 and mix other options in, you're golden. Also make sure to manage the reversals. 214S is especially nice at frame trapping fuzzy mashes. Fuzzy mashes are common tactics to use against grapplers, so if you can master that, it gives you full combo on hits, unlike 236S's frame trap. Even after level 3, you can mix in a grab or a safe jump. The grabs are his main mix as a strike throw character, but he can also super dash plus assist and has some good high-low stuff, even safe aerial grab stuff, on top of just, universal mix-ups. A assist is a close range assist that keeps him standing, which can be useful for some specific setups and offers 30 frames of block stun. B is a double hitting assist with very good range. It can be used defensively or in pressure, but it is Ki Blast, so you need to manage reflex and super dashes. Can be a defensive assist too with how it appears behind you. C has 55 frames of block stun to help with mix-ups, but is limited tracking, although it does have some defensive uses with some armor to it. For a couple of synergy tips, A's restand ability can help for some things, like Majin Buu's Fat Toss Restands mix for example, for something unique with that, and it's just a really fast assist at 20 frames to help mix and conversions and all, like the side switch mix-ups that we spoke about, like for hits. That B assist can set up a lot, from a lot of combo extensions to other pressure sequences or setups, like Piccolo adding a lot at the end, or command grab characters mixing in frame traps with 6Ms with command grabs in the gap of that second hit. So because of his assist value and solid supers, he's held for later in order to help support other characters very well, then come into his strong pressure or neutral matchup purposes. His dunk lets him get a sliding knockdown from Z tags at higher hits and decay, even if he used up the smash earlier so that he can get another sliding knockdown with the dunk. That can help to extend combos and all. But this also lets you go into his EX move once you're on the ground for his self-destruct super for huge damage, so even coming in from a tagger, you can still get access to his self-destruct. And honestly, having someone like Krillin Senzu Bean to restore that blue life instantaneously can be nice after the strongest damaging super in the game. Some assists can help him hit confirm the grab as well, like the medium one throwing them up. Some assists like Cooler A when whiff can actually let him steal the corner after his stick throw grab to add on to his Oki and mix up game plan. Since they're so worried about the strike throw, boom, cross up. His alternate level 1 super can give more time for a lingering effect, like to charge up Piccolo's beam a little bit, or other characters' double supers or follow-ups like Gohan into some Oki. In terms of combos, his BNB can look like so, where you can continue the combo after J2H. This lets you either combo end with J214H or J2H land to 14H in order to get into his once a game self-destruct super for huge damage. He has a few different rejumps. Here's an example of a mid-screen routing with a double rejump, a delay on the first super dash and then again on the J2H so that he lands and super dashes right away to get his double rejump back and all because you landed, right? From his super dash and straight hits and all, you can convert from his EX anywhere as well. The J2H extensions work from his down heavies and any route too, honestly. Here's an example of how it looks like in the corner, where you can combo after 5H on the ground, keeping low height so that you can connect his medium grab in to end off the combo. Hope these combos help give you some ideas on how to optimize and structure your 16 routings to maximize your hits with them. MVP 17 is most known for support value and meter build with Ki Blast extensions, having solid pressure and a mix-up oriented Rekka under your manual control. 3 supers are available to the MVP 17, a grounded one that deals pretty good damage, but also a frame 1 invul barrier that travels full screen and is air okay, on top of his level 3 from anywhere on the screen. Normals are alright, not his 5-up, but his mediums and stuff have some good range to them, especially that auto combo that gives you mix on block basically. He has Ki Blast to help with neutral control, especially since his Rekkas can anti-air and go through projectiles. The EX1 going across of the opponent. Barrier is nice to cancel his Rekkas into by pressing H to be safe, especially if they try to push and punish early during your Rekkas where you can do it on reaction. H is faster than just pressing S, with 214H also being frame 4 fully invul as well, great to be used like after blocking vanishes or 6Ms and stuff. His mobility is interesting on top of his 214 and 236S, and fast falls with 214 specials in the air, especially the EX1 to quickly go down, but can be a big committal when you're jumping off the walls. But remember how his barrier super is frame 1 invul, so that can be nice if they try to punish approaches or anything, especially in the middle of your animation with that 214S or 236S, so that can be used as bait. He doesn't have a beam, but with down S, he can charge up a power blitz. Down heavy, charging 2 sets of them, where pressing it again fires it. So firing 2-2S is very fast with a double shot at different angles, which can be used in the air. It's plus on block and the EX version by doing down heavy, even OTGs on the ground with extra ground bounce. While his pressure is interesting, lots of lows with 2-0 but short lights, although decent left rights with 3H sliding down low as an anti-air if you bait them with Ki Blast in your pressure. And that power blitz being plus for like a 5M and all to string, still being in range or it's your turn. And if used as a frame trap, the EX one can be nice because you can actually combo that one, whereas the normal one as a frame trap you can't really get follow-ups. His main stuff revolves around his Rekkas. Just pressing a bunch of lights as a follow-up has the automatic version going mid, high, low, but you can manually string them together how you want with the 4 follow-ups at different directions, so you can do the high or low earlier or not do it at all. Pressing the medium follow-ups also gives more range to them. You can use the 4 plus follow-up input as a fake out, so you can fake out into the high, where EX fake outs can side switch too for very fast cross-ups. You can get into the high right away, where you can confirm for full combo with an EX barrier solo. You can use the EX stuff to change sides, especially since you can change the 214 set of Rekkas with 236 set of Rekkas. That EX side switch can be pretty crazy to deal with sometimes. Even as a DR crush with 214H, the invul on it is just so nice. Whenever they do a guard cancel or reversal or super, your H barrier can come out ASAP to punish anything and keep you safe. The way you can string into your own cancels can be very interesting though. Some really good solo mix-ups involve auto combo. From there you can do a 236H for a high, getting full combo on hits, or 214H fast into land low or even DR. This can apply even after air dashes or close aerial Ki Blast. Whenever you're up in the air you can go into this like high-low mix. Assist can help of course to confirm or to even have more cursed setups, but also universal mix-ups with high lows and IEDs and all. Even like super dash plus assist mix. Level 3 he has a nice mix up in the corner with 236L 6H to meet the same side, or 236L 4H for a cross up. Even 236L 214H to spark bait. He can also super jump IED as well by holding S and then inputting your IED inputs, where you can hold up for a float high safe jump or hold down for a fast fall low 50-50. A assist is his most iconic one, protecting you and then offering a blast afterwards for 35 frames of block stun and horizontal wall bounce to it. Can be nice to whiff an attack and lure them to punish you. B is an underrated one for him. It's a very quick close range assist at 20 frames startup with a big 40 frames of block stun. And this can actually store up to 3 charges, so when 17 pulls up at last, he has 3 sets stored for whenever, with whichever versions, even the EX one. So that kind of helps for his development. And C is an anti-air tracking assist, but with huge block stun at 60 frames, giving good mix-ups and also being able to help out defensively. Synergy wise, characters with really long range committal options do very well with barriers, baiting them to come punish you, but you counter them instead. So this helps for rush downs in particular that can move forward and basically whiffing on purpose to lure them in. Barriers also help to make some mix-ups unguard cancelable too, so if they try to guard cancel, the barrier keeps you safe and hits them. The BSs can help when you're higher off the ground for like super dashes and stuff, and is also really quick to help promote rush down playstyles too, especially since it's nice to hit confirm. And remember, it's really fast, so even side switches at 20 frames. He can extend his own combos to build a lot of meter, which can be helpful for those teams that can't make the most meter build, especially in Spark. He's a battery. Assists that provide great neutral coverage is always nice, especially those upward angles that he can't really cover, where tracking assists can help. And quick assists too that can help out his mobility with his Rekkas and stuff, and his other specials. Beams in general work well with everything, even combo extensions, so that's like a practical recommendation. But long blocks unlike SSj Goku B can give him that 4-way in the corner by taking the corner with his Rekka, and then holding S into a super jump IAD setup, but super dash 50-50 is enough with him. Something very niche is that he can use his OTG after a Z tag into some specials to combo afterwards, although it does cost half a bar and he needs to have that stock ready. But remember how his EX1 OTGs? Well, you can use that Z-Tag into certain combos as well, like Daimos that need some charge up hits. Very cool. So for combos with 17, his BMBs, just know that you can add a bunch of Ki Blasts and get used to ending with his J226M for knockdown in the air. But you can also do the EX one to continue down further because on the ground the Rekka continues. And then from there you can do 214L, 236L, then end with either 2S plus assist to gain a stock, or if you already have a stock you can do the Power Blitz for knockdown. You can also do this easy Rekka combo. Whenever you confirm into the EX barrier smash, you can go into the Super Jump Ki Blast continuation for good damage and knockdown. He also has his cool reach up mid-screen. This can probably be optimized for more, for his most efficient meter build stuff. For the time that you want to delay the heavy so that you whip, that you don't make contact, then you can continue afterwards. All these concepts apply to the Kona. Here's a simple easy route where you can connect auto combo after his EX blast smash to add on to damage. And showing you how he can extend with his OTG into Dragon Rush. Remember to hold the Dragon Rush button and everything like that. Android 18 is an interesting support character. Something unique to her is that she can summon her brother in to help her combos, neutral mix-ups, and more, even in her level 3, which turns into Krillin if he's a teammate. That's so cute. She's known for her really powerful mix-ups, especially from her level 3, which is probably one of the best mix-ups in the game, because it works from anywhere, all the time, and her defensive value as well. In neutral, she has typical tools with decent pokes. That 5M and 5H is pretty scary, not gonna lie. She has Ki Blast and even a destructive disc that can be tilted around, which is kinda funny. Don't forget universal movement and concepts to maximize her tools. With her summons, she can accomplish a lot more. In neutral, she can summon him to attack within a limited range. But more importantly, with 214S, she can call him for a Ki Blast where she can move around as he fires, as if she has another assist. These actually change if you hold the inputs, getting different animations and all, like doing 214 held S to get the barrier, or 236M versus 236 held M. It's different specials. The EX call is really nice because it triggers for a blast if opponents try to call any of their assists, appearing right to the point where their assists come, or it can be manually detonated by inputting that call again. So this can kind of limit their assist usage, and she can call these in the air as well. She also has the ability to call barriers with down S, or 17 with the J214S or held 214S to fully nullify everything but supers. Where if you land a successful counter with your barrier, you can press your trigger right away to branch into a super ASAP. She can get really annoying with these barriers, like double barriers in the air to help her landing and keep her protected. These barriers build insane amount of meter when absorbing hits too. Just don't over abuse these since you can get blown up, so switching between defensive approaches and then when they get scared of that, being offensive can be really hard to manage 18. So her toolkit is really good at screen and match management. Her pressure is iconic, lots of lows with 5L, 2M. There's 2L for being an insane stagger tool to keep you within range, insane. All helping with super dash plus assist mix and all. The big 5L lets the mix work mid-screen too, so you can do that super dash 50-50 mid-screen with some assists that hold them close. Pushback can make it a bit harder mid-screen, but she has plus range with 2S key blast, command grabs that she can do, and is most known for her left rights with that crazy JM that hits both sides. Seriously, you can get really crisp left rights with it, especially if you get your spacing rights with specific assists, or even calling 17 with an assist with 214M and then holding S during 214M to get the super jump input with your IED, where you can get a 4-way mix with floats and fastballs and all. That's an easy way to set it up, but it's hard to make it very tight. Some cool tech though, a harder way to get even more blocks and for better mix with every assist is by holding a 214M input, holding that medium. This way when you do your super jump IEDs, they can't 2H it because it's a different, more staggered special. On Oki, the EX element one can be nice to lock them down, even against Reflex, where you can fake it with an S input without having the blast come out to bait and punish their anticipations. Really cool mind games. The crazy mix with her JM is with her level 3 mix, having some of the best level 3 situation in the game because anywhere on screen she's always at the perfect spacing, even if you're in the corner, where you can get same side jam or cross up jam with different types of air dashes and timings to hit meaty on both sides, being safe too, meterless too, with her other layers like lows, command grab, 17, spark base, and more. A lot of other characters can't always get access to meterless mix anywhere on screen like her. Her A assist is most known to be a barrier, fully protecting you while generating meter on hit too. Doesn't have an active hitbox like 17, but isn't as vulnerable either. Great to cover your whiffs. Can also help to disguise mix-ups like green to cover green, DRs, and grabs and such. B is a destructo disc that hits full screen, kinda like a beam but only at 26 frame block stun. C is one of those high blocks and limited tracking assists at 60 frames, great for mix-ups. Synergy wise, she usually comes from a support slot, so her A assist can shine to not only keep you safe in neutral and lure them in with whiffs, but also for unique pressure situations, especially helping rushdown characters like keeping Kefla's 214 as dash super safe, wanting them to mash but then countering because your barrier covers Kefla. So that can just work with any rushdowns where you use committal moves and then you're safe behind it. Just get the timings of the barrier right. But the fact that her level 3 can work from anywhere, even for happy birthday situations, and you get mix afterwards, she's solid for a lot of teams who can put her in that situation for effective mix. She doesn't really have specific assists to rely on, since she can use any to make 17 work, so general game plans help. She doesn't really need huge blocks on, but that can help her for easier, tighter mix-ups. She can also convert angled or pop-up assists with J214M, so that's not really a struggle, and that can help her cover her angles and such. Even DP assists can be nice with her. Her level 1 also lingers and brings them down, which can enable a lot of super stuff. Gohan can get multiple levels, Nappa can plan for Oki, and more sub things like that, especially since it works at very high heights, as the blast makes its way down. Time for combos where you can get a lot, honestly, like for her B&B, just calling 214M after the J2H smash where you can super dash right away and then continue on. But she also has these M auto combo extensions with backdash, delaying J214M so you can continue on the ground, even adding another 17 call before a vanish extension, which is pretty cool, or using assist instead of the vanish. In the corner she has two main combos, maybe more. You can delay the 214M after 2H to continue into the ground, which works mid screen as well, and even get this 214L17 juggle. And also she has destructo disc loops, slightly delaying them and holding down on the disc to continue these loops for huge damage. And the ender here with an assist into delayed J214M grounded DR. She actually has a lot of different assist extensions too, even with the EX17, which is pretty cool. So have fun trying to figure out your own routes. Majin 21, the OG Android 21 in the game. She's one of the more unique characters with a steal mechanic that she gets from her quarter circle forward S and a different set with quarter circle back S on the ground and in the air, absorbing a bunch of different ones from each characters, or she can get her steals from level 3, being able to choose from like 16 total amount of steals, and using the same inputs to use them whether grounded or in the air. These steals can help with her combos, pressure. She just has a lot of tools. Pressing L or M after her steals or grabs to go into dive, or pressing S to link in another steal, where she can do that steal into its grab input too. It's a lot, I know. She has level 1 supers that's arrow K at low heights, and 3 different level 3s. The eating one that recovers blue life while giving you the ability to choose your steals. An alternate one, and a unique one that uses all her steals while replenishing her HP. That's an unblockable 360 coverage for huge damage. Kinda gimmicky though and grabbable, but has certain setups and all. In neutral, she has interesting ranges and angles, with 5S being higher priority Ki Blast, which actually combos into itself full screen away, and combos into super dashes too. 2S or JS reaching the entire floor, beams that can be angled, and 3M that can reach almost full screen as a low poke, combos with 5S. Her dive kicks also cover interesting angles, but with steals you can get beams like Kamehameha, consecutive energy blast that can bait and anti-air, especially if the super dash through any part of it, green blast being an OTG, the grab itself without the steals being an anti-air where 214S hits at an upward angle. She can also get orbs that linger even if she's blocking to break pressure and inside super dashes. She also gets teleportations, anti-air solar flare, and her sticky grab, which is an instant frame 1 anti-air. This one is insane because on any block super dashes or if they're airborne in front of you, just let it fly and they get insta grabbed. A very strong, one of her best steals. Even a barrier to stay safe, canceling out of them. There's a lot. Pressure wise, she has really solid normals, great left rights, even 2S into air dash stuff for solo pressure, and her command grabs can be interesting to overload opponents. You can even get plus frames with her EX projectiles that get more plus and damaging the more steals you have available to dump into it. That low 2L helps with super dash with assist mix, but her main mix up works with 3S plus assist to get forward momentum with that 3S. It can true string with like 40 frames of block stun where you can go into an air dash high or land low, or even a 4-way mid screen depending on your assist pushback and spacings and all. You can also dive kick plus assist, getting interesting side switches from here as well. But her steals enable even more mix, like with her teleports for high lows or left rights depending on how you appear, whether on the air or grounded. With big blocks on this can help set up 50-50s. But her best mix up is after her yellow sticky grab steal. This grabs crouchers, enabling the best to strike throw mix since it can grab super dashes, jumps, and more. It just can't grab super jumps, but it's still a great mix between frame trap or grab, a strike or throw. In pressure, it needs slight delays because it's an insta grab, especially after bigger blocks are normal, so be careful of that and your timing. But this is mostly used after her level 3 since you can equip it with the medium input, so you can do any button press, medium, any button press to get that sequence. From there you can do it after a safe jump JH or do it after a dash up. On hit with the grab you can press S to go into other steals to get full meterless solo conversions from it. But remember, it is a 50-50, so don't forget to prioritize frame traps as they can get very afraid and want to escape that throw, so then boom, you hit them with a low or something. Assist wise, her A assist is a conventional beam at 30 frames block stun. Sadly, you cannot angle it up. B has less range and 32 frames block stun, but is faster and can kind of be used defensively. C is one of those insane amounts of block stun ones to enable mix-ups for everyone, but with poor tracking. A few synergy tips: she can easily extend with most assists because her dives bring her back down. However, if their assist keeps them close by, you can go into her more optimal auto combo extension mid-screen, which can link at the 236M to add on to damage. Even in the air, you can Z-tag after her steals, like after consecutive energy blasts to get some JDR stuff or some synergistic things with steals. But also her green steal OTG, so she can pick up where others cannot if she does have the steal available. So make sure to monitor your steals and being aware of what you do have available to her at the time. Of course, check assist for mix-ups capability. The super dash plus assist mix is fine, but the 3S one to make it true string works with like 38 frames of blocks in minimum if you get the timings perfectly, so you can play around with that. She can also side switch easily with a grab into L dive instead of medium, or even for her level 1 to help for those who need mid-screen value, especially after combos or grounded DR to combo ender with 214S, but also after some other characters level 1 super. Since hers is quick, she's able to follow up after them, like after DBS Broly, Vegito, and all. To make her detonating super more efficient, that huge level 3 that uses all her steal ones, you can use very long C assist and keep them full screen away. That way they won't be able to grab you in time and you guarantee some damage. The further they are from the blast though, the less damage that they actually take, and they can also do their invul super to kind of limit the damage as well, so it's not a big game plan but can be interesting. For her combos, they usually revolve around her grab and then dive where you can extend easily with help. The EX one always gives you sliding knockdown solo, by the way, so that's helpful to get into Oki or pressure. Mid-screen you can connect 3M into Ki Blast and projectiles, makes for an easy optimal combo. Landing her 226L deals more damage than Angle 226M though, so keep that in mind. If you have steals, pressing S gets the follow-up, pressing L, M, or H gets into the dive after the steal. So you don't need to input the quarter circle motions anymore, you can just press the one input to get the follow-up, but you can also hold back to extend with super dashes and normals, so that way you don't branch into the follow-ups. But she has a lot of other very unique ways to extend her steals. In the corner, you can delay 3S 5H to get cool corner re-jump loops like so, but with steals involved, you can get a lot of different combos. The possibilities are truly endless with her. The DLC version with Lab Code 21 is a strong all-arounder but with a more rushdown focus. She has a lot of unique mechanics with an OTG, barrier, and debuff super grab, debuffing opponents by 21% on their damage outputs and buffing her own specials and assists by 21%, although she does have a slight meter nerf on her mediums. She also has two different versions of her level 1 super, one being tracking and appears behind them, and two conventional level 3s with good tracking on them. The one where she turns her back also keeps assist into Happy Birthday as well, dealing damage to the assisted character if they stay in the combo. In neutral, she has solid pokes and all with strong Ki Blast, especially the full screen angle on JS. She also has a beam that can be used anywhere with very deceptive hitbox that kind of sucks them into it. Ayo, pause. But her lariats are really unique, being frame 4 projectile invul and frame 1 on the EX version. 214 is a similar lariat that's also frame 4 anti-air and frame 1 on the EX. The EX one also being comboable up close with 5-0. So great to pair with those Ki Blasts to anti-air on reaction. That's like a common zoning plan. On top of 2H on the ground and all. Lariats help with mobility on top of J2H to move in the air, since it does have some horizontal mobility to it. Her barrier is nice for defensive reasons, paired with assist or to cancel into other tools, gaining meter on hits. Level 1 also tracks, so it's a nice frame 4 punish tool with a frame 1 tracking level 3 on both of them whenever you want. Pressure is a bit strange. Her mediums are unsafe on block if both hits land, and they are quite committal but you can't cancel them early, and her lariats are all reflectable as they are considered Ki Blasts for some reason, although the 214M and the heavy versions can cross up, but again reflectable. She has access to many lows though, 5-all, 2-all, 2M, even extra ones like 2-2 stomps, a sliding 3H, a lot of lows, and on top of that she has a command overhead 6H, so it can be very hard to block and react to all these options. She can use 5L, 6L to turn her auto combo into one of those grabbing ones with another command grab to help as well. Her super dash mix is really good though. It is a universal 50-50, but hers is better because it can reach mid-screen with assists that have limited pushback, and you'd want to do 5L for the low 50-50 between the low or late air dash high JL. And because of her low, she has other universal setups too, with super jump IADs or calling the assist, jumping up, land low, air dashing, and stuff like that. Nothing too crazy besides conventional pressure. She does have some corner seal setups as well, even on level 3s. Like this one, after Vanish, you can 214S, low into ground into it, and then you can jump up where you get a lot of frame advantage where you can corner seal, although this is counterable. Assist wise, her A assist is that lariat, but it's reflectable, so kind of like a Ki Blast assist. Has some good hits done though, but travels half screen. B is a barrier that it could be interesting, gaining key for things that it catches, but not green, so it doesn't blend with that Dragon Rush pressure. C fires her beam at like 30 frames block stun, just a conventional horizontal assist. That's the easiest one to use for her. Synergy wise, her OTG is probably her biggest, most unique synergy aspect because it can have a lot of implications, especially for combos. Makes it easy to extend her own combos where you can JDR with basically every assist to end combo, or even side switch stuff as well to get into mid-screen setups. Like if you do her smashless combos, you can set up base Vegeta mid. This makes it great for double assist extensions as well. It's very easy to use. You want to delay your assist timing though. She can be Z tagged in after uncomboable tools to use her OTG to convert those hits into full combos, which is very unique. Assist with noise can be nice for her pressure to assist in covering the high low to make it harder to see, and they'd actually have to block their high or low without having a gap to interact with. And for supers, if there's a lingering super before she DACs, you can combo afterwards, like with Roshi here, even getting a side switch in the corner with tight timing. For combos, she has the easiest re-jump after 2M super dash, where you want to do dash JM and afterwards a normal jump to extend, so dash JM holding up so that when you land you jump up right away, you can continue from there. Her optimals revolve around that 5H into beam though. It's auto timed, but delaying the beam can help make it a bit easier, and you can extend all of your combos with stomps plus assists. 2H can be extended for a lot more like so, and here's an example of that where you still get sliding knockdown with that 214S ender. Same concepts can be applied in the corner as well, because the stomps really help to extend a lot more easily, but in the corner her optimal combos revolve around this delayed beam juggle to keep it going, where you can add assists and all at the end. Check out my Labco 21 guide for more combos. The legendary Super Saiyan Z Broly is a super impressive character, being a zoner grappler that excels at both, with his cannon armor to dominate the game, having huge damage with loops, or his slow alternate level 3 that can be extended afterwards in a combo. He also has 2 level 1s as well, a quicker one and a slower one for more damage, but that one needs to be set up more specifically. In neutral, his ki blasts have high priority and can be angled up or down by holding up or down while firing them, even shot in the air. He's great at anti-airing, especially since his heavies have so much armor to them and can be held, so good to be strong for pokes in neutral and all. He has a beam to add on with this slower orb with 236S, just like a normal beam drilling into vanish and all. But what's really interesting is his barrier. This negates all projectiles and assists to be very oppressive and safe in neutral. It also generates ki for him for as long as it's active, which is nice to get into KOs at the end of rounds to kind of extend the animation and get a bit more meta. This is especially well when paired with his lariats, having huge armor on them for physical hits too, for full combos on hit, going corner to corner, phasing through everything, even assist and all, just not supers. It can be held too to tank through things, but it does have a hit limit, and this can help with timings and all. And now it's even safe on block, which is crazy. If the EX hits, you can go into his slow level 3 to combo afterwards for huge damage too. And if you try to jump or float away from Z Broly, he has an angled aerial anti-grab to throw you back down to the ground. Crazy. Unblocked, his normals are pretty big. That 2L doesn't hit low, but is huge. He has interesting left rights as well, with his J2ish hitting same side to be very deceptive with that. But he has armor with his lariats and heavies and all, which can all be charged for different rhythms. That 236S one is nice because it pushes him back, where you can extend your pressure with like space traps. But he mostly revolves around his L grab with 214L. That's an unreactable command grab at 17 frames, being a tick throw if done from his lights, or slightly delayed if used at other points. So every hit is a mix 50-50, being a strike throw 50-50. The medium and heavy grabs are slower and reactable, but do give you full combos on hits, and they can be charged for different timings too. And unlike other command grabs, he also has armor on these, makes it even harder to interact and counter Z Broly. So just going to level 3 puts him in a 2-touch scenario, having to guess between strike or throw on that level 3 as well, which is his main 50-50. But the more that you grab, the more that opponents want to escape. So if you can vary frame traps properly, target fuzzy jumpings, and target your timing, master frame traps in order to maximize his damage and combos. So make sure you get that down to have a really strong Z Broly. It's just that he gets so much damage from his grabs with that instantaneous level 3, or for full loop combos in the corner, which is what makes him so scary. He also has some high-low mix-ups if you hold the barrier input plus assist, but that to him is too slow to make it effective, although it can be fun to incorporate around at times. And speaking of barrier, the barrier itself is nice to hide himself during his pressure to use his Dragon Rush and other tools, making it harder to see his normals. So when it's harder to see him, it's just harder to defend. Assist wise, his A assist is his conventional horizontal beam type assist with 30 frames block stun. B is interesting because you can hold back to ankle it higher. It can be more of a defensive assist, but is ki blast, so make sure to manage super dash baits, manage the reflex, and everything like that. C has limited tracking with low block stun, but it does keep his armor properties on it, which can be nice as a defensive type assist. For some synergy aspects, he usually comes in as a support, especially if you have characters that can Z-tag into slow level 3 to accumulate damage by comboing afterwards to cash out, or getting a DR ender to add on to damage to maximize your supers. But his primary role as a support is just to maintain life lead, since he's really strong at playing defensively and zoning you out and stuff. A lot of characters can use his assist, and he's just an overwhelming force, especially since he nullifies a lot of annoying things in this game with projectiles and all assists. So he can also be a great matchup or play style type character. Just be aware that barriers don't keep you safe from physical hits. He can get a lot out of double hitting assists to help with his easier simple combos, or even to grab between these multi-hitting assists for pressure, mixing in 6Ms in as well if they don't expect it and all, because they always think about the strike throw, so you can throw in other stuff. Some like Piccolo let you continue to use the orb for Oki after his L grab, or even stealing the corner to help with his mix, so again adding on to just the strike throw. Some characters can combo even TOD after his grab to maximize that strong 50-50 of his if they can Z-tag afterwards, so that can be interesting. And with his slower super that works in the corner, you can get some DAC synergy, like a quick one into DR, or charge up your supers like Piccolo a little bit. For combos, mid-screen he can dash after 236S, where J3H can give you a close range sliding knockdown, which lets you go into that slower level 1. You can only do that one if you're close to them, because the first part is like a physical hit. Off of vertical smashes like 2H or auto combo, you can do the JH to continue as it brings them back down and still lets you dash up, where you can still get a sliding knockdown on the ground with 2M214L, where you need to use the faster level 1 to super. Or here's an alternate version where you can do J214M for the knockdown, or J214L vanish and still get more afterwards. Doing his lariat is better because you can go corner to corner, where he's stronger in the corner because he has two main loops, 236S being the easier one where you can add Ki Blast before J2H for an easy ender, but his lariat one is more optimal in terms of hits and decay, but is harder because this one you need a slight delay, whereas the 236 one is pretty auto timed. Here I just show a more optimal conversion with a charge 5H so you can land a double lariat link as well. You can do his slow level 3 after lariat 2, but here's an easy practical example after vanish where you can continue to push the combo afterwards too by meter dumping. Dragon Ball Super DBS Broly is another sort of grappler with some rushdowns and zoning capabilities, known for his super long bombos that deal huge damage but also huge meter build because his auto combo gives him a full bar every time and gorgeous animations to him, with tons of supers like having a steerable air super by holding a direction and pressing an attack up to 3 times. Pressing the super input again detonates it to get a level 2 as well. He has another version of this that can help with unique combos, but his double orbs on the ground is his conventional level 1 super. His unique mechanic is on his level 3. Not only does it break his armor, giving him damage buffs, but also passive key generation constant leap. It's pretty crazy. This character gets OD. In neutral, his tools have super good range to them, 5M reaching almost full screen, 5H too, and having some armor on his heavies. 5L is a great round start option, being fast with good range too, with 6H that works as a grab. His 5S fires some Ki Blast, which can be good for universal stuff, but it also combos into 2S, which combos into 6H into 5L and the rest. Interesting how all his tools kind of complement each other. His 2S is a conventional beam that drills into vanish and all as well, like regular beams. 236S covers the diagonal up angle, also having some armor to it as well, which looks the same as his JS, but that one goes down. This can be held up or down to change the momentum of the blast. Not really a neutral tool unless you're close, but can string into his other moves like his 236H or M. This is a ground quake that brings him instantly to the ground, which can reach full screen as well. It can be hard to approach him, where if he ever needs to vanish to confirm anything, he can rebuild that bar ASAP right back up with his auto combo. But Broly is most frightening when he's moving towards you, especially since that J2H can grab them out of the air with huge corner carry and the range of his reach and grabs. Even his 214M being an anti-air medium grab for huge damage. Defensively, 236S has some frame 4 invul to it, comboing with dash 14S is possible but hard mid-screen. You can just vanish into 14S mid-screen, but in the corner it's free. His main frame 1 reversal is his alternate super besides his level 3, which is also a frame 1 invul move as usual. For pressure, his normals are quite strong and much safer now. No low hitting 2L, but he has a unique multi-stomp thing going on with 2M pressing 2M again that only has a 1 frame gap in between that can catch mashes or escape by just mashing the down medium input. 236S can be nice to frame trap too. Double 236S can outspace himself with armor, but if predictable is easy counterable by super jumping out of the way. But he's most known for his command grabs, being very fast at 24 frames. He doesn't really need the lace to string into it besides his 2M, but what's good about this one, although it's a bit slower than the other unreactable grabs, is that he can get full combos on hit. Mid-screen you can do a dash 5L to combo, it's a bit tight, and in the corner it's just a free 5L. So his outputs are really nice. And the more you grab them, the more they'll want to try to wiggle out of your frame traps. EX can be nice because if you do the grab a bit later where they're in the air, the grab actually changes to be an anti-air, so dealing with jumps or super dashes with your timings. EX also has extra range, so pairing with Ki Blast from far can be really good since it can reach, especially with Ki Blast as spark base like after his level 3 for some mix and pressure. This can also confirm the Ki Blast as a combo. Then you mix in your other hits and 2, so just make sure you maximize his strike throw potential while baiting out reversals. His A assist is sort of a full screen grounded assist with the ground quake move at 36 frames block stun and pops them up. B is his popular one as it covers that diagonal up angle, great to bring them back down to the ground. It also carries 30 frames of block stun with quick startup. C is just his beam with 32 frames block stun, a bit worse than your conventional beam. He usually comes in as a support after getting DAC into his level 3 for his extra buffs to be at his strongest state, so having good meter plan to generate the meter for that works well, and he provides good damage to any teams, maximizing 2 touches or even single touches himself with his huge damage. Even being able to end the combos when others start them, by adding on extra stuff at the end, especially his supers where he's really good at meter dumping. You want to mostly check who will benefit from his assist, especially that B1 to cover that upward angle that a lot of characters kind of suffer from. He is very self-sufficient otherwise though. He can easily extend with any assist to build more meter or to deal more damage. Some grounded long hit stun assists allow him to end with 6H at the end of combos to add on extra damage though, so that's really nice combo wise. But neutral help is always nice, especially things to convert his 226S or Ki Blast to maximize those tools, even though they are kind of self-confirmable, or other assists to help him with his pressure, Oki, and mix. He's mostly built around the strike throw instead of high lows, but assists can be nice to kind of layer in left, rights, and high lows as well. He has a lot of cool level 1 stuff, lingering super to help them out a bit where you can time your DHC to side switch or not, but also to enable some side switch Oki on hit like with basically Spirit Bomb or Krillin to get the corner because of how Broly lingers in the corner after his super. So play around with your characters and seeing how his lingering double orb super can actually benefit other characters because of how he just crosses up and chills for a little bit before disappearing. For combos, here's his regular BNB where you can extend with assists at the end. He has lots of different assisted enders where you can DR into 214L for knockdown, even adding 214S afterwards to pick them back up going to his aerial super with the follow-ups. But his main combo tool revolves around JS holding up JH with the continue, holding up to alter the momentum of it where you land dash 5L. From there you can either continue with an auto combo to gain meter, although that eats up a lot of hit stun decay so you can't extend the combo as much afterwards, or you can choose to extend with more hits afterwards for more damage. Here was an example after his grab. Adding his EX ground quake smash move adds on huge damage very quickly early on in the combos where you can do 6H into beam and extend afterwards, so that's a good way to meter them for good damage. Just showing that 214S addition here to end off the combo. He can extend from a down heavy by doing JS 226L holding up the combo afterwards during that 226L, so 226L 8 because that slows down the momentum of the JS. And this easily works mid-screen with the EX version where you dash afterwards to continue, but you can also do it meterlessly as well, although that one's a bit harder. But he can just loop the holding up bomb stuff in the corner easily, tons of different ways for that. This works on everyone but the biggest characters, like doesn't really work on Cooler or Z Broly, they have different versions to them, but you can easily just do another type of BNB to extend afterwards. He also has rejumps and a lot more combos. And don't forget, he builds even more outputs without armor for more damage and meter. He's just a TOD machine. If you fuse that Berserker save form, you get Kefla, mostly known for her rushdown capabilities and great pressure. Having 3 supers, a falling orbs one in the air, the green one working anywhere being her highest damaging one, and if done in the air it has some tracking properties to it, and a Hell Zone one with the alternate input on the ground that's mostly used for Oki but can be used in combos as well. But it's also really nice because she can link them together if she's high enough after 226S or a grounded 226S after assist and stuff for like a manual level 2. Her level 3 is a whole 360 super covering the entire screen too, but it's a little slow. In neutral, she has a ton of nice pokes with 5M that's multi-hitting, 5H, JM having 2 hits, also with the 3H that reaches further than her 2H, even 5LLL being an end tier that can be sped up with 5L, 6L for that faster auto combo. She also covers good angles with grounded Ki Blast or beams to fire at different angles, the medium one hitting up, 226L hitting the horizontal plane, and her 226H EX one is really nice because it absorbs all projectiles and assists, and is plus on block and gives combos on hits. Really good for specific things. Similar to her Quarter Circle 4 special that can be held for a more committal anti-projectile anti-assist tool, just not as good since it is more committal, and if not held it's more like a mini lariat. She does have lariats with her 2 and 4 specials that can phase through projectiles, especially if you dash before the EX one to make it kinda hit full screen. All hitting low too, so great to snipe landings. Her command dash 214S is frame 4 invul, traveling behind them on the ground or directly forward in the air at a diagonal angle. So a lot of ways to move around with her physical pokes, which is nice. And all of her supers are great as whiff punish tools, with 226H plus S being a tracking one on frame 4 invul, or the frame 1 level 3 which covers everything on the ground but is slower. On block she has amazing pressure with solid rhythm and tons of options. Tons of lows too, like her lariats and all with 2L, 2M, and 214 sequences. Her left rights are really strong now with the JS that can go into JH but is a bit inconsistent with the right heights. This is nice as the heavy hits overhead and alters timings, while the JS Q Blast also counter hits 2H's. 6H is really nice as an overhead, it can be used early to mimic dragon rushes since it has a similar timing as it, or later on when they least expect it. Even 236H to flash red to DR crush them, which is nice and can be really deceptive, and if they just block it, it's plus so you can continue. For Oki, you can even do 236S to lock them down, which is plus on block if they up tech and can be combo with super dash, or you can add an assist to go into Oki 50-50 super dash plus assist right away, which leads us to her first mix being super dash plus assist. She's able to jail this with her beam into the super dash so they can reflect after blocking the beam, where you can get into that high-low 50-50. She can also get instant crossups with 214S plus really fast assists left-rights. Assists that have 20 frame startup works well since you can time it to appear on the same side or as a cross-up. On her level 3, you can do a moon jump into save jump JH overhead. During her level 3, you hold light and then up forward, and then with the super dash macro enabled, you tap the super dash button right when she lands to recover, and then you hold down to fast fall into the JH. You can alter timings with key blast or faker layers with a gimmicky fake high-low situation to catch them off guard. Mid-screen what's really nice is that you can get 214S 2L as a cross-up meaty low as well. A assist is a beam projectile at 30 frames blocks them, but fast startup. It's a conventional horizontal beam but can also be angled up if you hold up. B is a blocks and one with a lot of it at 45 frames. This helps to enable mix-ups and keeping them still on hit for multiple hits. C uses that 226S to combo, charging it then firing it for the other half. Pretty unique actually, being an anti-projectile as a bonus, so it can be a counter assist call or a counter projectile call. Synergy wise, as a point she can build great meter and get to the corner to enable things with her great corner carry, but also because she can deal with a lot of annoying neutral things to manage the neutral positioning by countering projectiles and key blasts. So with quick assist or defensive ones, you can take advantage of her rushdown and mobility potential, especially things like barrier, not only to help her 214S dash, to incite them to mash to whiff punish you but you'd be protected, but also to promote her already strong DR crush pressure situations. Her multi-hitting 226S allows for a lot of easy JDR tags, or even other extensions like when grounded to add on normals or other setups, since it's a lingering special that keeps them in that special during the tag. But for herself, a lot of different assists can help her to get slight knockdown on longer combos because that 226S can be unreliable at very long hits on decay. But what's really nice about the quarter circle 4 special move is that when grounded, you can throw an assist into the grounded 226S. You're allowed to do a double super, so you can go into your hell zone, which is pretty cool to tack on damage and meter dump. Her alternate aerial super can be used from high up, having multi hits to it, so giving extra DHC time to make DHC things to work as well, whereas the other one brings them back down so that anyone that's grounded on their DHCs can just combo. And her ability to 214S after her sliding knockdown moves allow her to side switch into supers easily, so you're able to always pick which side you want to be on for DHCs and stuff like that. For her combos, a simple one is doing a 5H into 236L, which is pretty reliable, adding some key blast and all. But she can also extend after her medium auto combo, delaying the third M input so opponents are lower to the ground, which makes it easier to continue. Just be careful of hit stun decay because the longer the combo is, the more likely 236S will drop. More optimally though, you can meter dump with EX specials. 214H gives you some combos as well, but both versions gives you great corner carry. In the corner, you can continue 226M with a jump, holding S so that you can get a super jump to make it more reliable, and then you can continue into her 226S super dash extensions to do better damage. It's more consistent and reliable in the corner. Here was an example from 6H, but more optimally in the corner, you want to structure her combos from her lariat smash, continuing from there or adding assist and Z-tag stuff too for more output. In actual matches though, I recommend to limit your JM and key blast hits because you don't want that 226S to drop. Just make sure you practice. Jiren the Grey is an interesting defensive character, excelling at countering and confirming for big damage. Seriously, he has so many counters for different situations. Super wise, he has 2 level 1s, a short range grounded one, and one being Arrow K throwing a huge key bomb. And his level 3 ultimate only works on the ground at close ranges only. Something cool is that if you press the dead assist button when DHCing into Jiren, you can do his alternate grounded level 1 super that's more damaging, although it does have a high reaching hitbox to work with multiple DHCs high in the air. So in neutral, he has some interesting pokes. Besides 5H, that's a grab, so don't press that. He has decent ranges on his other tools and projectiles with Key Blast, 5S that armors through other projectiles, which is confirmable with held to 14S, and that JS that's like a normal one that can be angled low by just doing it when you're right above the ground. But his 236S is insane. It can be charged by holding it and phases through all projectiles, giving full combos on hits or being plus on block. This is especially good to deal with assist as they approach with good mid-range reach. This is his strongest neutral neutral counter tool in my opinion, especially since the uncharged version carries that anti-projectile aspect still. But he also has his 214S that can counter projectiles and assist after they interact with him, even physical attacks, which is great to deal with specific tools. However, if you're countering something that's not committal, they can 2H the counterparts or vanish on reaction. So it doesn't always guarantee punishes, although you can also vanish after, leading to like this vanish counter war. You can also hold it so it lasts longer and hold it fully so the grab comes out. This has some tracking nature to it, but it doesn't require it to counter, so you can have different timings to mix it up. And his 214 light and heavy counters are nice for physical hits, 214M countering lows, but the heavy one being frame 1 with huge damage on hits. This one does guarantee punish on contact, so this one is much better counter for specials like Super Saiyan Goku's Dragon Flash Race, for example. His Glare Infinity Rush has good range to it too, but is more committal. And his anti-air 2S is actually frame 2 anti-air, making it much more tight than your universal 2H that's frame 4 anti-air. So all of those tools are why he's better at being a defensive character, forcing you to be careful on how you approach him as he manages you to counter every decision. His pressure is really good with 2L as a stagger tool that can also be reverse beat a little bit, different tools, and a fast 2M low. 2M being 9 frames lets him get a pretty good high-low mix with that 2M, allowing for super dash mix-up mid-screen, getting tons of damage afterwards. A lot of Jiren players like to alternate his highs with high fake-outs, using that JH to whiff into 2M for some visual mix, where you can add JS into the patterns to deal with fuzzy blocking and fuzzy mashing and stuff. Even ID left-rights with that downward key blast or J2H for a same side hit with not much follow-ups afterwards though. But that plus on block tool is nice to extend pressure, is mashable, but that's where you need to have good pressure in for your frame traps. 5A serves as a command grab normal, although slow to add on to your pressure. And you can see some players using his 214M as like a quick pressure resets in case they mash with 2L as a low, especially since it looks like he's crouching for really quick resets, but this only works on lows. However, speaking of counters, whenever he is negative, he can pressure because the threat of that high damaging 214H comes in. So then you can claim turn steals or pressure extensions on negative frames. They become more afraid to engage, letting you overextend, which is crazy. His A assist has huge block stun for mix-ups at 43 frames and helps for easy combos as he locks opponents down in place. And then you get a wall bounce on hit afterwards. B is his Grand Slam charge that hits half screen. It still has the anti-projectile and assist properties to it at 29 frames of block stun. C uses his projectile invul move, which is really good at countering specific projectiles, firing full screen away, but is low block stun. Synergy wise, Jiren can thrive as a support to manage approaches, to protect the life leads, since it's so scary to approach him, so you use that life lead to your advantage. But he can also be used as a point to counter common neutral strategies, especially having that armor to deal with assists and other annoying projectiles. On point, he doesn't require much, but having assists that don't have a lot of pushback is nice for his mix-ups, for that super dash mid-screen, but that's most assists honestly. He can do some cool extensions depending on assists for combos, being able to confirm them all with 214S on hit too, so if you get a straight combo hit, you can 214S right away or 5S into 214S. Glare can enable a lot, mid combo or on his optimal ender with the auto combo 214S stuff. You can Glare into tag JDR. Low on the ground, like saving your smash for a charged J2H to get an infinity rush follow up. This can enable a lot, like even Zamasu's BoJ to combo. So the hit stun of his Glare allows for a lot of synergistic things. This relates to getting tagged in. If you can preserve a smash so he can land his charged J2H smash, so you can extend combos a lot more at the end of it. By adding an auto combo 214S ender, you can add on a lot of damage at the end of your hits. And something fun with the supers is whiffing that level 3, where you can extend afterwards with your tools like 214S, but that's not really useful. For combos, his BNB actually uses JS or J2S into Super Dash instead of J2H, where you want to end with J2H as it brings him back down to the ground. More optimally, but still easy, you want to get into grounded 2S to 1-4S extensions if you can. Close to the corner, you can charge that J3H by holding it and then still holding 3 to ankle him closer to the opponent. And then you can add some nice extensions afterwards too, so here's an example of that. The 2-1-4S even works without the smash on his attacks, which is so cool. And here's the example of how you can do a double assisted extension by adding 5H into special into the rest after the first assist. The reason why I showed close to the corner ones is because with your back to the corner, you can side switch with 2H in the combo. Here's a super easy example of that side switch, but I'll also bless you guys with 2 more optimal combos. Close to the corner, you need to have a lot of delays on that first 5M and on the first super dash, and then into this pretty cool corner ender for good solo meterless sliding knockdown. In the corner, here's one of his solo optimals with a sliding knockdown. I already showed a bunch of ones where you preserve the smash for that auto combo ender to extend, which is great to cash out, but not having sliding knockdown. So here's a different one where you use it earlier and still get sliding knockdown for follow-up pressure and Oki, needing a delay on that 2M and the 2L. But if it's too hard, you don't need to do that second loop. Super Saiyan 4 Goku, the latest DLC in Dragon Ball FighterZ, is finally here. I probably should have had him in the Goku section, but he's the latest DLC, so why not put him at the end? He's a very unique character. His unique routes provide huge outputs, especially at the end of combos, with interesting support value, rush down, and mix-up capabilities. His supers are unique. He has a regular one that works everywhere on screen, but grounded, his frame 1 DP is like a reversal that also deals more damage, needing to be close by though, and it can connect into that other super for like a level 2. That Shoryuken type super can also get a Dragon Ball. Thus, you can summon Shenron with this if you have an assist to build back the bar like Krillin, but it's actually really hard since you need it right before the uppercut. This is just like a fun fact. And his level 3 held to be a level 5, a regular horizontal beam that's only performed on the ground. Alright, in neutral, he has some interesting pokes with heavies that can be charged, 2M, even 5S. That's like a mini lariat that's projectile invul, kind of like a key blast because you can super dash through it. J2ish actually helps with some mobility as well. His auto combo actually anti-air, so it can grab them out if they are floating near you. His JS, however, is very committal and slow. You can hold back or 6 to give him momentum in that direction. Same on the ground with 1S or 3S. Dash 3S actually carries crazy momentum to it, but it's more of a combo tool and not really a bait tool because of how slow it is, so he relies more on strong movement to actually perform well consistently. His specials do help for sure. His flips are anti-projectile, which can be used on reaction to escape out of zoning, like Janemba A or Key Blast after blocking them, so you can block them and then flip out. Pressing S from the flip gives you a beam. That's his only way to get the beam, where EX has steerability, allowing you to quickly switch positions, to escape, to punish them, and more. But all of his flips have huge recovery if you don't branch out into something. So like Trunks, get used to pressing JL ASAP so you carry the momentum and cancel the flip while being able to block. His lariats are interesting. They kind of work like an extra air dash in the air, being more committal if you don't branch into things, and can be steered by holding up or down, especially on the medium and EX version. He has a couple branches from there, like 4S to give you a dodge from it, which is pretty cool. While you're in this state, pressing down record gives you an anti-air kick. The medium one is nice. The EX one teleports to them so I can whiff punish anything and is an anti-air. So in theory, this is great to punish super dashes or air approaches on reactions. The EX lariat is huge though, probably the best punishing tool because it warps you directly behind your opponent. So on reaction to anything committal, quarter circle forward heavy, boom, punish. Then from there you can throw them by holding up into your buns to get an anti-air grab, or you can press down H from the EX record to get an instant double side switch. If abused though, both can be countered and down heavied. Probably the easiest way to actually catch Super Saiyan 4 Goku's online by just waiting for them to come to you and punishing. Pairing his specials with assists definitely maximizes his rush down potential, especially since going into the 5M follow-up after the lariat plus assist gives you a 50-50 on blocked out, we'll see later. 6H is an interesting defensive option. You can hold it to be charged, combo into itself, uncharged combos with 5H. This tanks through everything except lows, hits overhead and can't be charged. They can just, dash up 2M for a low to counter. Pressure wise, he has interesting tools. 2L hits low with huge hitbox to it, keeping him close to for interesting pressure patterns. His heavies can be charged to change timings, which increases damage and combo output if they do get a hit, but that's not likely. That 6H makes it harder for them to mash out and hits overhead, and is plus if they block the charged one. 6H can be great to mimic Dragon Rushes too. If you get hit, you can maximize it with 214L into beam for loops that we'll see in the corner, with his EX specials being interesting Dragon Rush crushes as well. Speaking of being plus, 5S also gives you plus frames. It has a very small gap that can be mashed on, super dash through as a projectile, but it's very tight, so if you're smart you can get some to frame traps or reflect base and all. Another way you can get plus frames on block in the corner is with 214L flip at the beam, keeping you in reach for a medium to overextend. Flips can be used to overextend but isn't too strong. That cross up is super cursed since it has a backwards hitbox, making it harder to manage. Now for mix-ups, he has a lot of strong tools. His universal super dash with assist high-low 50-50 is really strong, especially since it can work mid-screen with some assists that keep them close. His main mix-up is from his 236M record or 236L into M to get those kicks, and then you can call your assist. While it has a gap to get into it, once you do get into it, you can float left-right, land low 2L, or air dash late for high, giving you huge 50-50 mix-ups. This works even from the EX one after side switching, so in neutral, if you EX and they block the medium cut, you can mix from there. But in pressure 2, side switching with his EXs can work as extra layers to seal the corner. The EX dash itself holding up or down can help for a 4-way mix up too with highs or lows, or even the 4S to steal sides. You can kinda do the same meterlessly, needing bigger block stun, doing 236M holding up for the high dash plus assist, then high lowing or left righting from there. And a weaker mix is using his flip to try and set something up with your assist, kinda like Trunks, but his isn't as good. On level 3 though, from anywhere, even in the corner, you can do his EX dash steering up for a high, where you can air dash back for a cross up, or you can hold down to steer it down for a low 2L. Or you can do his TK medium dash, then getting a save jump JL high or holding down midi to a low, which is the best option in the corner. It's a 50-50 if you do the TK version, but doing the normal version is still fine. Assist wise, his A assist is his Rekka's traveling half screen that gives huge blocks on at 47 frames, so it enables a lot of mix-ups for the point characters. And in neutral, it can be an active attack, but makes it easy to counter. B is so good though. It has 29 frames of blocks and so less, but it's an instant full screen assist with huge vertical hitbox. Really good to lock opponents down or to pair with your other tools, on top of still holding on to that anti-air property so it can anti-air them, and it can kind of have some tracking to it to help with combo extensions and everything. C is just a conventional horizontal full screen beam at 36 frames of block stun. Synergy wise, Super Saiyan 4 Daima Goku is usually best coming in from a support or pivot role since his assists are so good, especially B. Then you can come into his stronger pressure Oki type role like on his level 3 or in the corner instead of trying to play neutral with him. But his Z tag ability is so good, it's really nice to maximize combo enders. He's able to get his loops from anywhere. With points who have multi-hitting moves, he can get loops by tagging in into a held JH to start the loops and then you go into the rest. Some characters' tags need a dash into the heavy, or some other characters are more consistent by doing JS into the loop. So like Kefla, Vegito, Super Saiyan Goku, Goku Black, literally so many characters with multi-hitting lingering specials. This is best if done at the end of combos to essentially add like 1k extra damage because of the fixed hit stun that these heavy loops have. So a whole level 1 amount of super with one set of his JH loops while building a ton of bar and still having knockdown if desired. Of course, the earlier he comes in, the more loops he can do. And the thing is, it's not even corner only, even mid screens he can get into his loops. As long as you're low enough to the ground, it makes it easy. But even very high up, he can do his EX grab into float by holding up forward to loop from there in the corner. And this one works with like every special since you don't need it to linger because he just grabs. Insane. Characters without multi-hitting specials can still Z-tag into him early where he can get the smash for himself. Like bro, even from command grabs, he can still come in and extend from there. Literally everything. Having synergy with like everyone is actually quite insane. He doesn't really need assist for his combos, but if you do mess up a hit confirm, you can toss him into an assist with enough hit stun to go into loops from there. Or if you preserve the smash, you can throw them into the assist to get your charged heavy stuff in, which you can do 3S, J6S to get extra damage and meter out of it. His level 1 super also has some DHC synergy. We spoke about Shenron, but it has 2 instances where you can DHC, early or at the end of it. At the end where you land is a safe timing, but earlier on you can whiff a lot of supers and get like a JDR extension, or you can get setups like Gohan into some Oki, maybe get some Nappa plant Oki setup. Just a lot you can do, so that can be interesting to think about. For his combos, I want to showcase how you can reverse beat after the 5S stuff. His universal BNB just adds a J214L, wait a little bit, then press S to get a delayed beam for the height to add on your hits, ending the combo with 236L, L8M. You can also do grounded 5H into delayed 236L, then 5M, 5H, 5S. After his auto combo, you can do his light flip and also add into the 8M grab right away. But you can get loops mid-screen, needing a dash jump charged heavy by holding the heavy. Even meterless ones, but this one's the easiest example. The loops that have his Ki Blast bomb add on more meter to it, but be careful because they can eat up hits on decay, so it might deal less damage with less loops. In the corner, he has 2 loops. He has 6H into beam, where it can link with 5LL and then repeat. This works after 5H, where you can 6H flip into the loops. 6H does link in combo after. It's pretty easy, and after the auto combo, you can just do a flip into JDR to end it. But you can also do 236LM to dash into smash to extend with his iconic loop. Slightly delay the heavy after the dash to make sure you're lower to the ground to keep it going. His most optimal route revolve around combining these 2 loops. Thank y'all for watching, man. This was huge. Hope you enjoyed, and I'll see y'all next time. Peace.